I did not hear anything like that. I was set. Oh, you gotta see at my daughter's school. You should have seen career day. That was crazy. It was
What
some
was
people.
the average career they was talking about, Lena?
Um, we had a few dancers. We did have some people that came. Had some normal stuff like accountant, teachers. We had a lot of teachers. It was a lot of teachers. I'm not gonna. That was a good one, but the other stuff where you expect you see some a lot of doctors, lawyers, astronauts, scientists, something like that. Nurses, no, they were like dancers. People came up as artists. Like I'm a paint, and I was like,
Lena, I think the reality is this. Most of these, let's be honest, an astronaut, stop it.
it's
That's damn near impossible to become. I wouldn't even encourage a kid to for kids. I'd rather tell a kid, hey man, pursue being a TikTok star than an astronaut. An astronaut, Lena, an astronaut. Come on,
Jefferson.
Lena, an astronaut. Come on,
Maybe one or two. The school is made Jefferson.
Lena,
I thought people would
Lena,
think it.
Lena. If a kid told me he wanted to be an astronaut, I'd say, boy, if you don't stop with that stupid shit, what are you talking about? An
Man, you
astronaut?
destroy your dreams, CT.
There's only been 300 astronauts supposedly in the entire human history.
Like,
Think about that. An astronaut. You might come on. That's
like that
that's
niggas is crazy.
astronomically impossible to become.
No president. Not one of them wanted to be a president.
A president, there's only been 47. No, I'm sorry. Presidents have had multiple terms. So there's only been about what 40 presidents? I don't know, 30.
47.
No,
What,
no,
what?
no. Remember, people serve multiple terms. So
Oh, you
hold on.
mean how many terms? Oh, I see what you're
Yeah,
saying.
let me
Oh,
see.
Lena, I got 17 and 15-year-old daughters, and like hearing them when their friends come over and chop it up and stuff, like it's crazy when they have like some of their little like serious conversations because a lot of them really don't know what they want to be simply because they're looking at these things like, can I even afford to live? And these are teenagers, right? And they're looking at the unaffordability crisis, and a lot of them are looking at it like, well, I could probably make more money on YouTube and TikTok than I can some of these jobs where I don't even know it's going to be available by the time I graduate.
and
It's
my daughter
sad.
was. I said I used to fight my daughter like 'cause she used to say crazy stuff that she wanted to be. First, she was like, "I want to be an artist." Then she wanted to be a beautician. I guess that ain't crazy, but I didn't like it. And now she's realistic. As she got older, I encouraged. She's like, "I want to be a nurse." I was like,
Lena,
"Oh,
why would a
look at
kid?
that."
Why would somebody encourage a kid to be a president?
I mean,
It's
for
only
those
been
people
46, 47.
maybe want to don't destroy their dreams.
You said
Somebody
what?
wanted to be. Don't destroy their dreams. Somebody, I want to be president one day.
Lena, how many human beings have been born in the United States of America?
Yeah, yeah, probably a good. What is it now? Probably it's three. Some, but not all of them even were born here.
Let's say a billion
Wait,
people.
hold on, guys, because now we have to ask ourselves how many of our presidents wanted to be president when they were kids? Somebody had to have that dream, right? We keep saying that, remember, less than 1% of anybody that plays football makes it to the NFL. Somebody was dreaming about making it to the league. So now I ask you, CT, how many of the presidents that we have, how many of them at a young age said, I want to be president one day?
That's what you know. What it was funny. I seen this clip of Chris Rock on YouTube, and then he said only thing I wanted to be growing up was president. That's what he wanted to do. President. He's like I told my mom, um, and she said you can't be president. They're gonna shoot you. And so he said I stopped dreaming and I dropped out of school. That's what he
Oh my
said.
God.
You gotta see that clip. Oh, even though there's a little opposite. Did you see those people cosplay at the some type of Asian Comic Con or whatever? They're dressed as police assaulting black people.
I didn't see that. I didn't see that at all.
Oh, that was
Lena, I
crazy.
think I truly believe that it's time for people to start telling the truth.
Mhm.
If a kid, you should correct the kid's behavior if they say they want to be a president or an astronaut. Oh my, I couldn't imagine sitting there saying, "Oh, okay, you could be anything." No, not a president. And why would you want to be a president?
Want to make a difference in your country, man.
Damn, you're heroic. You're heroic, Terus. Make a difference in your
I
country.
wouldn't discourage because, like, let's say they try to pursue it, even if they don't make it, maybe they get into politics, law, maybe they
Why
be
not tell them to be a politician, like a congressman or something other state.
Yeah.
Or, yeah,
Yeah,
a
but that's usually how some people become president. That's how Obama became part of it. You know, even though he went into law,
he was a senator. He wasn't a
right,
congressman.
senator of my state, right? So he was in Congress. So that's how it could lead to it. That's what I'm saying. Have them reach for the stars. Who knows how far they go? They might make it, but even if they don't make it, you know, at least they soared. At least they tried. At least they went somewhere. At least they became a lawyer or a judge, or they became a senator or something like that.
The general direction, right? In the general vicinity.
You're talking about an astronaut. That's totally different.
Why not? If you go to be an astronaut.
Why not?
Hold on, CT. A lot of people become pilots in the Air Force, and that is a legitimate track.
If a kid says he wants to be an astronaut, you should redirect the kid's goal. In my opinion, and there's only been 300 something astronauts. There's been tens of thousands of pilots. That's possible, but an astronaut, that ain't happening. I'm sorry.
Right, but the astronauts had to start from somewhere too.
I'm listening to you guys, man. You guys got the floor. I'm listening to you.
Man. Let's not kill these kids' dreams, guys.
The kids are supposed to
Let the kids use their imagination. It's normal. Don't crush.
Thank you. Right,
Ryan says, "Merry New Year, CT. Best wishes for a better solution for Blackness mess." Thank you so much.
We can mess. Happy New Year, Ryan. Happy New Year to all. May everybody's dreams come true in 2026. This is our year, people. We're going to do it. Yes.
Yeah.
26, we're in the mix.
If you shoot for mid, you'd only be you'd only be mid or less.
Hey, CT, to be fair with Black Knight, I've heard that from multiple leaders throughout my life, bro. Like, if you only shoot for the bare minimum, you might not even get that. You got to shoot for the stars, bro. Like, dead ass, dog.
Pellet is tripping. He said somebody got to flip the burgers. You know what my sister said one time? I kid you not. And she went to take. She gonna say when she was in for a checkup, you know, nurse trying to distract her for a shot. She's like, "What you want to be when she grow up?" She said, "I want to be a McDonald's girl." What was that? I was like, "Oh God, why'd you say that?" She said she want to work at McDonald's. We never let her live that down.
See, I mean, that's probably something that's suitable for a lot of people. No, I mean, if you sit back and think about it, right? I mean, most people end up working at places like that anyway. Why not just say, look, it's nothing wrong with that. Maybe, listen, you could be manager by the time you're 30, by the time you're 25.
You can even own your own franchise.
Lena, if you don't stop, I wish a kid would say he want to be an astronaut around me. He about to get his dreams crushed with me. I think that's stupid, man. An
haters, DT.
Come on,
hey, bro.
An astronaut. Man, if y'all don't stop.
And guys, space exploration is only increasing.
That's it ain't happening with this generation. Maybe 2 or 3 generations from now. Not us.
Hey, man, I'm just saying.
It's possible.
We got Space Force now. You know what I mean?
Some kid in the inner city, he ain't about to be no astronaut. Come on now, Lena. If you don't stop with that, come on now. Come on, Lena. Stop. Lena, come on. Let's be honest.
Optimist, bro.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let's be honest about it. First of all, there's only been 8 or 9 black astronauts. Maybe been a bit more than that, maybe 15. Trust me, those weren't no inner city kids. Trust me, they weren't. Let's just be honest about it.
Yeah, I know.
Let's be honest.
I know, bro.
Come on, man. Terrell, ain't no kid about to be no astronaut coming from John F. Kennedy High School on Lee Road in Cleveland. Come on,
I'm just saying, bro. They didn't just become astronauts, bro. They started off being pilots, right? And they got that itch. Like I'm saying, some people had a dream. They went in the general direction, bro, and it sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But you know what I mean? Think
Maybe
about
that
how
was
many people
Bob's
aspire to be astronauts, but only, I guess, had to settle on being pilots. Hey Lena, I gotta settle on making 6 figures a year. Oh my God. Oh, life is so unfair. But that was their vision.
Do me a favor. Look up how many astronauts there have been in human history. Just do that in America. How many pilots have?
Okay, Warlock, can you? Because it'll still lock me out. Look
how many? Can you look up how many pilots there have been in America?
I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up for us.
I believe it's 311, but I don't know.
You want me to do astronauts first,
yeah,
CT?
Sure.
How many?
You was one of those people that laughed at the Wright brothers when they was trying to make a plane.
No, not at all. Not at all. Because not at all. I'm gonna laugh at a 6-year-old who wants to be an astronaut in the hood. Come on now, if y'all don't stop, come on.
There have been 370 astronauts just in America, 25 from the state of Ohio.
Yeah, y'all have the most. Yeah, most amount.
We have the most,
and it's increasing. CT.
Oh man, an astronaut. Lena, you said it was your niece that wanted to be an astronaut.
No. I was encouraging them. Nobody wanted to be one. At my daughter's school because they go to Mae Jemison. That's the name of the school. The black.
I know Mae Jemison. Yeah, she's the first black female astronaut. Yes.
Yeah, and not one of them wanted to be an astronaut.
They shouldn't even aspire to be an astronaut. They should aspire to be something more reachable, like a mathematician, but not an astronaut. I mean, it doesn't even make any sense. Astronaut. Hey man, I want to be an astronaut.
Hey, Dad, when I'm trying to imagine myself 8 years old and going to my dad going, "Hey, Dad, I want to be a mathematician."
Yeah, I mean that's
no
far more reachable than an astronaut.
I'm 8 years old. What the hell am I looking for? Reasonable, CT.
Mm-hmm.
A mathematician.
I'm dreaming, aspiring something great.
You know what? I never knew like exactly. Like I had ideas what I wanted to be. But I'm still kind of in the field where I knew I was going to be in the medical field no matter what. It never changed.
The medical field. But when you
it
say
never changed. Perfect. I thought my fallback was maybe law, like a lawyer. I'm going to defend the helpless. But I've been, when I was career day, I was a psychologist. I was a nurse. I've been a doctor. I knew it was going to be in healthcare somewhere, somehow. That's always been my trajectory. I'm going that way.
Oh, CKJ says CT don't talk about Kennedy. Oh, talking about that's the high school I was talking about. Man, come on, CKJ. Could you imagine somebody at Kennedy saying they want to be an astronaut? If you don't stop.
You know, I live in a black neighborhood, and so part of my neighborhood, the bad part, you know what the name of the school is, and I bet you none of them wanted to be what he is. Barack Obama. On the other side of my.
Oh, really? I didn't know Barack Obama had a high school name.
Not high school. He got it's a grade school, elementary school out here. And like, I bet you none of them kids want to be a president.
Lena, when you was little, aspiring, did you aspire just medical staff or specific? Like, I want to be a doctor, or surgeon, or something like that.
Yeah, I had submitted when I was younger. I knew I wasn't going to be a doctor. And I didn't think it was because I wasn't smart enough. I don't think I just didn't have the patience. And I'm like, I'm not about to go to school all the time just to be a plain doctor. And then I was like, I didn't want to spend all the money. I was like, nah, I'm not going to be a doctor. I knew. And then being up on call 24, I was like, nah, because I might sleep through them. I was like, no, I knew I would never be a doctor. Like, how come you want to be a doctor? I was like, because I'm not doctor material.
Guys, I'm not a hold on for a second. Cash flow. I'm not a dream crushing hero, but an astronaut. Man.
Watch tomorrow. That be
There's
the
been
title.
more astronauts than presidents.
Now tomorrow, watch on Friday. He gonna say put my face on the screen and say she thinks these kids could be astronauts. What?
I'm actually hopefully gonna hope I don't remember this part. And Lena, an astronaut. Come on. Do you remember in that movie with Will Smith, Pursuit of Happiness? His wife said, "Oh, let me guess, you want to be an astronaut now?"
Did NASA not accept your internship or something, CT? Why you got beef with astronauts, dog?
I wouldn't even have applied to. Man, can you listen? You are a million times more likely to get accepted into Harvard than to become an astronaut.
Yeah, but
An astronaut. What type of crazy shit is this, man? You said cash flow. This is the land of opportunity. CT, this is the land of opportunity. Not when it comes to being an astronaut, man. There's been about 1 billion Americans born. Ain't no, man, you out of your goddamn mind, an astronaut. Come on, man. Y'all need to stop, man. Just stop it.
What?
I'm gonna head out, guys, man. Great chopping it over. Y'all have a good one.
All right. I've literally been on this platform in my scrubs. I do not work warehouse. The only time I ever worked anything close to warehouse was UPS, and I didn't really do warehouse work there.
Lena, how old was the girl in the school that said that?
That said what? That she wanted to be.
You said it was one girl who said she wanted to be an astronaut.
No girl wanted to. Nobody wanted to be an astronaut. That's what I'm saying. Now we did when they had the Black Museum of Black Spaces in History or whatever. It was a girl who was dressed as Mae Jemison. That was
cool. That's cool. That's nice.
She ain't gonna make it. I hate to be. I'm just as bad as you.
Yeah, I mean,
she's in a special ed class.
Yeah. Oh come on, man. That's even worse. I understand that. Come on, sweetheart, you can't be no astronaut. You got an IEP. Come on, now y'all need to stop it. She had an IEP talking about she wanted to be an astronaut.
She was in a class that don't move for real.
She was in what?
You know those classes where the kids go in and you don't see them to the class to the school let out,
like lunch or something. Yeah, no, Lena. I'm not trying to talk about anybody, but Lena, to be an astronaut, first of all, you got to be the best of the best pilot. You got to be smart. Not to say that most people aren't smart, but you can't just be somebody off the street, man.
My daughter was Rosa Parks though. She killed.
See, Rosa Parks is good.
She made the front. She won.
Yeah, but
that's Rosa Parks.
Yeah, but but that's a good thing that those kids don't aspire to be astronauts because they're going to get their little hearts broke when they get older.
What do you think about them being aspiring for? Like nobody says they broke their heart, but when you hear Black people say, "Oh, I'm gonna be an athlete and stuff," they be pushing it.
Hey, hey, look, man, the NFL has about 1,000 people playing in it right now.
More, okay.
About 3 years. That's very possible.
But even if they don't make it, to plan, they might be some type of
coach.
Yeah, coach. Yeah, something like that. Sports science, too, something like that. All right, kids, if you're watching this show, CT just killed y'all dreams.
Yeah, but not an astronaut. Not an astronaut. No.
Well, terrible.
Let's see for Black Moses. Did you hear this? Black Moses.
I missed it. I just popped in, man. I couldn't go the entire holiday season.
Mm-hmm.
Where's that echo? I'm having an echo.
Happy New Year.
She's looking on my end.
Happy New Year. I'm
Yo,
having some kind of echo.
A fresh cut. You starting the year out nice and right with a fresh cut.
Ivan, is it still an echo?
Hold on, let me do something. I don't know why I got this echo.
Well, go out and come back in. How about that? Yeah, no, Lena, I'm very positive, but I'm also very real. And one thing I can say is my dad, right? When I was a kid, I used to play basketball after school. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna be the next Muggsy, Muggsy Bogues, Muggsy Bogues. I'm like, I go between my legs. And my dad one day he came out and said, there's only about 300 current NBA players. And the average height back in the 90s was probably 6'4", 6'5". It's a little bit taller now. And he knew that wasn't going to be real tall. He said, you're not going to make it to the NBA. And it really hurt my heart. I was like, what? And I think that's some of the best advice ever, man, because it's very hard to make it to the NBA. And why focus on playing basketball after school when you can be studying? And which I did.
Yeah.
And so lying to a little 7-year-old that goes to Bethune-Cookman Elementary School in the hood, it's only, no. Lena, stop. No. Because it wastes their time. Like, imagine if your daughter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your daughter couldn't sing. And she's like, she just couldn't sing, right? Imagine she said, Mommy, I want to be the next Aretha Franklin. Lena, you would be like, even you would do that as a mother, like, because come on now. We're talking about
better do the J-Lo, get somebody sing for you.
talking about the greatest American singer of all time. And your daughter sounds like a cat being slaughtered in an alley. And respectfully, you gotta be real. Dreams are beautiful, but just to lie to somebody is the absurd thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
I never wanted to be a singer for a living, but I never forget I wanted to sing at a talent show.
Yeah.
And I can't sing. I may be black, but I have no rhythm. And the teacher said, baby, you didn't make it. It's like, maybe you should try something else. And that was my math teacher. She was in charge of that. And so this other teacher said, well, maybe you didn't make that. You ever thought about trying a writing contest? I did. And I won. And I did science. I came in 3rd place. Why don't you just try? Sometimes you have a dream of something that goes somewhere else. So sometimes failing and somebody tell you the truth or you going to fail, like, I wouldn't try it out. I found my other talents. But it made me feel like something like, oh, I came 3rd place in science fair and writing. And I wrote one time, like I was asking for money, you had to write your dreams and stuff for the scholarship. Yeah. And I won $3,000.
But Lena, don't you think, particularly with FBAs, do you think FBAs lie more to children? Or is that just people overall?
I do think FBAs lie more, and I'm gonna tell you why. And I think
How about this? You can answer real quick. Go ahead.
I think it's needed to a certain extent. Let's say life is ugly for a lot of FBAs and they can't make it. Let them enjoy the lie, or they might go a little further with the lie. Oh, thank you, Bobby. Thank you. You're so sweet.
Moses, are you good? Yeah, they would have fired me at that school later. I'd have told each and every last one of those kids, man, y'all ain't about to be no astronaut.
I think.
Yeah. Moses, can you hear me? Go ahead, Moses. Can you hear?
I can hear you, but there's a strange echo. I don't know what the settings are or what's going on.
You know what? Maybe,
but there's this delay and this echo. It's probably because I'm on the phone. I don't know what this is.
Let me see if I can fix it on my end. Oh yeah, it's not on my end. I've already reduced it. Go to your settings and go to the echo cancellation or something. I don't know. I'm not really good at tech.
Unfiltered, unadulterated hating, CT.
Dante.
And I'm explaining to you why. But go ahead.
How about this before you do? There's one thing about having dreams, but there's another thing about telling the damn truth.
I think that did it.
If the kids in the school didn't want to be astronauts, that is totally fine.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Moses. Can you hear me? I can hear you, man. If the kids in the school didn't want to be astronauts, I don't think any parent should have told them to become astronauts, because the probability is so astronomically impossible. They're never going to be astronauts. Now, they could be doctors, they could be nurses, they could be, but an astronaut. Hey, Mr. CT, I want to be an astronaut. Well, you ain't about to be one, because it's I would be just so harsh with it. And they're gonna be crying. Hey man, they're gonna be 6 years old crying. But
so this school, the teachers were telling the children to be astronauts?
Lena's gonna have to explain it to you, and then I'll. Yeah.
Okay.
I was just saddened by what kids wanted to be, and I said nobody wanted to be an astronaut. He laughed at me. He said I wouldn't tell those students that how rare it would be. It's only been like 300 something astronauts. The probability is less than them even becoming going in an NBA or a major league sports.
Well, I agree. I mean, in order to, if you reach high, you don't make the top rung of that ladder, but you make like the 10th from the top, you still up high. So let's say if you encourage a person that says, I want to be an astronaut, and they say, okay, I'm gonna be an astronaut. They start taking all their advanced classes, and they go get all the way through high school, and they start taking their courses in college. Okay, then they start failing and like, oh man, it doesn't look like I'm gonna be an astronaut. But they've developed a level of intelligence, they've developed a level of study to where now they can transfer that to, okay, well, I'm gonna just be an engineer then, or I'm gonna just be a scientist.
That's why I say reach for it.
Even though they might not make it all the way to being an astronaut because they're not a Freemason like all the rest of them, they can still be something else on a high level. So why would you? So why? Yeah, it could be a physicist. So you don't try to crush somebody's intellectual pursuits. Now, when it comes to singing and athletics and stuff like that, okay, that's just a purely physical talent. But everybody can develop their mind. So I wouldn't disapprove. I wouldn't tell no 6-year-olds don't try to be an astronaut. No, because that's going to give them the vision to say, okay, if I'm gonna be an astronaut, I got to be smart at math. So they're going to start doing what they need to do as far as taking math serious and get into the advanced classes. So, I don't agree with that. I don't think teaching people to aim for mediocrity is being realistic. No, you aim for the highest, and if you end up being mediocre, okay, that's what happens. But don't aim for mediocre. You aim for mediocre, then you're gonna be even below that.
What if you had a kid that says, "I want to be emperor of the universe"?
Okay, I mean, what about that, man? We're talking about astronauts.
I was asking.
I told you about. I don't know. I've never heard that. Like career day, I never seen anybody or heard about anybody pursuing to be emperor of the universe. So that's kind of like unrealistic for children to want to accomplish. Children usually want to accomplish things that they have seen, like professions that they've seen.
Real quick, let me read this. Ryan with the $10 super chat. Maybe Blatt should do more podcasts to bish about how oppressed they are while making money. God damn it. I don't know, Dante. I'm not.
Where's that coming from?
I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I'm just more practical.
I mean, but think about it. If you get let me tell you. Let me show you what I did.
I don't have any kids either, so maybe that's what
okay. Let me tell you what I did. So, I told you about my daughter wanting to be an architect, and my son wanted to be an engineer. But how did they get to that? How did they get to that point? One is in high school first year, and one is in 8th grade. So, I exposed them. I used to buy this company called KiwiCo.
Okay.
They send out these little engineering kits for children at age ranges appropriate to them, and they open it up and they put the stuff together. So there's whole blueprints and schematics and stuff for different little tools and different things that they can build that are really cool for kids. So And then for my daughter, I never bought her no doll houses. I had her build doll houses. So I
Yeah.
buy the little kits. She put them together and stuff like that. So after some period of time, she realized, oh, okay, she really likes it. So I opened up that that chamber in her mind and in his mind. I opened up those chambers for them to think on a higher level. So now they're not thinking about, oh, I just want to be just a regular this or that. They're shooting high. So like if one of them said, oh, I wanted to be an astronaut, okay, I'd buy them some little astronaut kits. And guess what? If they didn't make it to be an astronaut, cool. Their mind is already in the mode of engineering. It's already in the mode of physics and stuff. So they will go into one of those fields and they'll be successful. So I don't see the point in if it's a an intellectual pursuit. I don't think you should ever discourage somebody from pursuing something intellectual. If you have a kid, like my son, he's gonna be my size. I'm like 5'10", 5'9", 5'10", 175 pounds. If you tell me he wants to be an NFL center or lineman, okay, I'm gonna tell him, hey, you're not gonna be big enough. That's realistic. But any type of intellectual pursuit, you never want to discourage anybody on, especially a child, because they have the most malleability when it comes to their thought processes. The what is it called? The neuro plasticity is very has a lot of potential when they're young.
Give me 1 second. Hey Ryan, salute to you, man. Happy New Year. Thank you so much, man. With the extension, man. Positivity is definitely coming your way, guys. Give it up for Ryan with the extension, man. Salute to you, buddy. He says extend the show, and I will.
Thank you, Ryan.
Go ahead, guys. Thank you so much, Ryan. Go ahead, guys.
But
You
shout out to Marvelous. He said, no, Marvelous, you're not gonna see my body, so I lose some weight. That's why I'm gonna be in the chat and just donate, and I'm gonna start being on the panel every time. I'm not on here. I'm working out. Let's think that way. Let's think positive. After today.
yeah, what's your diet like? You trying to lose weight?
Yeah, I'm trying to increase my protein intake and vegetables, and I'm gonna
There you
stop
go.
eating like processed food and drink more water. I'm giving up pop, any type of juice, anything with calorie. I'm not even going. I like water, believe it or not, but I'm not gonna put. I never really drunk like those flavored waters that are 5 calories or 0 calories. I'm just drink straight water, no sugar. I'm giving away sugar. Period. They say sugar makes you hungry. Like it spikes it in your glucose and stuff. So I'm like, I'm gonna stay away from it.
That'll
Lena,
do it.
you guys are really good people. Um,
No, you sound like a teacher talking to the special need kids.
He's still trying
when
to
you
tell
when you
kids they
said
can't
the
be
kid
astronauts.
when you said the kid in special ed
Let's
had,
make sure.
it's nice that she was dressed like Macy Jameson. Trust me, that's very beautiful. But Lena, I don't think NASA, I don't think YouTube, that NASA or SpaceX is gonna have somebody with an IEP history on them goddamn rockets. I just don't see it. Not with no goddamn IEP. I just don't see it. I don't see
Okay,
it.
but is there? Can she work at NASA in any
Oh, without
capacity?
a doubt, without a doubt. Their
Okay.
floors need to be clean. I mean, let's be honest about it.
Well,
Yeah,
can
her
she
hands
work?
were made from mops.
She
Okay,
could be
but
an
can she
engineer
work at a
too.
higher capacity though?
Yeah, she could be an engineer.
Okay, so I'm saying, like,
Environmental.
right.
I
So
can
she can
say,
be she can be a part of it because there's a whole lot of people that work at NASA. I could work at NASA if I ever get sent to a job at NASA as an electrician. Doesn't mean I'm an astronaut, not, but it's still something. If you cap off what a person thinks they can do, then it really handicaps them.
You think
Seriously,
so?
because yeah, absolutely, I know so for a fact. I mean, it's a whole. I mean, look at the FBA. It's a whole. This is
you
one of the
gotta
reasons why I come
go.
on here is to try to increase the confidence of FBAs by telling people what we actually have accomplished in the past, in the
Yeah, go
recent
on.
past, so that we know we have that potential. Once you know you have the potential to do something, it opens up a chamber in your mind. Neuroplasticity is real.
So some people are limited no matter what you do. But I'm gonna give you a scenario. You will never believe this. I have an uncle. that was deemed slow. He was in the slow classes. My grandma cried, and she, did follow what they told her to do. He was slow. You talk to my uncle, he's not slow. He really just had a speech impairment. But he went and he got a master. Yeah, for real. He got a master's in psychology, and he graduated honors and went to med school. He's not a doctor.
Really?
He dropped out. Yeah, but he was
So do
deemed
I.
slow.
I
He
have an
went to
uncle the
Southern.
same
Did
way.
he end up getting, or did he end up receiving his or earning his medical degree?
No, he dropped out, but he did get his master's in psychology from Loyola, University of Loyola in Chicago.
Okay.
I have an uncle the same way. He was in slow classes in elementary school, and he became a licensed dentist, full blown licensed doctor dentist in my
My
family.
He didn't become an astronaut.
No, but that was never his
I
goal.
know. I'm just joking. I'm joking.
But you'd be surprised about what the mind can do.
Yeah, but not an astronaut. I mean, come on now, or a neurosurgeon. I mean, it's just some things, man. You can dream and dream and work. It's just certain things that the average person cannot do, like being a neurosurgeon.
But the average person is not going to want to be a neurosurgeon, though, correct?
Yes, but what Lena is
There's
saying,
only a small. If you go to a whole school full of kids and what you want to be, it's going to be a small percentage of them that are going to say
but what
neurosurgeons.
Lena
Why
is saying
discourage
that
them?
she was wondering why a lot of these girls weren't saying they wanted to be astronauts. And the thing, so there are adults that probably would encourage them to be astronauts or neurosurgeons,
Facts.
surgeons. And the truth of the matter is that these are just professions that 90 something percent of human beings cannot do. That's all I was, that's
Right. So we should only expect maybe 3 to 5% of the people to want to be that, but she saw 0%.
give
So
me one
that's the
second.
point that she's making.
Chris with the $5 super chat. This is a good subject. So what about the influencers to tell kids to rob banks and unalive people? How come we don't stop them? What? I don't know. Chris, you got
Well,
to
I
call.
mean, that's what I guess you're talking about the media. That's what people see growing up on television all the time, and there's no pushback against that. And that's literally anti our culture. That stuff didn't start till after integration. As a matter of fact, when you got as far as FBA girls go, they've always been known for being very good at chemistry and mathematics. If you go back before integration, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. You got all the home remedies and the cleaning products and the cleaning products, the home remedies, the things with the hair and all that. That requires a knowledge of chemistry. You can't just throw stuff together and it just works, bro. You have to have knowledge of chemistry. You have to. If you've never tried to do it, you've never done it yourself, so you don't know. But you absolutely have to have that knowledge, and that's what black women were known for um, back in the day. But see, they don't know that, so they don't have nothing to reach for. It's like when I talk about black men and all the things that we've done in this country, we don't know that, so we don't have nothing to reach for and understand and pull out of our epigenetics.
Lena, go ahead, Lena. Go ahead, Lena.
Just hand me my mop.
Yeah, yeah. You more than likely, you probably need to be encouraged to.
Just hand
And
me my
there's
mop.
nothing. And again, there's nothing. Go ahead.
Why would we not want the younger generations to be better than us?
What's wrong with cleaning?
A lot. There's nothing wrong with it, but when you get a certain age, okay, you don't have the the totality of the neuroplasticity in your mind is really not is not functioning like it was when you were a child. So you have a limited cap on what you can become if you're 40 plus. But a young generation of children, their cap is going to be way way higher. So why limit them based off of you wanting to pick up a mop? Okay, you might want to pick up a mop and just sit around. That's cool. But let's encourage the younger generation to do more.
Yeah, I don't want to encourage girls to like push mobs and stuff like that because it'll decrease the IQ level of the gene pool. You would want women to be like, oh, for real.
It's a fact. It's a fact. You know, and it would give them it would give them some confidence, and they would be just better people all around. Because black women are living at up to maybe about 5% of their potential, and that's going based off that's just in the last 70, 80 years. Remember, okay, so I don't know if y'all old enough to know your mothers and grandmothers and stuff like that back in the day. If you're black, they used to make their own clothes. Did they not?
Most people made their own clothes.
Yeah.
My grandma's sister used to make clothes out of flour sacks.
Thank you. I mean, they used to do everything on their own, and all these cleaning products and stuff that black people had. That was because black people created it. Chemists and stuff like that. They weren't looked at. No, being understanding chemistry and engineering and all that stuff wasn't looked at as some super genius thing that people look at it as now. It was looked at as normal. Oh, buddy down the road, no, he developed this formula for this. Miss Jenkins, she developed this formula, this cleaning product that we use now. They just said they might not have had the patents for it and everything, or the patents might have got rewritten that the people, they signed it away or whatever the case may be.
Can,
But
can I,
the high level of IQ and understanding and wisdom was normal with us just 70, 80 years ago. It ain't been that long. And everybody thinks we're retarded nowadays, but that's why I come on here to disprove that.
but Dante, I was when I was talking about the astronauts, I was talking about 99.9999999% of humanity. Or
Never go to space.
yeah, I get what you were saying. It sounds hot, but
I think
black women, because you mentioned black women, they weren't sitting around doing math problems in the 1910s. They were out in the fields working. And so were other groups of people. They were out there working. I saw a movie. It was a horror movie. It came out. I'm pretty sure, Lena, you've seen it. It was a horror movie. It came out, I think, in 2004. The movie is called Precious, starring starring Gabriel
That's what I
Sidibe.
like to highlight.
Hold on, just let me finish, please. Sir, let me finish. When I gotta say this. When I was a pro blackity black, I was so offended by Monique's character when she said, "Take your ass down to the welfare." But now that I'm older and seeing life for what it is, a lot of people need to take their ass down to the welfare. You telling the wrong people to be astronauts, buddy. It's not gonna, buddy. To me,
I'm not telling anybody to be an astronaut. What I'm saying is if somebody has that aspiration, not to try to crush their dream as a child. That's all I'm saying.
but they may need that. They may need
Well, they
somebody
don't
like
need that because guess what? If they want to be an astronaut, what kind of classes are they going to be taking?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That's a question.
Hold on for
What
a
kind
second.
of classes?
Lena, can you tell Moses what you tell? Go ahead, Lena.
What about the kids being astronaut?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah. We're gonna stay on this astronaut thing.
Let Lena tell Moses. Go ahead.
So we were talking about. I said the saddest thing was as a kids what they're gonna be, at the bus stop, and they 6, 7, and they wanted to be, internet influencers, dancers, shit like that type of stuff. And I was like, it's sad nobody want to be like doctors, lawyers, and astronauts. And he laughed at me. He said, "You just discovered that." The teacher conference. Yeah, my son want to be.
Yeah, they should have laughed at you too.
Let me ask you a question. You
Hold
ever
on,
think?
let Ivan finish, please, man. Please.
Yeah, they should have laughed at you because they have been so far removed from that reality. They just can't fathom it in their mind. They just don't see past that. They can't. And these kids nowadays are not given what we were given, and that's a thirst or a capacity to learn things like that. They don't have that anymore. You know, that went away it's almost 2 generations now. We're dealing with the crack grandbabies now. And they don't have the capacity. They don't have the capacity to want to learn astrophysics and rocket science. They don't see that in their reality. They just don't. Maybe one a breakthrough or something like that. But these kids only see what's in front of them, and that's mainly on their phones and mainly on TV or streaming TV. That's all they see. They don't have that capacity. We're far removed from that. These kids don't even like reading anymore. They don't. You have to have a thirst for it. It's almost got to be in you to have a capacity to actually want to learn. And these kids don't want to learn because to them it takes too long. All of that you tell them it's just going to take at least 7 to 8 years of college and then this all this after grad study just to be an astronaut. They can be like, please, I can make that much money on the block. Or chicks be like, shoot, I can go down to the local strip club. Or I can start an OnlyFans. Strip clubs are closing now. Strip clubs are closing because OnlyFans done took over. So now these chicks are like, shoot, if they find enough, they got little bodies, they'll jump on OnlyFans. You think these people want to be astronauts? Are you serious?
That's
come on now.
Multiple things, man. Number one, all that stuff is dead, bro. Hustling and gang banging and selling drugs. Nobody don't do that no more.
Go tell them that. Go tell them that.
They're not doing it, man. You only see that in the you only see that in the slums of the slums, man. Let's not take 1% of black people and try to apply it to everybody. That's probably half of 1%. That's just the slums of the slums.
1% is crazy.
It's probably less than that. It's probably less than that.
You got kids leaving suburban homes, good moms and dads, suburban homes, to go out and be gangster rappers and
no, they're not,
and dope boys. What do you mean? What reality are you in? What reality are you in?
In reality, you're living in what you see on the internet, man.
No, I'm not on the internet every day. I'm not on the internet every day. I go back to my old neighborhood and adjoining neighborhoods, and these kids don't have those astronaut dreams, bro. I'm not on the internet. Please don't get me confused with something.
But I'm talking about you're bringing up this stripping and drug dealing stuff. That is a very, 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 very small percentage of black people.
No, it's not.
It's small. It's so small that they really should be ignored. This ain't the 80s.
If you ignore them, you ignore almost half the youth, black youth, 25 and under.
Half of the youth are trying to go be drug dealers. So half of the youth
and under. 25 and under. If they're not drug dealers, they want to be rappers. They want to be hood influencers. Something in the vein, but far removed from freaking astronauts. Are you serious, man? Come on, man. You're gonna try to inject that, and I'm not trying to bring them down. This is just what they like. First, you have to like something, and these kids like that stuff.
The issue is the issue is the old people like you, man.
No, it's not, dude. No, it's not old people like me. Chaotic is like what? You're like almost 20 years younger than me. You're almost 20 years younger than me, right? And you feel the same way, dude. What are you talking about?
This is the same exact thing that old people were saying when I was in high school and college, when I was in my early 20s.
Because it was a reality and it's even more a reality now.
It's not. None of the people.
Yes, it is, dude.
None of the people that I know.
Go outside.
None of the people that I know.
Go outside. You sound like an internet dude.
I'm telling you,
you even go outside and see the reality around you.
Yes, I go outside,
and you're talking about it. And you just said it's the slums of the slums. That's an insult.
I have actual friends. I have actual black friends, man. And I'm telling you, all the people that I know, the gangsters and stuff like that, they died 20 years ago in the streets. They're dead. They're gone, or they're in prison.
Those gangsters did.
99% of the black men I know They all are working jobs. They have children, and they're continuing to try to
Those are
grow
the
in their
ones you
career.
know. Those
He's
are the
on
ones
That's
the
what
you
I'm
know.
saying.
unemployment rate
So
of black
where?
And
So
people.
where?
hey, salute to your homeboys and salute to them.
Okay. So
Salute to
where?
them.
Where are all of these gangsters and drug dealers and so? What do you? Where are they at?
Gangster, see, that's because you're
You
trying to
gotta go
minimize
to
it.
the. You
No,
gotta go to the
you're trying to
projects
minimize it to gangsters and drug dealers. We're talking about people that just love being in the streets. You can't tag them as gangsters and drug
in the
dealers,
streets
but they
doing what?
love being in the streets. They
Doing what?
love hanging out. They love doing whatever kind of content they can make, fighting content, shooting content. Drug
Bro, you
dealers,
don't.
dude. You just gonna
You
say
can't
drug
make a
dealers and
living.
gangsters? You don't even.
Everybody
Those
can't make
words
a
are
living.
passe now.
Everybody
Those
can't
words
make a
are
living off
passe
of that.
now. You're older. You got to be older than me saying
So
gangsters
you
and
think
drug
people
dealers.
are making
These guys call
livings?
themselves what do they call them? Drills, spinning a block.
You
All
see
of
how
that.
much?
before-
You see how many
We're
hours
talking
a
about
day?
suburban kids.
Hold on.
Dante, Moses, before you finish, Moses, I was explaining to Lena. I said you would be doing a kid a disservice if you sold them to be an astronaut, because there's only been 300 astronauts. I'm not saying that you shouldn't, but telling some little inner city, she was wondering why there's a school in Chicago, inner city black school, Macy Jamison High School. Macy Jamison is the first black astronaut. She was wondering why the little girls did not say they wanted to be astronauts. And I said, you shouldn't even worry about that because it's not even realistic any damn way. So if they said they wanted to be TikTok stars, hey man, shit, hey, you direct them to that way, because more than likely that's the better option than going into some field and getting your heart crushed. I saw a lot of this in college, man. I saw a lot of kids. They were really good in high school because they were lied to about being like a neurosurgeon. They get to college, they go to some state college. They can't even pass the chemistry and math at a state college, let alone get into a medical program that will get you into a neurosurgeon program. So I saw a lot of people who got their hearts broke. You even told the story about your sister's friend that went into the medical field and just couldn't make it. Man, a lot of kids,
had a nervous breakdown, went crazy, ended up on the streets.
I've seen a lot of that too, man. So that's what I was saying earlier. Hey, Stanley, you got to get on camera, bro. So that's what I was saying earlier, man. I was saying that, man, there have been about 1 billion Americans born since 1776. Bro, there's only been 300 fucking astronauts. Bro, that's astronomically insane to even suggest that to a kid. Go ahead.
Let me ask you this, Chaotic. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Let me just ask you this. Have the incarcerated populations increased or decreased for young blacks?
Decreased.
I don't know.
Where's the proof? You got to bring me proof. Don't just say it. Bring me proof.
Bro.
See, when you just start throwing stuff out, you got to show me proof. Because right now on all over Facebook, you go over any social media and you see all these prison videos, guys talking about do this when you go to prison, don't do this. They're telling kids, hey, don't go, stay free. And these kids are still going.
Go ahead and Google it, man.
No, just give me proof.
Okay.
That the incarcerated population for young blacks have decreased.
Okay.
Nationwide, across the board.
I think CT's looking it up. It's decreased.
Damn, Dante, minimizing black death and degeneracy.
And this is the problem, because you do it sometimes, CT. You do it yourself, and I'll be like, why does he do that? You'll say something like, why isn't there any black shipbuilders or black construction skyscraper builders? Black folks, it ain't a bunch of black folks that's interested in that. They're just not. It's not that they can't do it. They're not just in it. You might have a black person that want to open up a little grocery store or a garage or something like that, an auto mechanic. But everybody's not trying to be this construction person that builds these skyscrapers or wanting to be ship magnates and they're black. If that was the case, they would have did it in Africa years ago, centuries ago, and it never happened. Why? Because they just didn't have the thought and they didn't have the interest.
We
That's
did
what
it
it
in
is.
America.
Dante doesn't believe that.
Okay.
He believes
Don't believe what?
he believes.
Let's
Mike.
go back to the astronaut thing.
He believes that. He believes
No,
that.
let's go back to the population.
Moses. He believes that they had already been here in the Americas.
Okay.
DT, can you Google that? Can you Google that? Because the amount of blacks have decreased in
Do you
prisons. Can you
believe?
go ahead and Google that?
Do you believe?
I can't pull that
possibly
up on my phone.
Dante and
Or Black Measy, why don't you
Moses
just
and
Google
Jeff.
it? Just Google it. It's on
That's
there.
right. That's right. Do you think it's possible that they were apprehensive, to succeed? In other words, they felt like they couldn't do it, like they didn't have the confidence
Who?
to do it. Because you have to have confidence. You have to have.
Who are you talking about, Mike?
Talking about black people to excel with battleships and spaceships. Do you think that they possibly, allegedly, lacked the confidence to actually go for it? Because somebody has to go for it. So
Hey, Mike, nobody
Yes,
no
think
black
so.
person has attempted that since Marcus Garvey with the Black Star Line. Nobody.
But
Nobody.
I guess the overall.
Let me ask,
thing
but
Bro, you don't know
Mike,
that.
Mike. I guess the overall thing.
You don't
is-
know
Show it
who's
to me.
attempted.
Show it to
I
me.
guess the overall.
Show it to me.
I guess the overall thing is that there is a level of realistic goals and just talking shit. Encouraging a whole bunch of kids in an inner city school or any school for that matter, bro, they're not gonna be astronauts, man. And it's when you get older, man. These are just things that you're gonna just have to come to terms with. Dante, those girls at that school with Lena, I'm glad that none of those girls said they wanted to be astronauts. Here goes Lena. I love her to death. She said, "Well, how come some of the girls didn't say they want to be astronauts?" There's only been about 4 black female astronauts and maybe 50 altogether. It's impossible, Dante. Why lie to those little girls? Why? Dante, why lie to them? Why not say, why don't you start a cleaning service?
Well, CT aspirations are admirable. To have
So
aspirations,
if they start a
but to
cleaning
give
service,
people-
what would be the purpose of going to school?
But CT, to give people false hope
educated.
is wrong. Give
Educated for
people
what?
false hope is wrong.
Clean?
Yeah.
You get
Okay.
educated to clean? Learn math to clean? Well, what would be the purpose of going to school then? If
Sir,
you're going to
there
tell
are
them to start a
astronauts.
cleaning service.
Sir, there are astronauts that make. I mean, there are people who start cleaning companies that make way more money than astronauts.
That's fine, but what would be the purpose of telling somebody that that's
Get
going to
educated.
school?
Get educated, because I will admit a college
Bro.
education does cultivate your personality. To me, it makes you a better person. It makes your communication skills better. It makes your networking skills better. Bro, I'm telling you, it does make you better as a person. There's nothing wrong with saying, "Sweetheart, I don't know if you can be an astronaut. That's very difficult. That takes an extensive amount of studying. Are you willing to dedicate your life to mathematics, science, aeronautics?" It just takes.
Now, if they say yes, then what do you say?
Me personally,
I just don't believe you can do it.
me personally, knowing who I am now, I would say, "Sweetheart, you may want to shoot for being a mathematician, a scientist, but an astronaut, there's only been about 300 out of 1 billion Americans ever born. It's not likely to happen."
Okay, so you would tell that to an elementary school student.
Yes, in a heartbeat.
Okay, so if they wanted to be an astronaut and you tell them they have to take math and science very, very seriously, and they say, "I'll do that," and they start doing it, and you see them doing that throughout their middle school and high school life, would you come back to them and be like, "Hey, you're still not going to be an astronaut"?
Dante, how many astronauts have there been?
You said it, 300.
Dante, what would happen if somebody all their life they wanted to be an astronaut and they didn't make it? Bro, that'll devastate somebody.
Yeah, it's soul crushing. It's soul crushing.
No, it's not soul. It's not soul crushing because everybody comes to that realization when they get to a certain age that they're not going to be what it is that they were looking to be.
I think
if you're aspiring to be that, then you're on the path to being something.
Sure.
You didn't. I know you didn't want to grow up and want to be a YouTube
you could say a
content
rose
creator
on a
and
rose,
be
but the
on
whole
it, be
thing
on
is
the
that
internet 10, 12 hours a day. I know that's
there
not
are
what you
certain
wanted.
people that are
But
not
it's
built for
better
that.
to be a mature mind, to be an adult and say, okay, I'm gonna have to tweak some things. I'm gonna have to go a different direction than what I thought,
Listen, delusion,
than to crush a child's dreams.
I know, but delusion
But
is
brother,
what drives
there's
people
been
crazy. Like delusion, so CT's right. So listen, if they're not built for it, you have to let them know you're not built for this, hun. You're not built
How
for
do
this.
you know? How do you know what a 7-year-old's built for?
Because you can tell by patterns of behavior, by intellect, by IQ level. To be an astronaut, you are literally a genius. You're a rocket scientist. You're a genius. And there's only a 300 or so to ever walk the earth. So to tell your child, you'll be an astronaut, you're giving them false hopes of failure if they're not on the level to make it. What do you think?
So crush their dreams early when they're still developing, as
No,
opposed
not
to
crushing their dreams, but don't mislead your children. Listen, a child can be happy and work for the city. A child can be happy and be a garbage collector and still have a great living. Not everyone is going to be an astronaut. That's what CT is trying to say.
right,
So
but
stop
not
faking the
everyone
funk.
wants to be
Stop
one.
faking the funk, man. Because
But
listen,
not everybody wants to be one. There's only in a whole grade level, there might be one or
yeah,
two people that say I want to be an astronaut. And CT says no, tell them that they're not going to be an astronaut. Those 2 people out of 300.
brother, listen to me. Listen to me. It's not about race. It's about
I said people. It ain't about race. People, period.
brother,
intelligence.
brother. There have been millions of podcasters and people who've gotten on the computer. This is a dime a dozen what I'm doing. But an astronaut, Come on, man. Come on, brother. I didn't say that the black kid couldn't be a doctor. I didn't say that the black kid couldn't be a structural engineer. But an astronaut, Dante, an astronaut.
But
Wait.
you're not,
You
but
said
you're
a
not
doctor.
you're not
Dante,
understanding
said
the
a-
psychology. You're
You
not
said a
understanding the
doctor like that's a
psychology.
walk in the park.
Dante,
You-
they're putting a human being on a $1 billion
Y'all not understanding
spaceship.
the psychology of
You
what
have
I'm
to be
talking about. So
literally like a genius to get on that spaceship. A genius.
Real quick.
nobody knows
Moses,
the
can you tell?
requirements to be an astronaut.
How
None
about
of
this?
y'all know the requirements to be an
Moses, how
astronaut.
about this? Can you briefly tell Dante the story of your sister's friend? Just briefly.
Yes. My older sister, she had a friend, a childhood friend. She grew up in the neighborhood. Her name was Sylvia. Biracial. She was biracial. Sylvia was very smart. Always celebrated in school. She's always on A honor roll. Her parents put it in her mind that she's going to be a doctor, right? They put it in her mind. So when she graduated from school, that's what she pursued. She went to college and it was to be a doctor. Somewhere down the line, during her initial studies as a doctor, and I remember my sister telling me this, it got so bad and so hard for her, she had a nervous breakdown. And when her parents passed away and there was nobody else there, she actually was so out of it, she actually ended up being homeless. I saw her when I started working downtown. I saw her and I said, man, there goes Sylvia. And she came up to me. She had these books in her hand and she was talking all this wild stuff. She said, oh, how's my sister? She said, oh, how's she doing? I said, she doing good. How you doing? See, I'm doing good. And it threw me off just to see her like that, because the last thing I knew is I thought she was somewhere being a doctor, or at least a nurse. That's how long it had been. And I called my sister. I said, hey, I just seen Sylvia down here. My sister said, yeah, she's not doing too good. She had a nervous breakdown a long time ago. And I saw her too. When she came, I saw while she was walking across, because my sister worked downtown. And she said she saw her walking across the city hall building. And she came and talked and said she was talking all this conspiracy stuff. And I was like, whoa. And she had these books, because what had been happening is she had been going to the library and stealing books. So she had this cluster of books in her hand. They found her, last thing I heard, they found her downtown homeless. She had passed away. They found her downtown. Everybody thought she was going to be this big doctor. This, she was so smart, and got in it, had a nervous breakdown. And that's just, and like CT was saying, hey, tell them they can be a doctor. That's a large feat. That's a large feat for anybody. The study and focus and concentrate, especially if you're trying to be a surgeon, let alone just a run-of-the-mill foot doctor, whatever, But she tried it. She had a nervous breakdown. Oh, no. In between that, when I went over to the neighborhood, we was in the neighborhood because we still had that house, and we saw her. This was before her parents had passed, or I think it was her dad that passed last. And my dad said, hey, Sylvia, I remember you used to come to my candy store and take stuff. She broke down crying. No. This woman was in her, what was it, they were in their 30s, late 20s or 30s then. And I remember he was joking with her. Yeah, I remember you, Sylvia, used to come to my candy store and steal my candy. And she just had no, I didn't. No, you don't know what they did to me. You don't know what they did to me. Just from that. And we was looking at each other like, whoa, what the fuck is going on with her? She was gone. So when her dad passed, she couldn't even stay in the house anymore. The house was gone. I don't know what happened with that house. She ended up homeless downtown until her passing. And it started with the heavy expectations that was put on her by her parents. She had went to college, and sometime around college, after college, when it was time for her to get into those studies, she went berserk. So when you put this, some people show intelligence, kids, it don't matter what color, kids, they show a capacity to learn or a capacity to want to learn knowledge. But sooner or later, if it's not meant for that, it can be too much for some, because the line between genius and insanity is very thin. It's very thin.
Very thin line.
If you're trying to convince a kid that's minimal at best, he's average at best, but he says, "Oh, I'm an astronaut."
Yeah, you're right. No, you're right.
Now, I won't douse his dreams, but I'll say, hey, that takes a lot of work, hard work. You got to be focused and concentrated, and you got to do your schoolwork. You got to do your studies. That's all I will tell them, especially when they're young and impressionable. I won't just tell them, hey, why don't you try this? I'll just let them know there's work to be done. That's just not like you could be a mailman. You know what I'm saying? We're talking high level studies, astrophysics. Most astronauts are engineers. They're engineers out of school. Yeah. They're engineers. So first, you at least got to get your basic engineering degree to even be qualified to be taken into a program that trains astronauts. You got to be accepted for that, to be accepted by NASA. And now you may be able to be an astronaut with Blue Space or Elon Musk company, because it seems like they just taking people that applies, But when you want to go with NASA, you first have to have an engineering degree. And that's working. Just an engineering undergrad degree. That's work. That's work. The math itself will blow some people's minds. So how you got these delusional people in this chat saying some of this stuff? Oh, I agree with him. Okay, go ahead.
Well,
go ahead and agree
with
him.
Let me read the super chat real quick. Dante, let me read the super chat real quick. CKJ with the $5 super chat. The key is to put your children in a position to be successful. Stop speaking on things that many have failed to do. Go ahead, Dante.
That's the approach that you should have. You let them know what the work is that they need to do. You don't tell them that they can't do it. That's my disagreement I have with CT. He's talking about telling them, oh, they can't do it. No,
hold on, Dante, hold on. Stanley Cross, you're a sissy, and I know it. Okay, I see you in the chat. You're a sissy, Stanley Cross, and I know it. Now, I've talked to you before. I've gotten on your ass before. You're a real sissy, and I know it. Happy New Year, butt boy. Now, go ahead, Dante.
Come on, man.
I actually got to meet.
Yeah. Happy New Year to everybody. I wish you happiness,
Happy New Year.
love, peace, prosperity. Everybody, the dumbasses, the butt boys, the carpet munchers. I wish you all a happy New Year.
I got to meet. I actually got to meet an astronaut, and at Little Creek Base in Virginia Beach. I got to meet Johnny Kim. Johnny Kim is an astronaut. He was a Navy SEAL, and he was also a doctor. He graduated from Harvard, and I got to meet him. These are the most intelligent. Look up Johnny Kim, CT. Johnny Kim he's Korean, and he was a Navy SEAL, and he become a doctor, and then he became a astronaut.
Oh, he's my age.
Talk about he's 41 years old.
Yeah, he's 40. Yeah.
Yeah. Talk about achievement. But these people are so highly educated. I can't explain it. He's probably got 160 IQ. He's like, but the whole thing is this. What Moses and CT are alluding to, and Dante, you're not getting this. Don't mislead people thinking they have delusions of grandeur. There are some people not built for certain careers.
Yeah,
that's all on, because if you gaslight them, they're
We
going to
all
fail.
understand that.
Does that make
But
sense? They're
here's
going to
the
fail
point,
miserably.
that this is everybody understands that.
Yeah.
We're not talking about grabbing kids by the arm and telling them you're going to be a doctor, you're going to be an astronaut, and you have to do this. No, we're saying people who have their own, out of their own inspiration, says, I want to be an astronaut. It's only going to be like 1 out of 500 that you're going to find that's going to say that.
500.
You tell them,
Million.
I'm talking about that's going to say that as a child.
Yeah.
You're going to
listen. I live in Virginia Beach, right? I actually work on Langley Air Force Base, okay, where NASA does training. To be an astronaut, you are literally 1 in 300, 400 people out of billions of people. You are literally the smartest person to walk the earth, to be able to navigate that ship. All I'm trying to say is that we need to stop overinflating people that are never going to achieve that. Look, listen. I love when I would tell my kids when they were little, Santa Claus is real. Okay? Santa Claus is real. The tooth fairy is real. It's not real. It's time for us in this new age to stop gaslighting and stop feeding people's heads with nonsense. What do you gentlemen think?
Well, I was trying to tell you what I thought, and you just interrupted me. You told me the exact same thing that you just said.
I'm just trying to get my
yeah, you said that 3 or 4 times, but the point I'm making is we're not talking about gaslighting the children. We're talking about there's only a small percent of kids that are ever going to say I want to be an astronaut to begin with. So if they say that, what you tell them is you explain how much work they need to do and the direction that they need to go in, as far as their scholastic career, and then it's on them to follow that path. If they're your children, then you try to help guide them. Now, it's just like all of us who wanted to play in the NBA and play in the NFL. We got to a certain age in middle school and especially in high school, you realize you ain't gonna get there. You realize the people that are playing are way better than you, and you're never gonna make it to the NBA. It don't cause nobody to get into no nervous breakdowns. There's
Okay,
a
Dante,
whole
I'm sorry,
lot of
but
other factors that
I'm
go
sorry to
into
cut you
that
off.
woman having a
Going to
nervous
space
breakdown.
is not shooting a basketball. Going to space is not shooting a basketball.
I know it's not, but it's still
Two
an
different things.
aspiration. It's still an
You don't need a
aspiration
double
that people
master's degree and a
have.
PhD to go to
And
play basketball.
when you figure out that if you figure out, oh, I'm not going to be an astronaut, it's not going to break you down any more than all the people that think they're going to be in the NBA when they're in elementary school, because they get to a certain age and you're like, man, I don't even want to take these classes. I don't like physics. I don't like, then they'll realize, okay, well, let me be something else. But while they're young, you don't want to break their confidence while they're young. Life itself is going to lead them in the direction that they're built for. If they're only built for, hey, go into the trades to be a carpenter, cool. When they get in high school and they realize I don't like all this math, I'm gonna go they're gonna come to you and say, hey, I want to be I'm gonna go be a carpenter. They're not gonna have no nervous breakdown, man. That stuff is very rare, and it happens for a whole multitude of different reasons. A lot of times it has to do with drugs. So, but as a child, you try to guide them. If they tell you want to do something, give them the resources that they need to do it, and find out if they actually are interested in it. That's what you do. Send them to some camps, some math camps and stuff like that. If they really about that, then they're gonna like it and they're gonna keep wanting to do it. And you just keep promoting that until they say, okay, well, you know what, I don't really want to be an astronaut anymore because I don't want to be in school that long. But I saw this opening at NASA for this engineer. I'm gonna try to be as an engineer in NASA. And a lot of people can do that. Or another or an Air Force base or something like that. But you don't put a cap on a 6-year-old's mind on what they can do. It's crazy. We tell kids to read books about all this fantasy stuff, and then we want to cap their imagination on what they can do in life. That's crazy, man.
Hey, CT, when you were watching Star Trek as a youngster, did that influence you to want to be an astronaut? And what happened to where your mind left from sailing the stars to being to having a sociology degree? What changed what changed?
And then what changed
that
from that to being a
phase?
YouTuber?
Just a question. Not trying to bust your balls here. Just a question. somewhere between you watching Captain Kirk and Spock and all that, and sooner or later you got to a point like, yeah, let me go ahead. Let me go ahead and get a degree so I could be a welfare technologist.
If Captain Kirk said take the helm, would you take the helm and fly the Enterprise? Would you fly it?
If I had a good pilot who could chart the stars. To answer your question, Black Moses, I was smart. Hold on, Mike. I was smart, but not that smart. Right? Yes, watching Star Trek, it did. I was already smart. My dad introduced me to astronomy, and as a kid, I remember the first book that he gave me and my brother. And we read up on the solar system. We learned about the planets in the solar system. We learned about asteroids. We learned about just so many different awesome things about astronomy. And on top of that, I was a big Star Trek fan and big Cosmos fan. And I did good at math. I did absolutely good. I did when it came to taking the state proficiency test at the time. It's called the OGT now. I was one of the only kids in my junior high school to pass the mathematics portion because I took math seriously. At least I thought I took it seriously until I got to college. My college did not have an engineering program, which was one of the first mistakes, right? Now I didn't want to be an engineer when I got into college. Actually, I was really undecided as to what I wanted to do. So I decided to take mathematics. I said, "Oh hell no," because that was a different type of math. It was too rigorous, and I didn't have the discipline. It wasn't for me. It just wasn't for me. I had started partying, and I got a little bit kind of, popular, which is not important at all. And I just didn't study. And what it really boils down to is I hadn't really studied ever compared to the type of load that it actually takes. So this is just a state college. I couldn't imagine doing mathematical assignments at a real college, like an MIT, which I wanted to go when I was a kid, but an MIT, something of that magnitude. And that's what. And
how challenging was it to obtain a degree in Afro-American studies?
It wasn't challenging at all. It wasn't challenging at all, man. But the realistic, realistically, if you want to get into a field that requires mathematics, right, you have to have actually had grown up in, I mean, hour upon hour upon hour of studying as even a child. That's why a lot of people don't make it in mathematics or fields that deal with mathematics. Yeah, you think you may know math, but when you actually are in a classroom where, and I'm talking about at a collegiate level, and the amount of work, the amount of detail, the amount of formulas, the amount of time, the workload is too much. TOO. And a lot of people won't admit this. Yeah, Dante's a good guy, man. He's a great guy.
He's optimistic.
He's optimistic
at best.
But
yeah,
I'm just
he's
being
optimistic.
realistic here. This is why a lot of people who they go for nursing, they may be great when it comes to certain things, right? As an LPN, but they can never pass the RN portion. They can never pass the test to become an RN, which it's not even that complicated to be an RN. I mean, there's a lot of RNs. It's the math, it's the chemistry, it's the actual science. And when you are not really dedicated to it, it's not going to work out. So that's why,
well, ain't Lena's a nurse?
I don't know what Lena is. I know she's in the medical field. I don't. Is she? I don't want to speak for her.
She's a CNA. She's a CNA. Let's not sugarcoat it. You tried to say the medical. You said the medical field. Okay, she's a CNA. come back, Lena, and just
So it's even like law. I've known a lot of people who failed out of law, and people who they can form a sentence. They can extrapolate, but when it comes to logic and induction and deduction, they just can't master it. And so that's why you see a lot of burnouts in law school. Like, people who are second year, they burn out. And so when I hear Dante talk about you can be an astronaut, if a kid says they want to be an astronaut, they are already behind the curve anyway. I mean, it's just, first of all, we've only had a few hundred. And then the people who became astronauts, you can look up their background. Where did they go to school? Did they grow up in preparatory school? Did they grow up? Did they go to the best private schools? Did they immerse themselves in math? A lot of those kids grew up in homes where all they did is math. Science.
You pretty much got to be a phenom. You pretty much have to be a phenom.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, I thought I was good at math until I got in that class. I said, "Oh, hell no! Oh."
You didn't want to apply yourself. You dropped the class, right?
Yeah, I did.
And you ended up enrolling in what? Civil Rights 101? That's what you did? Yeah.
But Moses.
Where you at, Dante? Here's a perfect example. Man.
But Moses, a lot of people, but you know what I had growing up? I was always funny. I was always funny. I was always witty. I was always able to be a part of the herd, but be heard by the higher ups, which would be teachers. Teachers always, CT, what do you think about this? So I'm applying those same skills to content creation. But here goes the thing. Anybody can turn the camera on and get to doing what I'm doing. But everybody can't be in certain fields, man. And I get what he's saying, man. He's a good guy, man. And he's an optimistic guy. But he's deluding himself by believing this, because if it were true, when you walk into these buildings on any college campus, you'd see blacks, you'd see a lot of whites, but you mostly see Asians and Indians, because they grow up in that shit. I have a friend, I haven't talked to him in 20 years. Man, I remember we were in an engineering program. He's an Indian dude. I looked him up on LinkedIn about 2 or 3 years ago. He's actually in his field that we were talking about when we were teenagers. He was in, he's like a computer. He's not just a computer programmer, but he actually, it's like he's actually doing the actual programming. Like he actually, whatever it is, it's real complex, but he had the brain. When I used to hang out with him, 30 minutes, and then his parents were like, well, he has to get back to math. Yeah. And you can, me, when I was studying math, I went for tutoring on the weekend. Hey, mom, dad, I'm gonna study math. And I did it for like an hour. Man, you gotta live that shit, bro. I mean, when you get home from school,
you really
6,
do. Your
7
environment.
hours. And so
your environment has to be conducive to that. And most young blacks environments aren't conducive.
And even just the brain itself, man. You know, Richard, are you familiar with Richard Feynman?
Feynman. Did you say Feynman?
Yeah, Feynman. Yeah. People said, "Man, you're a genius." He said, "I was never really a genius. I just studied. I immersed myself into studying mathematics, or physics." Man, you got to be dedicated, man, and on top of intelligence. A lot of these, most people just don't have it, just genetically or biologically speaking. So Dante's a good. Go ahead.
And let me throw in something. There.
Yeah.
Your environment has to make things like that, like math and science. Your environment has to make those things fun. And most environments, as far as inner city, black environments, things like that, aren't the fun things. They're not. Studying math and science, building robots, creating new mathematical equations, that's fun to those environments. That's enjoyable to them. They're not sitting up, man, oh, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do this. An environment is created to where things like that are like fun and games. And I just want to know, was your environment like that, Dante? Was yours chaotic to a certain point? I know mine's was, you better do your homework. It don't matter what the homework was, you better do your homework. But my parents, for the most part, didn't join in on me when I was doing homework and try to make something I was learning that was kind of outside the box in school fun. It was about reading, writing, arithmetic. You better go do that homework, and you better come home with good grades, regardless of what the class were.
So because
those environments, those Middle Eastern, Indian, even African, even some African cultures, they make that kind of learning, math, science, what do they call it, STEMs, all that STEM stuff, they make it fun from the beginning to where it's like fun and games for them, to where like us, it's like work. It's like work that's boring and we don't want to do it. Right. We don't want to do the boring stuff that when we grow up, it can make us successful, more successful than average.
Moses, even what you're saying, but even what
y'all mean you mean you, Moses.
But even
what would say us, because that's not true.
It just means the whole
you want the young generation to be as sorry as you are. That's the problem. Y'all want the young generation to be as sorry as y'all.
This is the thing. It ain't got nothing to do with being sorry. It's the environment. These environments still exist, and they are the main environments within it. Just look at some of these mamas didn't even graduate school. So how you think they care if the kids graduate from school and do their work? What are you talking about? Sorry, dude. What you talking about? I have a good life.
None of that. But because you didn't accomplish what you wanted to, you want to project on everybody else.
Yes, I did.
Can I say
what did you want? What did you want to be when you were in elementary school? What did you want to be?
Can I say something real quick?
In elementary, all I wanted to be in elementary school. Wait. In elementary school, I wanted to be a football player. I was an athlete all through school and when I went to college. But once I got to college and all I wanted to do was be a pretty good businessman. And I think I've done pretty good as far as business and jobs that I've had.
I'm pretty much living how I want to live. Football player when you're in elementary school? Did people
hold on, guys?
Nothing. Nobody discouraged me from being a.
Please, guys, please, Dante.
So why would you discourage somebody else if nobody discouraged you?
Dante, can I talk?
CT. Did anybody discourage you?
May I talk on my show, please?
Dante, let CT talk.
I created,
please.
Dante, you are not wrong. However, you are not right. There's a school, CKJ, he's in the chat. He can tell you about this school. It's called Case Western Reserve University. It is one of the best. They call it the Harvard of the Midwest. Do you know how many kids that I knew growing up who applied for Harvard, who applied for Yale, who applied for Ivy Leagues. They could only get into Case Western, and they cried about that. They grew up in the same type of stuff that Black Moses is talking about. Their parents catered to their environment. They had all the math. Math was fun. But this is like the NFL. Yes, you might be talented, but you are not that talented. These things actually exist. Even if you are super smart, you just didn't make the league, man. You just didn't make it. Sorry, bro. Everybody's not gonna be an astronaut.
So we went from talking about children in
you
elementary
didn't even
school
let
to
me
college.
finish. Brother, do you know right now? I don't know if you know this about the mathematical field. Do you know you are considered a failure in the mathematical field if you don't get the fucking Fields Medal? Do you know what the Fields Medal is, Dante?
No, I don't. But what does that have to do with the elementary school?
Fields Medal is the highest mathematical award on it is the highest mathematical award you can achieve. Questa Powder knows what I'm talking about. Do you know in certain fields in mathematics, you are deemed as a failure if you don't produce a mathematical equation or something that pretty much puts you in the history of all the mathematicians? Do you know they talk about this kind of shit? Man, I never got the Fields Medal, man. Do you know people go into depression about this kind of stuff? Bro, I'm telling you, man, there are.
What does it have to do with a 6-year-old? See, you're not talking about what I'm talking. You're changing the subject, man. The subject was about elementary school students at the bus stop, not about college people in the Fields Medal.
The Grace movement. We're the Grace.
Are you an astronaut? Are you an astronaut?
We're talking about two different things.
Well,
no, I'm not an astronaut. I never wanted to be an astronaut.
What are you doing now?
I'm an
electrician. Did you meet your goals and your dreams?
No, I didn't. No, I wanted to be a basketball player.
So why is that? Why didn't you reach your hopes?
I wanted to be a basketball player, but like everybody else, it came to a point where, I'm not tall enough, I'm not good enough, and I did something else in life. It didn't cause me a nervous breakdown. But why would somebody tell me as a 7-year-old, oh, you can never be a basketball player? Why would somebody tell me that? What would that do to me?
Telling you reality. You ended up not being a basketball player. You didn't have a jump shot.
Yeah, but what does that do? Well, but what does that do for the mind? Did somebody nobody told you that about football, did it? Did they?
No.
Okay then. No. And you turned out okay. You didn't make it because you weren't good enough and you went into something else. But why would you crush somebody's dreams as a child and tell them, well, no, I don't think you can do that. You tell them how much work it takes to get there. And if they're your children, you do what you can to get them there, and they will find out by themselves if they can make it or not. It's not on you to tell a 8-year-old that he's not smart enough to be an astronaut.
If a kid, if I'm telling you that there are kids who grew up on the same path as what Moses is talking about, their parents made mathematics fun. They were putting the robots together. All they wanted was to go to Harvard. I'm going to go to Harvard at 6. Oh, honey, you can go to Harvard. You're on the right path. And I just told you when they got accepted into Case Western, which is a premier private school, they were crying and I know many of my own peers, man. What I'm saying is that kind of shit hurts people.
So how would it have hurt them if their mother told them, I don't think you're smart enough to go to Harvard. You should just go get a cleaning service. What would that have done to a child, man? Think about what you're saying, dude. You just said their mothers encouraged them and said they could go to Harvard. So at least they got to the premier private school with that confidence that their parents instilled into them. At least they got there, though.
Wait a minute.
If their mother told them they should have created a cleaning service, they might have never ever even gotten to the college.
So Dante, a kid comes up to you and says, I want to be an astronaut. So you're going to tell him, hey, are you going to tell him? What are you going to tell him? Huh? Are you going to tell him, hey, you can be an astronaut? What you going to tell him, Dante? You see it for yourself.
I'll tell you exactly what I'm going to tell him. I'll tell him, if you want to be an astronaut, do you like math? Do you like math? Do you like physics? That's the first question. Now,
what is that?
Okay, but you're gonna have. Okay, what I want you to. Okay, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you what I want you to do. What I want you to do is go to YouTube, and I want you to type in how to become an astronaut and all the classes and different things that you have to go through. And look at that and come back to me and tell me if you're willing to go through those things. That's the way you talk to children.
Hold on.
Dante.
God, do you
I
have
don't have any
children?
kids.
Wait,
Meezy,
hold
do
on.
you have kids? Do you have kids, Meezy?
Hold on.
Because I guarantee
I have
you,
grown
he
kids.
didn't.
I have grown.
I
I have adults.
guarantee
I don't
you,
have
he ain't
children
never. I
anymore. I have
guarantee you,
adults.
Meezy. I guarantee you, he ain't
I
never
have
discouraged his
adult
kids.
children, and they are fine living on
And
their
I
own, doing
guarantee,
their
and
own
you
thing.
ain't, and what they
Hold
wanted to
on.
do. Did you ever discourage them from what they wanted to do? But you want to try to
No.
tell people to.
No.
Oh, exactly.
No, hold on.
What are y'all talking about?
Chat GPT. Let me tell you, Chat GPT. What
Ain't
are the
none of y'all discourage
qualifications?
y'all own children,
Chat
but you want to get
GPT.
on here and talk about you should discourage FBA kids on the bus stop.
What are the
from doing something.
qualifications? What are the
Get outta here.
qualifications of being an astronaut? Oh, you can't be an artard. That's what ChatGPT just said. So what do you want me to think? Huh? That's what you can't be an artard.
What are you talking about, man? Are you losing your mind? Where is that coming from?
Yeah, that's ChatGPT.
Who said anything about heartards, bro? What are you talking about?
Because I just said a
Who
kid
said
can
anything
look
about heartards?
What are you talking about?
The fact
But
of the
you're gonna
matter
tell
is,
them you gotta be
kids.
physics.
Listen, you got kids. Mike got kids. I got kids.
have
Ain't none of us
adults.
ever discouraged our children from being anything.
I have adult. My kids are
And
adults.
you
I don't
never
have little
discouraged
children.
and if your kid at 8 years old told you he wanted to be an astronaut, you would have encouraged him. You would have told him, hey, you're gonna have to get study math, you're gonna have to study science, you're gonna have to study this and this and that. You wouldn't have said, oh well, I think you should, you're black, I think you should start a cleaning service.
I would have just said, hey, all I would have told him is said, hey, it takes hard work and study. I wouldn't say you got to learn math. Like you're trying to be too smart.
Well, yeah, but
you're trying to be smarter. You're trying to be smarter than everybody. You're trying to be smarter than everybody.
That's still encouragement. That's not discouragement.
It takes hard work.
That's not saying, oh, sweetheart, I think you should go start a cleaning service.
You're trying to be smarter than everybody else. You wouldn't tell your kids that at that moment when they would have came to you. I don't know if you have little kids or adult kids.
Dude. That's exactly what I did.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
That's exactly what I did.
You probably told them they have to work hard and study a lot.
You have
to know mathematics and you have to know engineering. You didn't know that you have to have an engineering degree.
You also know what I did. You didn't
even know you had to have an engineering degree to even be an astronaut.
They got virtual reality games for architects. They got virtual reality games for farmers. I got both of those for my kids because that's what they both wanted to go into.
Video games, so they're pretty much playing video games. And okay, you're fine.
You do what's in the actual field. It's a virtual reality game. You do what's in the actual field of whatever it is. They got them for engineers. They got them for construction workers. They got them for farmers. For everything.
So what is it? That's what
I did. That's what I did.
PlayStation or Xbox or the Nintendo Switch? Which
PC,
one?
PC.
Yeah. What PC gaming.
What are you talking about? What?
Yeah.
Am I lying? Am I lying?
No. I'm not saying you're lying.
Okay.
You're just giving them video games. Hey, we have video games where people can be astronauts and all that other stuff.
I got them set up. I got them set up on the right path to be able to get their associates in high school. They're already in the program.
So they're gonna be astronauts.
No, they don't want to be astronauts. But if they did, I wouldn't be sitting here telling them, no,
what do they want to be?
Go for something more realistic.
What do they want to be?
An architect and an engineer.
Okay.
In the farming industry, in agriculture, engineering, agriculture, and an architect, and that's the path that they're on. I'm not going to tell them be more realistic, be an electrician like me, just because I didn't achieve what I wanted to achieve.
Dante, Dante.
You went from astronaut to electrician. What happened to you?
I never wanted to be an astronaut, man. What are you talking about, dude? Are you listening?
No, let's CT take over.
Did you tell somebody you wanted to be an electrician?
Yeah.
Did you tell somebody an adult?
Let CT step in real quick.
Okay.
No, I just want to know if he told somebody, hey, I want to be an electrician. And they said, well.
No, I wanted to. I moved into electrician as an adult, not as a child.
Oh, as an adult. Okay. And before that, did you want to be an astronaut?
I wanted to be a basketball player growing up.
How about this?
Oh wow, big hoop dreams, huh? Okay.
How about this?
Takes a lot of brain work, a lot of studying.
Dante. Okay. Can you name the top? Hey, Kung Fu CJ, kind of square center yourself too. Dante, can you name the top law firm in America?
No.
Okay. Kirk and Ellis, right?
Okay.
If you went to Kirk and Ellis, where do you think the majority of the lawyers come from? What universities?
I don't know.
They normally come from the Ivy Leagues, or they come from NYU, damn near an Ivy League, or they come from, they come from some of the top colleges, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Imagine a kid growing up saying, I want to work for the top law firm in America.
Yeah.
They study.
Horrible dreams, right?
That's not a horrible dream.
It's
You didn't even
terrible.
let me finish even
Just
talking.
tell them, hey, you ain't gonna make it.
You didn't even let me finish even talking.
Dante, let him talk, please, brother. Please.
Dante, imagine a kid saying, I want to work for the top law firm in America. Okay. They go to school, they study, they end up going to Kansas State Law School. They applied for all the top law firms. Hey, Dad, do you still think I can get into the top law firm in America? What do you expect a father to tell his kid at that point, knowing that you can literally go and see what the top law firms hire right now? You know, you can look at the associates' resumes and CVs, right? They hire the best law students that come from the best law schools.
Okay, well, what's your
It's
point,
like a
CT?
track.
But what is your point, CT?
My point is that
So at that point they apply. If they don't get in, they apply to a school that they can get
Dante,
in.
let him finish his point, brother.
So they
please.
get into a third tier law school. More than likely, they're only going to work in that area, and more than likely, they're going to work for the government. They're going to be devastated. They're going to be devastated, man. If you lie to them,
are you devastated for being a content creator? Because I know this ain't what you wanted to do.
No, it is.
Why are you acting like everybody's gonna have nervous breakdowns and go into depression just from encouraging children?
I'm not saying that,
bro. That's one. That's one. We got all four of us. I guarantee you, not one of us is doing. Not one of us on here is doing exactly what we wanted to do when we were in middle school. I guarantee you, none of us have, and none of us are depressed and broken down over it.
I wanted to get the radio when I was a kid.
Okay, but you're not on. You're on YouTube.
That's better than radio.
No, it ain't. It's much more difficult to get on radio. Anybody can get on YouTube. Half the people that come on here got YouTube channels.
Kung Fu, please.
It's harder to get on radio.
But they're not all successful.
Put Dante in his place, Kung Fu.
It's harder to get on radio.
But Dante,
you're bringing up all this stuff to tell.
But Dante, as a father, would you have
to do something that you're not a parent.
Dante, are you gonna let me ask the question?
He's on YouTube. He's saying like being on YouTube is a negative, but he's on YouTube.
No, I'm not saying it's a negative, but it's not what he wanted to do.
Are you going to be an honest parent at that time and say, sweetheart, Kirk and Ellis doesn't hire Kansas State law graduates? Or are you going to say, oh yeah, you can still work for the top law firm. They're going to definitely hire you. All right, come on, bro.
Do you want me to answer that question?
Sure.
Or?
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
What I'm gonna say is, if they've already got their law degree, apply for who you want to work for.
Okay.
Go for it. Now, if they don't hire you, you don't just put all your eggs in one basket. You apply it multiple places. Like any logical human being is gonna think that way.
Sure.
Is there anybody that's gonna not think that way? Hey, I have a law degree. It's a long shot to work for this top company, but I've always wanted to work for them, so I'm still going to apply. I might go up there in person. I have to show them some extra stuff that I got.
Sure.
I might have to go above and beyond. But if I don't make it, I'm applying to these other places.
So
a grown adult at that time in their 20s, that's going to be second nature. But we're talking about a 7-year-old and an 8-year-old.
Sure. So Dante,
you don't know their potential yet.
That's okay. I went to a law school. I went to Rutgers University. That's a law school. It's some of the best lawyers come out of Rutgers. Okay. Top tier lawyers.
The same point he made, and I'm gonna say the exact
but
same.
The whole thing is this: listen, there are levels of intelligence and accountability for lawyers. So what CT is alluding to is that not every lawyer is going to get into that pristine position where you're like a Morgan and Morgan, or something like that. It's like everyone needs a lawyer, but there are tiers. to law. I think, CT, that's what you're trying to allude to. Does that make
Do
sense?
you not think I understand that or something?
Well, you're arguing him that he
I'm not
shouldn't.
arguing with him at
Let me ask you
all.
this. Let me ask you this. It's okay. I'm a good litigation guy. So the whole thing is that if you have a child and you know that they're not capable of getting to something that their dream is, you take them down easily. Like, not everyone's going to be an astronaut. Not everyone's going to be the president of the United States. They can think it when they're young, but it's your job as a father or mother, if it's the mother, to ease them into something that's going to fit their needs and have a career in it.
That's
So
literally already, that's what I said, man. But the point
yeah,
is,
that's all I'm
when
trying to say.
before the potential starts, before you really know, when they're 6, 7, 8 years old, you don't start telling them what they can't be that young. If they want to be, if a child wants to be an astronaut, how many kids want to be astronauts? You gonna see like 1 in 1,000
Once
want to
your
be
child,
astronauts. Why
what,
would you, that 1 in 1,000? Why would you
yeah,
tell that one that they can't be that, and they 7, 8 years old? If they not gonna be that, they will find that out themselves. Because as we know, when kids start doing that hard math, they be like, "No, I don't want to do this," or they might be like, "No, I do like it," and it's gonna naturally go through them. You don't crush them at 8, 7, 6 years old. That's what I'm saying. And, and the proof is in the pudding. None of
and you're
y'all
right,
have
and you're
done
right.
that.
And no,
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 no.
no, no. Not only have none of y'all
Yeah.
done that, none of your parents did that to you. So why are you, CT? You don't have any children, so I don't even know why you're doing this.
So Dante,
Because
all
none of
three
the
of my,
none of the parents
okay,
here
that's
have
okay,
done
that's okay.
that.
All three of my stepkids are
Done
college.
what?
Okay, I have
Done
two
what?
master. I have 2 kids with master degrees.
None of
My
y'all
son is
told
in
your 6
college
and
right
7 year
now.
olds
My
that they couldn't
youngest
do
son,
what they
Nicholas,
wanted to
which you've
do.
seen on panel, is in college right now. The whole thing is that you don't crush their dreams, but you guide them towards what you think is going to be best for them.
That's what I'm saying.
That's all
But
I'm
he's
trying to say.
saying, okay, if the kid at 8 years old says I want to be an astronaut, you immediately tell them, no, you can't be that. That's what CT's saying.
I didn't say
Is
that
that what
at
you're
all.
saying, CC? Is that what you're saying?
No.
He didn't say that, but
No.
but
Okay,
just to
well,
kind of
what do you
backseat
tell
no,
him?
no,
What do
no,
you tell
no,
him,
Dante,
CT?
hear me out real quick. I'll be real quick, and then I want to hear what Kung Fu has to say. Listen, at 8 years old, you don't know what the hell's going on. You still believe in Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy. So all I'm trying to say is wait till your child is more developed and then speak to them and guide them. Does that make sense, Kung Fu?
That's what I'm saying.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead, buddy.
Mike is right. I was like you, Dante. I wanted to play professional football. And it wasn't that people discouraged me. I discouraged myself. I thought I was too small. And I collect football cards and I'm looking at the weight and size of the NFL players, and they're around the same size and weight that I am playing wide receiver or kickoff returner. But at this point in time, when I realized it, I'm past my prime. That's what I wanted to be growing up. I had plan B. My plan B is what all sports jocks do. I sold cars. I sold cars and I made hundreds of thousands of dollars selling cars. You know, it's like you said, when you get older, yes, you defer. But my 2 children now, when they were growing up, they knew what they wanted to be. And then all of a sudden, they're grown and they're telling me, I want to be a music producer and I want to be a rapper. And I encourage both of them. My son is a music producer right now. This is what he does for a living. My daughter is a rapper. She speaks spoken word, a Christian artist. I encourage them in the way that they wanted to go. You have some parents who have kids and they change their mind every 15 minutes. But as a parent, you don't get discouraged with that. You continue to encourage them, even if they switch from soccer to baseball, or they switch from dance to gymnastics, or they switch from soccer to ballet or whatever. You continue to encourage your children. If you can see they don't have the academic to become an engineer or to become a lawyer or a doctor, you don't discourage them. You tell them they got to do much more work. You bring books into the house. This will help you become a doctor. This will help you become an engineer. You encourage them. But if they can't get it, they'll come to you and say, I don't think I want to be an engineer or a doctor or a lawyer anymore. Well, what do you want to do?
Bro. That's my
I don't know about that rapper Kung Fu. I don't really know about that rapper.
What I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying, man.
I think Kung Fu
Hey,
makes
Dante. I want to tell you right now.
Who here disagrees with what Kung Fu just said?
Dante, I want to tell you right now. I want to tell you right now, Dante, at this time in my life, I'm honest. I'm being honest. I want to be an astronaut. What are you going to tell me? I want to be an astronaut.
That's cool,
right
man.
now in my life, I want to be an astronaut.
Okay, but let's not skip.
No, a rocket and shoot
encourage me.
So what you're trying to do is you trying to get over what Kung Fu just said. Does anybody disagree with what he just said? Raise your hand if you disagree with anything he just said.
No.
There's not a chance I can disagree with anything he said.
What part do you disagree, Meezy? Black Meezy?
With that rapping BS.
Moses, and
no, not about what his daughter does, but about his approach.
60 seconds.
Do you disagree with his approach?
The hardest thing is that we love our children so much.
The only
we don't want to discourage them, but we have to lead them in the right direction.
Encouraging the rapping.
Okay. We have to lead them in the right direction, but you love them so much. You know, we don't want to misguide them because, oh, you can do that. You can be president of the United States. And, and they're a dimwit, but I'm not saying they are. I'm just saying, like, you just hear me out. You have to psychoanalyze their their competence level. And listen, everyone has a career, but not.
But Mike, why have you never hit me up?
But that I couldn't hear you.
Hey, but Dante, I want to be an astronaut.
Yeah, I mean, but the whole thing is that I think it's a
Mike, do you disagree? Mike, do you disagree with what Kung Fu said?
No, but I think it's a disservice to not tell your children the truth.
Okay, but do you disagree with his approach or what he did?
I think that if you approach, I mean, his approach seems fine to me.
Okay, CT, do you disagree with how Kung Fu did what he just said?
What did he say?
Oh God. You weren't listening?
No, I'm okay. Bro, I'm doing 1,000 things on the back end.
Okay, cool. Well, I mean, he said
Mike, hold on. What did he say, Dante? What did he say?
He said a whole lot. He'd have to.
Here's the thing that I
disagree.
Okay. He said he couldn't make it to the. He said that he couldn't make it to the professionals.
Yeah, but I'm talking about how he raised his children
kids.
And stuff.
They said they wanted to be rappers and producers. Now I would have said, hey, won't y'all just go get a job at Popeyes? That's what I would have said. Get the rap.
Yeah, that's what you would have said to his kids because they're not yours.
No,
so that's the problem.
My kid came to me and said, I want to be a rapper.
You wouldn't have said that to yours.
Make beats.
You wouldn't have said that to yours.
I want to be a rapper. I want to make beats.
You wouldn't have said that to yours. And that's the issue that black people have.
At Popeyes, man.
That's the issue that black people have. They want to be better than the other black people. You would have never said that to your children. Go work at Popeyes. You told him to tell that to his kids.
I'm in Virginia Beach, right? I'm in Virginia Beach. So
that's one of the issues of black people, man. We want to be better than each other. We want to be better than each other. That's the problem. So you want to give each other bad advice that you wouldn't do.
Dante, the little girls at that school did the right thing.
I know who you are now, you asshole.
They did the right thing by not saying they wanted to be astronauts. They're not going to be astronauts.
You did the right thing.
They're not going to be
anything successful. You did the right thing.
They could be successful being TikTok
by not
stars.
Reaching high. You did the right thing by not reaching high. Don't speak on nobody else.
They can be.
Don't speak on no children's potential.
If you tie a young child to like 100
you did the right thing,
and they go up into the space, are they an astronaut?
You trying to speak on young children's potential, man? Just because you ain't reached yours, you did the right thing, CT.
Dante, only
you did the right thing by just being on YouTube. You did the right thing.
300 people have been astronauts. It's not about reaching their potential. It's impossible.
But you also did the right thing. I'm not. You sitting here trying to talk on black children, bro. You did the right thing by being on YouTube. And
Dante, it's not about black children.
Black children.
It's about
okay, thank you.
all children born in America. They're not
It
gonna
ain't
be
about because
astronauts.
these were black children that she was talking
Because
about.
Lena
Is
was
he
talking about
FBA? Is he FBA?
These were black children that she was talking
Pretty
about.
sure I know who
Lena
the
was
fuck you are,
talking
Like
Mike.
Moses, I'm going to put you in an evil Knievel cannon and shoot you in the.
guys.
Is he FBA?
Lena was talking about the school. The school happened to be a black school.
Yeah.
Those little black girls should be encouraged to be domestic workers or nurses, something that they can achieve, man. They're not gonna be astronauts, bro. Are you insane, Dante? Come on, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Astronauts, Dante. Astronauts. Astronauts.
Yeah, and you're gonna
astronauts, Dante.
You're gonna create a
I would like to finish talking. I would have told them girls, sweethearts, you guys could be doctors,
Mike.
you can be lawyers, you can be
I know who you
engineers.
are.
Hey, bro, you gotta stop cutting me off. You can be doctors, you could be lawyers, you could be engineers, but not not astronauts. Come on, man. That doesn't even make any sense. But astronauts, that's a lie.
DT, in your opinion, would you like to experience zero gravity? Just like
Yes,
float?
I would.
Yeah.
I would.
Oh, Logic.
Yo,
Logic, what do you think about this? We had a young lady up on a panel today. Her name is Lena. She's a friend of the channel. She was talking about her daughter's school, and the school is Macy Jameson in Chicago. And she was wondering why the little girls didn't aspire to be astronauts. And I said,
oh, the school is Macy James.
Yes, the school is Macy
Oh,
Jameson.
so now I understand why she didn't believe that. Okay, why she thought she was disappointed by that.
what's wrong with
Okay,
this
I didn't know
school?
that.
There's
That's a
nothing
black
wrong with the school.
astronaut.
Dante, you're gonna let me talk on my show, please, bro. There's nothing inherently wrong with the school. It's just the fact that the little girls are not going to be astronauts. They're not. And the fact that Lena was hoping that they said it doesn't make any sense, man. Dante, there's only been 370 astronauts.
Right, I think they got a better chance of being astronauts than you do of starting a political party.
Okay, whatever. I want to.
So you're not gonna start any type of party that anybody's gonna follow. How about that? How about that? Yeah, exactly.
That was a low. That was low, man. That was a low blow.
Exactly. Yeah.
Low.
If you can dish it, you gotta be able to take it.
So, Chaotic, you're trying to start a political party?
You want to speak on a bunch of
trying to start a
elementary school
party?
children's future and their potential? We can speak on a grown-ass 41-year-old that thinks he's going to be a political leader as a goddamn YouTuber. We can speak on that.
Yo,
man,
that was
go ahead, guys.
you cutting low, man.
Yeah.
You cut him
We
low.
can make some money.
Deep,
Yeah,
man.
let's make some money.
I feel
Let's
like
make
I'm
money.
in a barber shop. I feel like I'm in a barber shop right now.
What was the
Let's
name
make
of the
money.
political party? Because we have ADOS and FBA. Were you going to create a third
Black
party?
American Party.
Oh, Black American.
Yeah, and that white dude that wears the face mask, he's the one that created the name for it.
Chaotic. For short, let's just call them the Blackies.
Hey, Logic, what's up, man?
What's up, man? Happy New Year.
Small children, if they came to you and said, "Dad, I'm gonna be an astronaut," what would you tell your small children?
So first off, man, I would encourage them. I will say I will encourage them. However, there is a foundation that needs to be built, and that foundation is often built on work ethic, principle. So there's a lot of other things that you can be along the way. So when it comes to like being an astronaut, right? You know, you may not be an astronaut, but there are a lot of, other things adjacent to being an astronaut that there may be a level of achievement. Like, cause at some point, like you never know what you can achieve. I mean, I look at my own life, right? My very middle-class family, no one thought I'd become an engineer or what I am today, but it's just one of those things that it happened. But it was built on a foundation of work ethic and just doing the right things, which is what my dad taught me, versus, no, you're going to do this. This is what you're going to be. So I believe we should allow our kids to dream. However, we also need to set the expectation in order to achieve the dream, there is a level of work, because a lot of these kids now are being taught you're going to be put in these positions. You're going to be placed in those being an astronaut. Somebody's just going to find you and they're going to put you there, and that's going to be your thing. Somebody's going to find you and you're going to end up in the NFL. Somebody's going to find you and you're going to be an astronaut. Somebody's going to find you and you're going to be something special. No, it takes work. It takes character. It takes networking, all that stuff. So I would just say set realistic expectations.
Logic, have you ever heard of Case Western Reserve University?
No.
It's in Northeast Ohio. It's the Harvard of the Midwest. Do you know I went to school with some kids? All they wanted to do was go to Harvard, and they were smart.
Mm-hmm.
Man, they studied. They were smart. They applied to all the Ivies, rejected by Ewing. But Case Western picked them up, and they still cried because they wanted to go to the Ivies. Why not just tell the kids, hey, look, it's hard. Like, Harvard has like a 5% acceptance rate, but Case has a 10 or 11. You can apply to the Harvards, the Ivies, but more than likely, son, you're probably going to get into Case. That's a better blow.
Yeah.
Even you're going to get into Harvard, and then here goes Case Western, which is a good private school. And I saw a lot of that, man, growing up.
Well, I think, I think it's about
what Dante is saying is he wants to encourage kids to be astronauts. Yeah, study hard, do all this mathematics, do all this stuff. And the kid, they could study hard, do all the mathematics and shit, do whatever. Because they're thinking that they're going to be an astronaut. When you could just tell them, hey, look, you may not be an astronaut. The stats are just astronomically impossible. But you can still study. You can still you can still do things adjacent. I never said that you couldn't do those things. But he's saying, oh, just study and you could be on the right track and to be an astronaut. That's bullshit, bro.
Yeah. I agree. I 100% agree with you on that point. My point is saying, like, if you have a dream, you can miss with something that's really good too, right? If you're aiming for the stars, you can miss with the clouds. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing wrong with that. But I do think what the point that you're making is that we really have to set realistic expectations. These are things that are possible out there, right? I played drums growing up. I'm a musician. I wish somebody would have told me it was possible that I could play drums on a cruise ship. Now that's a job that's readily available for a musician, but I was just never aware of those things. But I think it's just important that we really set realistic expectation, because man, who knows? Like, we're glamorizing being an astronaut, but an astronaut may not what you really want to be, because especially if you're out of shape, because nobody talks about you got to be, you got to be fit to be an astronaut. They just talk about the mathematics and being STEM. They're not talking about, the other elements that go along with it, right?
So you agree with CT? So you agree with CT, what he was saying earlier?
I don't know exactly what he was saying earlier, but the way he positioned it to me, like, I agree with that. But I'm not a fan. I wouldn't say kill kids' dreams, but I will say set realistic expectations. Set realistic expectations.
And I think that's the biggest problem. Just to kind of jump in real quick, that's the biggest problem. I think we overinflate our kids' egos, right? Like, in other words, we promise them the stars and they don't achieve it, and it causes sometimes depression, because they didn't achieve what we're pushing them to get to. It's very much like this: when you have a son or a daughter that's in sports, organized sports, and you go those crazy fathers, they're pushing their kids, and they don't achieve, they don't win the game, and they don't do what they say they were going to do. I think that we have to be careful with our children, because when we push them too hard, they can fall into depression. What do you guys think?
Well, I want to ask Logic, would he agree more with CT than the guy that wanted to be a basketball star and couldn't even make his junior varsity high school team?
Oh, come on.
Agree with?
Well, hold on. What did the basketball wannabe say?
What did he say? I would just
in a nutshell, and again, Dante's a good guy. In a nutshell, he believes that if a kid were to come to you and tell you that they want to be an astronaut, you should encourage the kid. You should tell the kid the steps that it takes. And what I was saying is just be brutally honest with the kid. Tell the kid, listen, you can dream big, but give the kid numbers. More than 500 million Americans have been born. There's only been 300 Americans that have ever become astronauts. It's astronomically damn impossible.
Right.
So you can study super hard. You can study. You can immerse yourself in it. And there is a 99.999999999999999 chance that you would never make it. Just be real with them about the raw numbers and data and facts. That's all I was saying. And also, listen, a little school in the hood is not going to produce an astronaut. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, the odds are. I mean, if we're looking at pure numbers and facts, I mean, the odds are what the odds are. And again, I think we should be honest about that. But in the hood, we like to play the lotto. I mean, it's the game that we play. I shouldn't say we because it's not me included. But I will say this too: all kids should be working in the trades. Period. All kids should be in the trades. Period, point blank. And I put it in the chat earlier. My dad had me working in construction when I was 8, 9, 10 years old. I was out there pouring concrete in the hot sun. And it'll do one of two things for the kids. Teach them some work ethic, but also it'll say, hey, do you want to do this for the rest of your life? And that's how I was when I was growing up.
But see, Dante, and I had said, well, why not encourage a lot of these girls, particularly Black girls, to go into domestic work? Well, why do they have to clean? Well, I mean, let's be honest about it. Women historically have been domestic workers. It's nothing wrong with that. Why not clean your house? Why not clean other people's homes? Why not do something that's more practical? Why not start a business with other women around you? Hey, girls, we're gonna start a little cleaning service.
Well, they took home ec out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So why not corner the market on domestic skills instead of lying to yourself saying you're gonna be an astronaut? I know so many girls with chemistry I shouldn't even say this. I know a lot of females that I went to school with chemistry degrees. Man, they substitute teaching. I'm like, come on, man. And there ain't nothing wrong with that. But they studied all that chemistry stuff to do what?
What you're advocating for is to bring back shop class, bring back home economics.
I'm advocating for people to tell the goddamn truth about life. That's what I'm advocating.
Just to build on what you were saying, Chaotic, I know some of those girls who were in college, yes, trying to be nurses and all this other stuff. They also were at New Booty Tuesday, the strip club, trying to finance college. And when they graduated from college, did they become nurses or did they become whatever else? No, they continued to work in those same strip clubs, no longer at New Booty Tuesday because they were no longer New Booty. Now they were career strippers at the same club while they were going to college. After graduation, no, they preferred that life as far as being a nurse. No, they want that fast money. So even though they had a college degree, maybe they had it taped up to the strip club wall or something like that. I don't know. But they sure didn't use it. They surely didn't use it. And yes, it was something called New Booty Tuesday, and that's where all the college girls were. Yeah, it's like peeping tongues. Yeah, peeping tongues.
Unique with the $10 super chat. It doesn't make sense to use the whole population if they didn't actually try to be astronauts. It makes more sense to take the percentage out of the people who tried and failed. Way better odds.
It's kind of just kind of add credence to that. It's like I had one of my stepdaughters. She was a bartender, right, and she was making a fortune. I'm talking about $300 to $500 a night, because I live in Virginia Beach, so it's the ocean front. So you got all these tourists and stuff, and they're just throwing 20s like crazy. But it's short-term money, and I was able to get her to switch, and now she's a nurse. So now she has a career. So there's short-term money and there's long-term money. That's all. So to add credence to what you're saying, because people want that quick money. It's like almost like a drug dealer. You're going to make a couple $100 a night, but there's no future in it. There's no future. Yep. You have to have some kind of career structure going forward. What do you guys
I just want to say Happy New Year's to you guys, man. I'm about to go eat some collard greens and pinto beans, man.
Yo,
Black eyed peas, baby. Black eyed peas.
Yeah, black eyed peas. That's what it is. Sorry.
Collard greens. I got chicken and collard greens over here,
Happy
man.
New Year.
Yeah. We used when I was young, we used to do the chitlins, but then we changed to black eyed peas. So it's black eyed peas.
Yo, the chitlins think your house up, bro.
Chitlins down. Yeah.
Them dollars and cents, man.
The chitlins make your house stank, bro. They make stank, bro.
What you say, Mike? What you know about some chitlins, man? Come on now.
Yo, you talking to a Sicilian, bro. You know, come on, man.
Oh.
yeah. Yo, I get down with the chill. Yo, collard greens to me is one of the best things in the world. Collard greens, okra. I love fried okra.
Oh man, okay.
I love homemade mac and cheese.
You speak collard green. Ain't nothing like good collard greens with smoked ham hock. Ooh.
Yeah. Gotta put the ham hock in there.
Smoke ham hock, let it get tender and the meat just fall into the greens. Chaotic, you don't know nothing about that.
I don't. JC with the
you got PT eating like giraffe burgers over there.
Yeah.
Bushmeat.
JC with the $5 super chat. CT, you kept saying 370 out of 500 million. However, you failed to say when the space program began, which diminishes the 500 million tremendously. Oh, okay. The 200 million people born since the space race. Okay. Oh man, those odds really increased.
I'll be right back, Chaotic. I got to go to the store. I got to go to the store. So you know what that means.
We're going to get that beer.
I'll be right back. Yes, indeed.
Yo, Kung Fu, I never had soul food. I grew up in New York City, right? So we're Italians. We always eat Italian food, Chinese food. I never had soul food, growing up in New York. And when I came down, I was dating a girl, and she was, of course, African-American, and she's from Georgia. Yo, ham hocks, collard greens.
Why do you think Dante was really mad at me particularly?
I think that you challenge his view, and I think Dante, in a way, he doesn't like opposition.
Yeah,
he doesn't like opposition. Like me and you can argue. Me and you, CJ, we can all argue, and we're listening to each other. But Dante almost seems like entitled. Sometimes he seems entitled, like he doesn't like any kind of opposition. If that makes sense to you guys.
No, I mean, I feel as though, bro, you have literally school districts where they can't even pass the mathematics portion.
Yeah.
And the math ain't even that damn hard at the state level.
Simple.
An astronaut. Hey man, if y'all don't stop with that bullshit, go ahead.
Yeah.
I see you're still crushing children's dreams.
No. The thing is that listen. Gimpy, if I can
sorry,
get you
dude, you do understand that like you're supposed to want your child to want to reach for the stars, and then maybe when they're like 15, 6, it's like Santa Claus. When do you tell your kid Santa Claus isn't real? Let's start with that. How about this, Seichi? When do you tell your kid Santa Claus isn't real?
If I had a kid, 7. If they
so then you wouldn't up to 7 years old be okay to say they want to be an astronaut with the same value? They can. Don't you want your kid to go out and have a reason to go get a STEM degree?
I think the brain. I think a kid can realize at about 8, 9 that Santa really doesn't exist. But I think at about 9 or 10, a kid doesn't have the skills to realize that being an astronaut might not really be
right. But you as the parent, right? Like, okay, so my kid comes up to me, tells me I want to be an astronaut. You tell him, right? This, okay, astronauts have to be able to fly a plane, physically fit, and you would guide your kid to those activities to make them more prepared for being an astronaut. Now, the whole time as a parent, wouldn't you be telling them, you do understand that being an astronaut is difficult. Very few people are chosen. I mean, like, why? What's the benefit of lowered expectations? Listening to you all day, I feel like I'm listening to that SNL skit where they did the video dating app, Lowered Expectations.
Yeah, I remember
back in the day, dude. I feel like you wrote that skit.
Can I elaborate?
Like, I'm not against you saying people should be realistic, but you be realistic when it's time to pick a career, not when you're educating. You have to have lofty goals when you're seeking knowledge, so you have a reason to pursue it fervently. Once you get into the workforce and you realize you're as retarded as everyone else, then you got to accept the fact you ain't going to space, man. But so like when you're a child, why do you want to remove the child's innocence? Like that's what I
don't think it's Gimpy, real quick. I'll be fast. It's not removing the innocence. I think it's your duty as a father to steer your children in the right direction. If you know that your child's not going to achieve that, don't put them down, but steer them towards something differently. Because I can tell you this, I knew my son would never be an astronaut. I knew that right away. But is he smart? Yes, my son is extremely intelligent. And my son emulated me being law enforcement, right? So then I steered him towards that. He became a private investigator. So what I'm trying to say is that I steered him towards something I knew that he would succeed at. Don't push your kids to something that you know they cannot accomplish, because all it is heartbreak. Does that make sense, CT?
Yeah, I agree. CKJ with the $5 super chat. CT, they will not allow you to teach at my kids' school. You cannot tell them kids that. Go ahead, CKJ.
I think a lot of people will hype their kids up because they love their kids so much. And I'm saying that I love my kids so much, but I would never steer them in the wrong direction for something I know they're going to fail at. That makes sense. Go ahead. Kung Fu.
Yeah, but you don't know your kid's going to fail at being an astronaut at 10, especially if he can math and read and he's athletic. Let's just say he hits all them, right? He has the 5 R's. At 10 years old, you're not going to say he's not going to make that goal. Now at 16, because he failed 2 years of math in high school, that might make sense. But again, he's arguing that a 10-year-old shouldn't aspire. What about a firefighter, CT? How many people fail the firefighter's exam every year?
There's a lot of people who fail the civil service.
Kids not want to be firefighters? How about cops? They fail the cop exam too.
Gippy, I'll give you an example. My son is an actual licensed deputized private investigator out of Ohio, CT. He's up there in Ohio. And he's in college now to become a paramedic. But if he said to me, Dad, I want to be an astronaut, I would look at him and say, stick to paramedics, because I know my son.
Because he's in college, dude. Holy fuck.
No,
you missed the whole context of my point. My point is when you're 10, when CT wants to crush this child's dreams, not when he's 22 and is a fucking retard who's high on meth. I'm like, you're missing the point. The point is children should be allowed to dream as big as they want. When they don't achieve it at a reasonable point, reality has to set in. But you like all that innovation. Most of that innovation are people who chose to dream bigger than their station in life.
I understand, but Gippy, at the same time.
Oh, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Type 1 civilization fella over there who likes to destroy little children's dreams.
But I think Gimpy also, if you're a father, you have a close relationship, because me and Nikki are very close. If you know what they can accomplish, because he's a very intelligent person, but he would never go to the moon, but he could still have a great career. And I'm just trying to guide him to.
Did you guide him at 10 away from dreaming big?
Not fail to achieve.
Did you guide him at 10 from dreaming big?
No, we're talking about
10 years old said, 20, I want to be a professional baseball player, and was willing to go and do the camps and all the things that you got to do at 10. You're going to tell him no because only 1% of the players.
No, we're talking about
we're talking about baseball. You'll say, let's go spend $2,000 to get you on a travel team. Come on, man.
I got you. Listen, you can convolute whatever I'm saying, but all I'm trying to tell you is this. I think it's a father's job to guide their children. But no, I'm talking about me and him had a conversation about 20 years old. He wanted to go into law enforcement, right? And we were talking. And I said, the problem is that, I don't think your heart's in it. And then he went and he applied, and now he's going to be a paramedic. He's going to be EMS, a paramedic. And I'm so proud of him. He's a first responder. Proud of him, But I was helping him find where he needs to go in life, So, that's all. No, but I think it's a father's job to kind of set your child straight on where you possibly think they should go in life. But listen, if they want to break away and go the other way, that's up to them. They're grown. They can do whatever they want. But I think it's at least your input is duly listened to. Yeah, that's all.
Chukwu with the $2 super chat. This is the soft bigotry of low expectations. Go ahead.
Correct, dude. It's that stupid skit. You're making the case for the SNL skit, Lowered Expectations. You
I
are.
don't think so.
You're making the case that ugly people should just resign themselves to be ugly and out of shape and fat and stupid, right? Like that's what you're saying. You're saying don't strive for more than you can achieve.
I'm saying that my son's a bodybuilder, bro. He's excellent.
No one's
He's in
telling
college.
you again.
He's a
You're
private
taking this as a
investigator.
personal
My son
statement
doesn't have
about
low
your
expectations,
relationship
but
with
if
your
you're
child. I'm
asking
talking
me,
to CT and
I
his
don't think
needs
my son would be
expressed.
an astronaut. That's all I was trying to say. I don't think he'd be an
God,
astronaut.
my friend.
That's all. That's all. So Gimpy, stop trying to turn it around on me, man. That's not what I'm trying to say.
Not even see again because you think I'm talking to you. You are automatically making it a personal statement. I am talking about the concept of that a 10-year-old shouldn't want to be an astronaut. That's all I've talked about.
I didn't say that.
The only time I referenced you and your relationship with your son is when you keep saying you had a conversation with him at 20, when we're talking about having a conversation at 10. That's it, buddy.
Yeah. Gimpy, you seem very angry lately, man. You seem
Not
very
really.
pissy lately.
Little patient.
You know what I'm saying? Kung Fu, is he seem pissy lately?
No,
I don't know. He's
listen,
very angry lately.
listen, I understand what Gimpy is saying. In 1983, I was in the 7th grade, and I was in science class, and we actually watched the live space shuttle launch. And then, while we're watching, it exploded in the air. That crushed all astronaut dreams for everybody in the class. I'm just saying. It just crushed it. We're not risking life and limb just to get out in space or go to the moon. I mean, it is what it is. When a kid sees that, okay, now I want to just be a police officer or a firefighter. You know, my daughter, like I said, she is a rapper. She works for FedEx. But when she gets called, she goes to Augusta, Atlanta, wherever they ask her to go to do her thing.
Can I ask you a question, CT? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but CT, in terms of this, why is it important that a kid has what you consider a more grounded approach to being 10?
Because they grow up lying to themselves. I believe that's how you create people who never accept the reality in which they live. This is how you see people who have massive egos, people who main character syndrome.
I think you're just mad Imperius exists.
maybe that's what it is with Imperius to a degree. Maybe Imperius thinks he should be something that somebody told him to be as a kid. He never did it. And I think maybe that's why he's the way that he is. My dad told me at 11 or 12 I was never going to be in the NBA. I used to always go outside playing basketball. And it made me study a little bit more. It made me focus on school a little bit more, even though I was already focused. Because why focus on a jump shot when you're not going to get to the league, when your parents already know how tall you are going to be at about 11 or 12? You don't know how tall you are at 11 or 12, but your parents do, you know, and they know how tall they are. And they know. So.
Yeah, but what if at 11 or 12, you are a phenom with a basketball?
But Muggsy Bogues has only come around once in our life.
No, not Muggsy Bogues. I'm just saying. Let's say you come from some that you have the chance of being 6 feet tall, right? Like you have the chance of being 6'1". And at 11 years old, you're dominating juniors. So how do you motivate for greatness then? Like
I'm motivate for greatness with the already talents that you probably already have. You know, Dante said, well, you ended up just being a content creator. Well, then again, I was always funny and witty and comical.
Yeah, but what if a kid always could dribble? That's what I'm saying. What if he can dribble at 10?
But only a certain amount of people get into the NBA. Only a certain amount of
people get 1 billion subscribers, sir.
That's right.
That's what zero people.
Right. But I'm making.
Yeah.
You want type 1 civilization. Who achieves you type 1? Let's talk Zephram Cockrell. Dude was a drunk, but he dreamt way beyond his station in life.
but he was also super intelligent too.
Yeah, but dude, he invented something that humanity had never. But so he was smart. The kid can dribble. The argument is, it's still the minuscule percentage of people achieve it. I'm just pointing out that things that you think are awesome are the same success path rate.
That is true. That is true. But you still have to be realistic with a lot of people, man. That's all I'm saying.
I don't deny that. Like when you kid's in 9th grade and he can't add, no, you're not. Fuck, you're not graduating high school, let alone
you're not a mathematician.
Right. Like I understand that, but we're talking about a 10. This all revolved around the 10-year-old being an astronaut, right? Like this is how this whole thing started this morning. So I'm just saying.
Jason says, CT, it's still not 370 million people out of 250 million people, because 250 million people have not wanted to become astronauts. Probably 10,000 to 15,000 have wanted to be.
And on top of those 370 people in America or whatever that have been astronauts, there are thousands of waitlisted people who've been in the program, have had to train and qualify to be astronauts. They just never had a use for them.
Yeah.
Again,
and
that's not my concern. My concern is why do you hate 10-year-olds?
I don't know.
Think about this. Most of those who want to be astronauts are also pilots.
Yeah, that is
no,
true.
Because a lot of astronauts are just, I have nothing to do with flight. See, that's a misnomer. If you want to be the captain of a space mission, you have to be a pilot. But if you want to be a space person, you can study microbiology, specialize in space effects in a vacuum on bacterial whatever, and you can get a ride on a spaceship. You have to qualify through this astronaut program, the physical fitness, all that jazz. But that's what I'm saying. There are a lot of job routes of STEM education that can get you to space, especially the more we go. And if he really pulls off the 2028 plan to start putting things on the moon, Elon, then there's going to be a whole industry that's born out of that, sir. So again, why is the 10-year-old not allowed to dream? Like this is I keep coming back to that, dude. You want a type 1 civilization. You need 100 generations of 10-year-olds dreaming.
Okay, since you brought up Zephyr Cochrane, right?
Yeah.
Was his goal in life?
No, it's to get paid.
But let me ask: was his goal to actually meet the Vulcans?
No,
it was inadvertent, right? It was all inadvertent. He was a bumbling alcoholic.
Yeah, but he still achieved a 1%er moment.
The difference is he didn't set out to invent this for the Vulcans. He set out
he set out to invent it. But he set out to invent it.
He set out to invent it.
But that's what I'm saying is he was a man who was a drunk, who lived in a dystopic future.
Yeah.
They had no means, they had no resources. He scrammed together and he accomplished theoretically the fantastical, even in the means of science. He achieved the level of discovery that's a linchpin moment for all of history afterwards. And he did it because he dreamed big. Not because he was qualified, because mostly he wasn't. Like, yes, he was smart, he was a scientist, but he had to have help from other people. He wouldn't have accomplished this thing without other people. It's not like he could just carry it on his own skill and merit. So again, my argument is big dreams give us big new realities. We wouldn't have this fancy innovation that me and you are talking from two different parts of this country without a bunch of nerds sitting around dreaming big because they can't get laid and they want to get laid. You think any of this technology was invented so that they wanted to make money so that they could get laid? Just
John Dunning says you have to figure, and it's not what you know, but who you know.
That's very true. Networking is very important, but that's only piece of the deal. Dude, I'll give you an example from my gig, right? They brought in this kid into management. They put him above people who were due this promotion, right? And it was all a nepotism thing where the dad signed the deal, whatever, and he was part of the deal that he got his son this job. Everybody's warning them, oh, you're going to regret it. You're going to regret it. Push comes to shove. They regretted it. He didn't stay. He's gone, right? He might have gotten in the door with networking, but he couldn't keep the job after that. So again, life is life. Like, this is the thing I don't understand about people. People complained earlier today. He was complaining about how the rich do rich things like they've been doing since the beginning of time, or this nonsense. Things are the way they are, and they're simply that way. We're never going to be able to figure out the essence of all of this. You guys are wasting your time. Live in reality. Make productive lives. Do something useful with yourselves. Because, dude, anybody who came up here to argue with you that a 10-year-old deserves to have their dreams crushed is a little sociopathic. I mean, I know why you do it. You're making a living. But these people who literally came up here to side with you to crush 10-year-old dreams.
I don't think they understand, though, Gippy. I mean, your 10-year-old comes to you, he's been expelled from school 3-4 times, and he comes to you and says, I'm going to be a lawyer. And you say, okay, how you going to be a lawyer? Like, so I can stop getting expelled from school. No, you need to stop doing bad things to get expelled from school. You know, my grandmother came to me and she was like, you keep acting the way you're acting, you ain't going to make it out of the 10th grade. That was motivation for me. Sometimes a parent can say something that motivates a kid to do what they didn't think they can do. And with CT, you know, crushing 10-year-olds' dreams, depending on the 10-year-old, that 10-year-old would be like, I'll show him.
I mean, CT's kids are going to be the most rebellious kids ever. They're going to end up being Nobel laureates, right? They're all going to have like 12 PhDs, and they're all going to say, Dad, remember when you told me I should be a shoe shine?
That's right. You should sell shoes. There's a kiosk in the mall waiting for you, that type of deal.
Dude, you're the type of guy who tells their kid, like, you have a daughter, and she's like, am I pretty, Dad? No, you're ugly, girl. Get used to that now and start settling for less. How old is she? 4.
Wow.
I wouldn't tell a 4-year-old that, but you know, if she was 13 and you know, yeah, well, girls go through kind of like ugly phases too. But
dude, first of all, how many girls you went to high school with glammed up? I know at least 6 girls that look like that. I know at least 6 girls that I went to, like, you know, that were high school age with me that I grew up with. They all were the awkwardest looking girls. Like, I remember, because even one of them wanted to like hang out with me, and I wouldn't because she was awkward looking, right? And then a few years later, after college, I ran back in, and dude, totally different. They're all women. They're all beautiful women, man. Women, you cannot tell with girls, dude. Some of the most awkward looking girls, they hit that 19, 20, and all of a sudden they're supermodel looking. I mean, yeah, some people are ugly. I'm not arguing that, but like, that's what I'm saying. Like, why are we attacking children's dreams again? Like, this is. I feel vicious, man. Like, hanging out with you makes me feel like I need to be more mean in order to keep up with it. Like, I thought it was pretty mean to begin with, and like you're something else, CT. 10-year-old dreams. You shatter 10-year-old dreams, and then you convince people to come up here and side with you that 10-year-olds should have their dreams shattered, and the lowered expectation bar is the way to go. And then they line up, and then they argue amongst each other about it. So yeah, dude. You're something else.
If you had a daughter that she was 5'2", she's 16 years old.
Yeah.
And she looked like Amy, what's that girl's name? Amy
Schumer
in the face.
The comedian. I tell her, don't expect to ever get laid.
And she said, Dad, I want to be an IMG model. I'm gonna be.
I tell her, feel free. You should do whatever you want. But if you're homeless and in the street, you always have a place. Welcome.
See, that's what I'd say. That's what I'm trying to tell Dante. See, Dante would have said, "You can be anything you want."
No, you're ugly as sin. You're not going to be a model.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Like, I'm realistic. Like, dude, I'm not going to send my kid
tell you what Dante was saying earlier. Yes, he's
but Dante's wrong. Like, that's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Get these guys to come up here and argue the most ridiculous positions because you want to crush a 10-year-old's dreams. The argument is why do 10-year-olds dream big live on CT? I'm sorry, dude. That's what it started with. You said a 10-year-old shouldn't dream to be an astronaut. that they want to make it about their 15 and 16-year-old kids and take it all personal, or they all want to internalize it about their relationships. That's not you, man. The argument is 10-year-olds don't deserve to dream.
Listen, I'm not saying a 10-year-old can't dream, man, but I'm also saying that and again, I guess it's easier for me because I don't have any kids, man. But the fact of the matter is that there hasn't been that many astronauts. Being an astronaut, remember when I forgot her damn name. She said that applying to be an astronaut is easier.
Yeah. Moonlight
said that. That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard of in my life, man. And the fact of the matter is that there's nothing wrong with telling that 10-year-old. There's nothing wrong with being an astronaut. But why not shoot for something like a nurse, or a professor? But an astronaut, nah, that ain't about to happen. That ain't about to happen.
CT, this is
not in your lifetime.
You shot the 10-year-old in the foot right there. All you have to do is, what's your plan B? That's a 10-year-old. What's your plan B if that don't work out?
What's a 10-year-old going to know about? Like, this is what people. It isn't. We're going to go from that conversation to playing G.I. Joe and Power Rangers. Okay, like, let's understand what we're dealing with. They think fart jokes are funny for real, not like teenage funny, but actually it's funny that you farted, man. Like, these are. My wife teaches this. It's 5th grade. Dude, these kids are at the beginning of their journey. Like, why would you say anything negative, unnecessary? Like, yes, when it's necessary, sure. But, like, if a kid is good in math or a kid is physically fit, why would you deny them the dream of reaching the apex of that skill set?
Right.
Dude, I can't even do it with a straight face what I want to say. But if your daughter, turned 18 and gave the best deep throat ever, I am sure you'd encourage her for her OnlyFans journey and Ghetto Gaggers extraordinary. Practical guy. Like, what are you saying? If your girl comes up to you, I want to be in porn. You know what? You're good looking. You should go do porn. You're right.
Hey, Lawrence Fishburne did not condemn his daughter. Lawrence Fishburne did not condemn his daughter. So I get you.
You're making,
Black Beezy, I think me and you are the only. I think me and you, we know what's up, man.
Yeah, his daughter is doomed for OnlyFans, folks. I'm just doomed for OnlyFans. 10 years old, she said, "Daddy, I want to be a ballerina." He looked at her. He said, "You got stubborn."
That's fine. No, what was he? A ballerina? A ballerina.
OnlyFans.
Hold on. A ballerina is totally fine, but an astronaut. But an astronaut, stop.
Why do you have to think about astronauts? What is it to do an astronaut?
Because this is what Lena was saying. Because the school she was at was called Macy Jameson, and she was wondering why the little girls didn't want to be astronauts. And I told her, I said, because they're not gonna be astronauts. That's not the
achievement. Wants to be an astronaut. Who ends up being astronauts? I'm just asking questions, dude. I'm curious. Like, I'm trying to understand your position. Like, you're telling 10-year-olds to not dream, basically.
No, what I'm saying is originally,
you think is more manageable at 10.
Originally, Lena was saying, why didn't anybody, or why didn't the little girls say it? And why didn't anybody encourage them? I'm like, because they're not going to be astronauts. Whoever's their teacher did a good job by not saying anything about that dumb shit. Astronaut, man. If y'all don't quit playing games, man.
I understand some inner city kids who can't add. You shouldn't encourage
them. Rural white kids. They ain't about to be no astronauts either.
I'm saying, like, I get it. If the kids can't add, it makes sense, dude. But like, that school is probably in a terrible neighborhood. That's why.
Even if the kids could add, they're not gonna do. It's so okay, man.
Somebody has. Okay, you know what? So there's going to be a world of no astronauts in your lowered expectations because no one's allowed to dream to be an astronaut. Like, how do you get astronauts then? You want type 1 civilization. How do you get Zephram Cochrane, man? Explain it to me. How does that world become real without kids dreaming about becoming astronauts and moving to Mars? How do you get Elon Musk shooting rockets?
Ivan, help me out here, man.
Here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. No, here's the thing. I don't think anybody grows up wanting to be an astronaut. I think very intelligent kids or very, very intelligent teens or young adults, they kind of parlay into that because they were so good at whatever they were doing in college. They were engineers.
Ivan, I don't want to cut you off, but haven't you heard of Space Camp? NASA runs the program. Kids from around the country compete in the national lottery to get slots every summer to go to space camp. I'm sorry, like this is very confusing to me.
Okay, not to interrupt you. How many of those space camp kids actually end up becoming astronauts?
I have no idea, man. I'm just saying they all, like, kids want to be astronauts before they're teenagers.
I don't think so.
I agree.
I
agree with Dippy.
No, I think they get to a point where they have achieved so much in academics to where then they go into that. I don't think anybody, people grow up saying, I want to be an astronaut. I want to be an astronaut. But then that fades and you only see the kids excelling maybe in like additional, like, what do they call those high school classes, those accelerated classes or whatever? You start seeing that and it parlays into college and all that. I don't think, because I think somewhere when kids say, yeah, I want to be an astronaut, but that's like saying, I want to be president. Eventually, it kind of just fades out. And I think most kids that do become astronauts are recognized. I don't think it's just, they just walk up and say, hey, I want to try to be an astronaut. I think they're recognized as exceptional and brought into those programs. But as far as young kids in the hood and inner cities, and then when Lena said it, she said she was responding to kids who said they wanted to be influencers or strippers or whatever. The kids weren't saying they wanted to be astronauts. Lena said that. And Lena's not the brightest bulb in the lamp. So let's not do that. She said that she made that recommendation to the kids. They were far removed from that. So yeah, that's Lena's fault. That ain't the kids' fault. The kids were being real. They were living in their reality. They saw what was available to them.
Black Moses, listen. When I was living in DC, one of the kids that was going to our church with his father, he was taking pilot lessons. And it was one vacation Bible school where he came to the church and he was in a teenage class and the teacher asked, he was like, I'm gonna be an astronaut. And the same camp that Gimpy mentioned, he was given an invitation to go to because he was an actual pilot by then at 16 years old.
Well, that's exceptional. That's what I mean when I say exceptional. It's something about that's exceptional and they get brought in.
Dreams. You don't get those exceptional kids without them dreaming big.
That's
sorry.
right.
You're never going to convince me that you benefit by reducing the expectations for children.
But here's the technical aspect of it. He was a good pilot in Kung Fu. I think you I think you're lying here.
No,
but,
I'm not.
Yeah, but I think he was recognized because he was such a good pilot. He was brought into it. I think he wanted to be a pilot, an achiever at being a pilot. I don't think he wanted to be an astronaut. I thought somebody recognized him as exceptional and brought him into that camp. Right.
That is true, but he wasn't like you're saying he was a great pilot. No, he was just learning to be a airplane pilot. And he even expressed to his family, he expressed to the church that he wanted to be an astronaut. That's what he did. Black church.
Okay.
Black church. I grew up in a church full of teachers and police officers. Okay. So yes, I do have a law enforcement background, but and then my pastor used to tell me when I would teach Sunday school, where he would like sit in on it. He was like, you need to go back to school and be a teacher. And I'm like, no, I don't want to go back to school at all. I like doing what I'm doing. It helps. It tunes my skills when I'm selling cars to unawares customers.
Hold on. Somebody in the chat said they had a beat making class in high school. Your high school failed you. Your high school. If you had a beat making class in high school, that means they've practically given up on traditional learning, and they're just catering to all kids who want to be rappers and beat makers. So they pretty much failed you.
First of all, my son got into producing and making beats when he was in the 12th grade. His friend, who was a pianist, his whole family were pianists, trained classical pianists, told him, come to my house over the weekend and I'll work on it. Now my son, who done beats for Rick Ross and Ludacris, he was even during COVID, he was even getting ready to remaster all Shirley Caesar's music until COVID hit.
That's achievable. Now like I'm saying, gospel music, stuff like that. But I'm talking about these rap dreams, these dreams of being big rap beatniks and all this other stuff. That's the stuff that bothers me.
No, my daughter, I brought my kids up in the church. And so when she started creating rhymes and poetry, I knew where it came from. And here's the thing, I'm not a biological father, but I knew where it came from because I used to write down everything when I was in the Navy and in high school. And I think she got a hold of my book, and it's history. She's been around with Biz Markie, Ludacris, Rick Ross, Nelly, all the big stars when they come to Atlanta, because that's where she moved to. She was managed by, what's her last name is Blunt.
Is it a rapper?
No, she's a R&B singer. Her last name is Blunt.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I think it's
I listen to smooth jazz. I'm a smooth jazz and a classic rock guy.
I got you, but she was an R&B singer, and she was managing my daughter at the time.
Oh, okay.
And so I encouraged her. She would invite me to when she did spoken word, especially if I was in DC. She'd be uptown, Florida Avenue, Northwest, and stuff like that. But that was basically, it was a hobby. She always had a regular job. And this is what some artists forget. If you got to pay your bills. That's her name, Tanya Blunt.
Tanya Blunt? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Roz Girl. Is that Roz Girl? Thank you, Roz Girl. At least you know something.
And so did my son worked in grocery stores all of his teenage years and even into his 20s. And now in his 30s, he manages 3 stores in Frederick, Maryland. And so I always told him, I was like, remember, this is a hobby. Just like I play football, semi-pro football, it's a hobby. Just don't pay my bills. I got to go to work. And they understand that. And that's what they do. They have jobs and they know that what they do is a hobby. And they understand it's who that'll get you on.
So your son runs 4 grocery stores. Maybe he can hire Dante Berry, since he failed in basketball and he's a failed electrician. He's a third-rate electrician that probably don't even have his license. Now, he says he's an electrician, but you got them shade tree brothers that go around putting wires together, so they'll call themselves an electrician. Dante, I want you to get on here and show your electronic or electrician's license, because I don't think you're licensed. I don't think you're licensed, dude, or bonded. I don't think you're bonded or licensed, Dante. You're just one of those shade tree guys that go around fixing people's lights and stuff like that. So knock it off. You failed that basketball. Maybe you can get a job with Kung Fu's son. Helping on his
I don't think Dante in Maryland, bro.
Wherever he is, he failed.
Listen. Look, when I got older, I wanted to encourage all my nephews and nieces to do what they wanted to do. My daughter came to me one day and she was like, I want to be a wrestler. I was like, what happened to veterinarian school? Remember, I was talking about how they switch their mind every 10, 15 minutes. And so I took her to the training facility. It was,
Let's make money, Black Easy.
I took her to the training facility in Maryland, and she got to meet some of the wrestlers that be on WWE and all that other stuff. And I was like, I want you to watch what happens in the ring. Because I wrestled in high school, so I kind of knew. And after watching, I was like, you sure you still want to wrestle? She's like, no, that's all right.
All right.
I got a story.
Hold on, Black Measy.
I got a story.
Black Measy. Whoa. Don't hold off on your story. Let's make some money.
I got a story.
I'm not licensed, right? Let's make some money. I want you to read. What's that say?
I can't read it. It's the light. Back it up so I can see it. I can't see it. What's the date on there? What does it say? It says
I can see it. It says
I see the big letters that says TDLR.
Okay. State of Texas. You see the top left? State of Texas.
What
else you see?
I just see TDLR. That's all I can see. What is that, bro?
I know you can see that.
Bro, I can't see it. It's
Journeyman.
It's a glare.
It says
it's a glare.
Dante.
Well, just tell me what it says. I'll take your word for it.
Dante Anthony Berry, State of Texas, journeyman electrician. It's got my license number up there, and it expires 3/14/2026. Okay, let me show you something else, homeboy. We can get all the money you want to get tonight.
Let's get that money.
This is the electrical code. Okay, you see all that? I actually passed that. Okay, and that's only one of the things I do, homeboy. I have my own business in alternative health, and one of the things I do, I read books like this. This is Compendium of Genetic Therapy.
So
OGT. Now hold on. Let me finish.
You put up,
let me finish. We about to make no.
So that could be
old.
You just told me
we about to make money. Don't
stop me.
Don't stop me when I'm on my roll.
I'm just telling you the card you showed me was faded.
Hold on.
I don't know if
we're gonna make some more. We're gonna make some more money right now. Let me show you something else.
Put that card back up, Dante.
No, we're gonna show you something else, homie. Because that ain't all I do. Okay, I work with a doctor named Dr. Larry Wilson. I'm a nutritional balancing practitioner.
Can we talk to Larry now? Can we talk to Dr. Larry now?
This is one of the things I do. So you see,
I can't see it.
Hold on. My name is on the left.
You just showed me a bunch of books,
man. Hold on. I'm gonna show you. My name is on the left.
You showed me green eggs and ham. Would that make you Dr. Seuss?
Stop interrupting me because you called me out. Stop interrupting me. My name is on the left, Dante Berry. The other one is my.
Dude. You're telling me this. I can't see it. It's faded. The light, the glare. I can't see it.
Can anybody else see that?
I can't see it. It's up to me.
Okay. Can anybody else on the panel? Can anybody else
the truth, man?
Can anybody else on the panel see that? My name.
Anybody else see it on the panel?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you see it? What does it say, Chaotic?
It says his name.
It says Dante Berry. Now the other name I don't want you to see. That's one of my clients. Okay, so I do nutritional balancing and I'm a nutritional consultant. I can explain what this chart means what this chart means. It's got all these mineral levels. Hold on. It's got all these mineral Wait. It's got all these mineral levels on it: calcium, magnesium, sodium, potassium. You got a calcium magnesium ratio. That's your blood sugar ratio. You got your sodium potassium ratio. That's your vitality ratio. You got your calcium potassium. That's your adrenal gland. That's your thyroid gland ratio. So all of these ratios and all these numbers right here, it tells you what's going on in your body. And what we do is we work with a laboratory called Analytical Research Labs and Endomet Laboratories to give people supplements based off of that hair analysis that they have. That's a hair analysis company. So
I
that's what I
thought you
do
were
on
an
the side.
electrician. So you do that
That's what
as
I
an
do on the
electrician.
side. That's what I do on the side. That's what I do on the side. And
So the electrician
my
money
main
doesn't
job is a
suffice.
license, and my main job is a licensed electrician, homie. Now,
Well, I
before you
don't know.
start
I couldn't
calling
see the
somebody
card.
out, I didn't came
I
with the
couldn't see the
receipts.
card.
I didn't came with the receipts. Now what?
I couldn't see the stuff. Show me the card again, and I want to see that card, dude. Stop playing with me. Show me the card.
Okay, we're gonna get better at it. You think I'm playing with you? Can nobody see that?
Can anybody else see that?
It says journeyman electrician. Yes.
It says Dante Anthony Berry, journeyman electrician. And
I don't see that. I don't see that.
Yeah, you can't see it. There's my license number, and the expiration date is in 2026.
Let me see that. Put it closer up to the camera. Closer. What are we looking at here? It's faded, man. Okay,
Yeah, it's faded because it's in my wallet because I work. It's in my wallet because I work. I take it to work every day.
So, hey.
Now, what you got to say now, Black Measy? What you got to say? Let's hear it. I'll mute.
You showed improved.
Exactly.
And I would like to congratulate you on having a job. Shall we proceed?
He is not right. Listen. If y'all ever want to go to the auction, that's me right there, bro. That's my access card. I've been part of the Manheim, ABC, Odessa. I've been a part of them for over 20 years, as you can see. All right.
Hey, Moses.
Thank you, Trigger Warren. You can shat in a box and say it's certified.
Moses, are we in the wrong for just being honest?
No, we're not.
Astronaut.
No, we're not.
An astronaut. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, no, we're not. And it started with Lena. Why don't y'all want to be astronauts? Like you could just be an astronaut. Like you just go to the local community college, and be an astronaut. Like they're just handing out astronaut licenses like that. That was the first misleading part right there. And then Dante comes to save her. Well, what are you going to tell the kids? What are you going to tell them when they're sitting up there saying, I want to be an influencer. I want to be a stripper or whatever. Why are you being an astronaut? I mean, really? You're backing that up, Dante? And then you come on here with some printed. You know how you get fake IDs?
Come on.
You get fake IDs. Come on. I'm not saying that he did that, but it is a possibility. Now, he just shat on your political party. He did that. And you backed him up. I couldn't believe that. The Black American Party, the Bappies, huh? He did that to you, dude. And we're going to sit up here and take his word that license is good. He's it's in my pocket, so it's faded because I work. Yeah. Maybe you have a job. Sounds like that. It sounds like you have a job. Doesn't sound like you're an astronaut, though, Negro. So please, knock it off. You have a job like the rest of us. If we have a different way in our approach of telling kids and this is the thing. A lot of these parents who are maybe coming out of some rehab or alcohol program, they're sitting up there telling kids, you could be an astronaut one day. We don't know that, but this is what they're doing. So these kids grow up saying, I could be an astronaut. And then the big letdown hits them. We're just getting them ready for that and giving them the realistic scope of life that you delusional people continuously fill their heads up with. Because when they crash, they crash in different ways. Substance abuse, over sexualization, crime, vengeance, anger. And it all comes down to anger. So all we're doing is saying, hey, that's cool, but maybe you should seek an alternative while you do that. Haven't you ever heard of a plan B? Dante, sounds like you got a plan B. You said you're an electrician and you make supplements. Dang, Negro, you're some kind of magical Negro. You making supplements and stuff too? How do you find all that time in the day to do it, homie? How? I think there's some bluff in there. I really do. Yeah, it's Negroes that's making fake IDs saying that they're licensed mechanics. And all throughout the day, they're sitting up under a shade tree with oily jeans. Knock it off, bro. Knock it off. We're just giving them a taste of reality. Am I right, CT? Aren't you just trying to give them a taste of reality?
Well, yes, but yes. And you did something great earlier today.
What was that?
You broke me down in detail. You said I grew up and I was watching Star Trek. I was watching Star Trek.
Or Battlestar Galactica, one of them.
And I wanted to be an astronaut. And what happened to me, sir? What happened to me? What was your theory?
Yeah, I'm just saying, when you was watching Star Trek, you wanted to be an astronaut. You wanted to sail the cosmos.
I did.
You know, going to far-reaching galaxies, laying up with purple and blue chicks from other planets. Right.
I did as a kid. I thought it was real.
Reality hit you, and you said, maybe Afro-American studies would be a better achievement.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you know, you want to identify, because a lot of these kids, because nowadays, not like when maybe, but nowadays, you can identify these kids early. And you can say, hey, this kid ain't, some ain't all there. Something is missing. You can look at their parents. You see it. So like I said before, a kid comes up to you. You might say, hey, let's just see if you can put one foot in front of the other first. Let's not, let's just take it easy. First, let's see, can you read? Yeah. Most of these kids now are not up to speed on their reading levels.
That is for sure.
You're basing this because you were once an educator, right?
Yeah, I am.
So you being a actual degreed educator with a track record in the school system, sitting up here arguing with a guy with a faded, non-licensed, non-bonded electrician card. Really?
We don't know that. We don't know that.
Yeah, we don't know that, but still, and I don't know, I think real electricians right now are working. They're not sitting in their bedrooms on YouTube arguing, putting people down. They're not. They're working. They're working on big projects, they're not hooking up TVs. You can be an electrician and work for the Best Buy, program, hooking up TVs and what is it, cable systems. Yeah, you're an electrician. Yeah, you work for Spectrum. Knock it off. I'm glad you have a job, Dante.
Moses, my first day of I thought I was good at math when I was in grade school. What happened when I got to college, man, with the mathematics course I took? Give me a rundown.
Yeah, okay. So let's see. Was it what's one of those high level math courses because the furthest I went, because I'm gonna tell you, when I came home, I went back to school. When I first came home from Air Force training, I went back to school. I wanted to be a sound engineer, a recording technician. I didn't want to be a beat maker. I wanted to be a sound engineer because when we would go to concerts, I wanted to be the guy that was in front of that big old board. I was like, man, I want to be that guy. I didn't care about the people on stage. I wanted to be the guy that ran that big old board because, you know, sound boards used to be like 48 tracks long.
Yeah.
So and actually I did good in that program.
So you were asking me what's like the highest level math you could take?
Yeah, but the math that we had to take in that was called applied mathematics.
Yeah.
But now with you wanting to have a math degree, you got to get into what? Super calculus?
No, more like complex analysis.
Yeah, all that
that's
there.
Like, that deals with more complex numbers in calculus. And then you got like topology, you got abstract algebra. But what happened with me, man? What happened with me when I got in there?
Man, you probably went to class and you was a little inebriated from the night before. Went up in there and that teacher got to writing all those figures and parentheses and symbols and signs that wasn't like plus and division and multiplication like you were used to in school. And she's putting up symbols, cosmic symbols, trilateral signals, all this stuff that went out to the multiverse. That's what mathematics is. It's infinite.
Yeah.
But your level was only freshman algebra.
It was a little bit higher than that, but
no.
You don't think so?
Okay. Junior trig. That's it. Junior trig. Okay, let's go there. But you got up there and she got to writing all these figures, and you was already inebriated. After a while, when your head got dizzy, you just politely packed all your books up, got your little backpack, walked your ass up out of there, went down to the administrator's office and said, hey, I would like to drop topology. He says, no, for me, this, what's wrong? Just like, it's, you know how you talk. It's just not for me. You know, trying to sound intelligent, trying to sound like, you know, I'm better than that, but it's just not for me. You know, like, no, knowing that you couldn't mess with it. And you said, well, what do you want to take? What do you want to take? Well, you know, I saw something called Afro-American Studies, Civil Rights 101, you know, the life and times of Martin Luther King. Okay. And from then on, and here you are now. You are an expert. You are an expert when you come on here and do what you do. You are putting your Afro-American Studies degree at work by breaking down the Black population. Yeah. Like you say, you're the Negro Whisperer. You can back that up because they say, well, what makes you the Negro Whisperer? You can just put up your degree in Afro-American Studies. Because if that don't make you a Negro Whisperer, I don't know what is. So you can actually back up your YouTube speak. Some of these people get on here talking about Black people, and they're the only thing they went through, they went to prison and they got mad. So, they did. I'm in prison because I'm Black. So they came out and they mad, but they don't have no paperwork behind it. You actually got paperwork. You actually have paperwork to back up why you are the Negro Whisperer.
I do.
You know? Yeah. No, it's not advanced trig. No, it's not topology to the utmost. No. You know, you're not doing rocket fuel breakdowns, mathematics. You're not breaking down trajectories of launching rockets. You're not doing none of that. You don't work for SpaceX or Blue Space. You don't.
I don't.
But you are the Negro Whisperer.
Why do you think I'm so real with myself, Ivan?
Hey, you have no choice. I mean, what is that a lie about? I mean, come on. You have to be. And being real with yourself actually propels and excels. You know, it does. A lot of people on here can't be real with themselves. They can't. They'll say, oh, I got this going on. I got that going on. Knowing that they barely holding on to a job. Barely. But you have a track record. You have a stamp on your arm that lets you know you're one of the bros. I don't even have a stamp. But you have a stamp. You have a brand on your arm, man. You've been through it. You've been through it. Now, the only thing I question is because you should be in the same realm as a Candace Owens. You should be the heir apparent to Larry Elder. That's what I be thinking about you. But just like you couldn't go through with those math studies or that math degree, you won't follow through with your black rhetoric outside of YouTube. That's my only thing. I was like, man, this guy got it if he just step out on faith. You know how they said it in church. Well, step out on faith. If you just stepped out on faith, you would be right there with Candace Owens, Larry Elder, I don't know the other guys. You'd be right there with them. But you won't, man. You hold yourself back.
What do you think
I'm
is holding
thinking
you back?
same thing. I'm thinking the same element, the same spirit that holds you back is the same spirit that made you drop out of that math program and accept Afro-American studies. It's the same thing. You didn't want to do the under the hood work. You don't want to get under the hood. You like the colors, the lights, the attention. You get on YouTube, but you won't raise that hood up, get under that hood, and lead a local political party. You've announced a party or something you want to do.
I did.
But you have to be boots on the ground, 10 toes down, out in public, handing out pamphlets, getting on a soapbox on the corner and said, hey, black folks, we can make Cleveland better. Because most of the black folks from Cleveland, they're not on YouTube. They probably don't even have phones and laptops. So those are the people that you need to reach. Yeah. Not the people on YouTube that ain't even in the same city as you. It starts locally, politically for you. So if you want to start your Black American Party, aka the BAPs, aka the Blackies, then you got to do the grassroots work, man. YouTube is cool. YouTube is fun. It can be informational, entertaining. But in order for you to get over that hump that holds you back, that spirit of fear that's within you, you got to hit the pavement and kick that BAP or BPA or whatever you call it, kick it off, man. Look what Tariq Nasheed did. Look what the ADOS people did. They started grassroots. Yeah, it was also a social media campaign, but they were also out there. Black Lives Matter was out there. There's a Black Lives Matter over in my old community. There's an actual Black Lives Matter office with a big old board that says Black Lives Matter. It's still there. So yeah, you can be on social media, YouTube, all that, but you got to reach the people, man. You got to get out there and reach the people. That ain't gonna change. AI ain't gonna change it. Social media ain't gonna change it. You got to get out there, man. And I hate to be on here preaching because I'm not that kind of guy. But you asked.
I did, and I want to, and I'm glad that you were here. And happy New Year. And since you were here, you say I was in topology. Can you show the people how I looked? Now you said I came there inebriated.
Yeah.
How did I look in the class when how did my eyes and gestures look? Go ahead, buddy.
Okay, you came in class, you're already inebriated, you know. You had a good time, so you came in with a smile on your face, looking around. Then you sat down at the table or your desk or whatever, however y'all had it set up, and the topology professor got up there and they gave a little introductory speech on how they're going to apply whatever theory they're going to apply. And they got on that board and started blah, 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 and this, and if you take that quotient and put it here and you do this and blah, blah, blah. And while he was doing that, you were smiling at first. You were looking around at everybody else and they were paying attention and taking notes and you weren't. And at that point, you just grabbed your backpack while trying to look, got your little books and folders, put them in there, and you gave this signal to the professor. You got your ass up out of there and went down to the admin office.
Ivan, there were so many students, man, that I'm pretty sure we share a similar story, but man, it was so many kids that I knew. The ones who did, when they say look to your left, look to your right, man, they mean that shit. I know when we were kids, they meant that shit. They said, well, look to your left, look to your right. These people won't even be here. That was true, but I knew a lot of people, man, growing up. They started off as like biochemistry majors. They started off.
Then they get up in that professor get to talking.
Hey, here goes the thing, man. Here goes the thing. A lot of these kids came from not the best private schools, not the best public schools. And they were lied to growing up. A lot of the kids just don't have the mental capacity. And everybody knows it. And nobody encourages these people to go into like the trades. And then when they get to college, if you can't succeed at a state college, man, how are you gonna succeed at an Ivy or even not even an Ivy, but in the top 50 in America or the top 100? So I saw a lot of what you say burnouts, man. I saw a lot of burnouts.
Yeah.
And had they told these, and it was a lot of females too, Black Meezy. It was a lot of females that just burnt out because a lot of the dudes were dumb. They go in there, they'd be like, oh, I'm gonna just major in general studies. They were they were already kind of stupid, but a lot of the females, man, they would do biochemistry, and they didn't even have an understanding of the periodic table, let alone how to connect. I'm like, Jesus Christ, what school did they come from that let them? And what it is that, again, Dante's a good guy, man, but man, we've seen it, man. I've seen it. I've seen kids. Dude, I knew a girl who was a mathematics major. And you know what school I went to, man. She ended up just majoring in African studies, man. Now she has a master's degree.
Wow.
In like,
wow. What is it with African studies and you come on, man?
Because it's super easy, but I knew a lot of people like this, man. So that's why when Lena said, how come those girls didn't want to be astronauts? I said, Lena, stop, man. I get it, but they're not astronaut material.
The Afro-Americans say, dude, if you're gonna do that, just take join the urban plan, get an urban planning degree.
And that's what a lot of them ended up doing, believe it or not. They ended up doing urban planning.
Let me tell you something. I still talk to some of my buddies from college to this day. Yep. I still talk to them. And one of my buddies, because I went to college in another state, not in the state I live in. And when I first started communicating with him, he was like, man, and he went to school for something like electrical engineering. I think he went to college when we was in college. He went to college for electrical engineering. I think that was his thing. And when I talked to him, he was like, man, don't none of us work in the degrees we got. That's what he was saying. He said, don't none of us work in the degrees he got. And you know what he does?
What's that?
He actually took over a janitorial service that his father had. He actually took it over.
Yeah.
He didn't do nothing with his, I think his, when I left, that's what he was doing. He ended up taking over the janitorial business that his father had.
Yeah, look, man,
But ain't nothing wrong with that. It's real.
Ain't nothing wrong with
reality.
it. But
It's
you
reality.
know, I'm a positive guy, man. But like, for example, this guy right below me, Logic, he's a good guy. He's out of Baltimore. If I were at an assembly in front of these kids in Baltimore, and one of them said, I want to be an astronaut, I'll say, keep dreaming. I mean, you guys can't even pass the mathematics portion of the damn state exams.
Yeah, you guys can't even read past the 5th grade level. You want to be an astronaut? Man, you if you're an astronaut, you go up in space. Them aliens gonna cuss your ass out. What are you doing up here?
Go ahead, Logic.
Nah, man, it's true, man. Again, I go back to setting proper expectations, but I guess what's the why aren't people willing to do that? But other thing, man, like most people in their fields are dumb when they go outside of their fields too. You really got to find something that works for you and stop trying to pigeonhole people, into false fields. For example, if you talk to a lawyer, and then ask them about how something works on a computer, even though they use computers all day long, they sound completely stupid when it comes to that. Like, so what I'm saying is like anything, like you really have to find what you're good at. And there's so many opportunities out here in the world, but we still need to be honest about it. But I mean, I'm learning more and more, watching you guys and talking to Gimpy, and most people are stupid. And it's you got to find what works for you. Stop telling people that they can be that.
Again, if your kid is retarded and chews on lead chips every day, yes, don't tell him to be an astronaut. Don't encourage that. But if your kid could dribble a ball and shoot a shot and wants to play basketball like his self already desires it, there's no reason not to.
Yeah, I mean, you should.
Wait, this dude said, what if a big woman wants to be a cheerleader for the Dallas Cowboys? What can we tell her to get her goals lifted up? Tell her first to stop eating all the goddamn double cheeseburgers and extra fries and whole baskets of Popeye's chicken. Stop that first, and then we'll talk. Knock all that off, man.
Look, I mean, you know what? You converted me, CT. Let's just crush all the 10-year-old dreams. It makes it easier. We just crush it all that way.
That's not what he's saying.
No, he's saying that if you have it, like if you can tell that the kid's retarded, you shouldn't encourage him to do things outside their scope. I get it, but like, how many kids at 10 can you tell that they're like, yeah, okay, Baltimore inner city schools aside, if your kid can do some math and read, why would you tell them not to shoot for the stars exactly?
Well,
become a mathematician in order to become an astronaut. Why is it become a mathematician instead of an astronaut? But you get to the same goal, you end up a mathematician. Either way, your kid gets it. And why does his dream have to be crushed? When he's an adult, it can get crushed properly, like all adults.
Okay, but so a child comes with this fantasy, because when he's a child, this is a fantasy. Just like kids want to be firemen, or I want to be a fireman. I want to be president. It's a fantasy. But now you're bringing him down to a more boring title, mathematician.
Who labeled it boring?
The kids are going, when you say, hey, want to be a mathematician?
No, I said I'm trying to make CT's argument work both
okay.
Right? Like he'll say, well, you should just be a mathematician, and that's an achievable goal. An astronaut, no one can be an astronaut. I agree. The odds of him being an astronaut are astronomical, but at the same token, if the idea is to get him to be a mathematician, sure, feel like you should be, but let's get you to be a mathematician so you can even remotely qualify, or a fighter pilot jet in the Air Force. Or again, I just don't understand unless the kid itself demonstrate, right? Like I agree. If the kid's a paint chip eater, fine. The kid, if the girl's ugly, you don't tell them they're pretty. I get it.
What's wrong with the paint chip eater, man? Come on, bro.
They're generally retarded.
Man, I think we're just saying, just tell people the truth.
Okay.
That is the cure to all of this. Is just tell people the truth, man. If you got it, you got it. If you're talented, you're talented. If you're not, you're not. Yeah. I mean,
there should be no. Then can we get rid? If we're doing that, then I'd rather just get rid of participation trophies.
Yeah, I'm 100% for that.
Can I tell you? Can I tell you a story? in elementary school. I don't know what happened, but I was like in the 3rd or the 4th grade, and I thought I made the choir. I swore I made the choir. I was singing. Oh, yeah. I'll never forget this. So about 2 weeks later, we're singing again, and they had like an outside person coming in, and they were working with the music teacher, and they tapped me and said, "Can you come with us for a minute?" And I started singing for them. And they were like, I swear this happened, but I know that this happened the way I'm telling it. And they're like, are you in the choir? I said, yeah, I made the choir thing last week. And they said, well, can you sing some notes real quick? And I started singing. And the lady looked at the white guy and said, and then my teacher had to tell me, "Oh, that was a mistake. You didn't make the choir." And I swore, I was like, "I thought I made the choir." Now I don't know what happened. I'll never forget that.
Dude, we know what happened. People realize you can't sing, bro. And yet, I want to tell you, in your adult life, you're being encouraged to be a rapper. So see, it all you get. Who said you're not? You'll get second chances.
But see, go ahead, Moses.
Hey, was you doing like this, CT? Like Boys to Men?
And so what I'm saying is that lady didn't hesitate to just be like, and I'll never forget her. It was a white lady. She was like, what? No. And so to me, you have to do these things early in life, man. Moses, when I was a kid, I told you, man, now these weren't adults. These little twin girls, they said, man, you ugly. Ooh, man, I'm telling you, man, a lot of kids need those words of encouragement as a kid, man. I'm telling you, that does a lot for you as a kid. To me, that's the psychological thing as a kid. You need those words of encouragement, man.
Here's a very embarrassing, one of my most embarrassing. This was one of the most, I'm going to say it was traumatizing to me, but it set my life on a trajectory for the better. It did. Now, when I was in elementary and junior high school, I was a skinny kid. I was a little kind of skinny kid, right? But I also played sports. So one thing I did, I was a pop locker. Me and my friends, we had a pop locking group. And we looked good because, at that time I was little and skinny and, I was popping, pop, 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 waving and all that other stuff. Doing all of that, right? But during one summer, I got real muscular because, like I said, I played sports. We started lifting weights and we really got into that muscular look. But I didn't realize that that's not attractive when you're pop locking. So have you ever seen Terry Crews when he's trying to pop lock, how he's muscular, but okay, so one time we was out in the schoolyard and they were having kids was pop locking against each other, right? So my buddies and me, because we still cool, we go out there and try to do our thing. So I get to doing my thing and I'm muscular. I'm like, and a girl said, sit your big cocky ass down. It shattered me. And when I tell you I never tried to pop lock again, I'll get on here and kind of role play, but I just went straight to athletics.
He was traumatized.
That traumatized you. I said trauma. That voice still rings in my head today when I watch kids on video on social media doing their pop locking and stuff. I still hear that voice of that girl. Because when you used to do your pop lock routines, you do a routine together, but then everybody else had their solo. So when it came to my solo, I came out there, but I'm muscular, so I come out there. And that girl said, sit, and everybody heard it. Sit your cocky ass down. Calling me cocky. And I just kind of I kind of stopped mid-move. And I just turned around, and plus I had on some hard bottom shoes and jeans. So that just made it even worse. So I just went back and just finished the routine. I never did it again. I never did it again. Because that's what they call you when you were muscular back then. They called you cocky. Like dudes from New York would say cock diesel. But we used to say cocky. And I played football and stuff. So, dude, I was done, man. I was done. I was sad. I was traumatized at that time because I was like, man, because at first, man, people used to, in my neighborhood, come on, they used to turn on the jam box, Planet Rock, all of that. And we used to be pop locking Numbers by Kraftwerk. And when you're slim and slender, you can move like that. It looks good. But when you get muscular, you like some kind of retarded mutant. And man,
do y'all see that dude Big Groove on Instagram?
Yeah, hey, perfect him. That is so awkward to me when I see him. That's how it was for me. And then I'm light skinned with a shag back then. I ain't have a low cut. I got a shag and I'm muscular and light skinned. Just sit your cocky ass down. And I sat my cocky ass down, and I never got back up in any kind of pop locking. None whatsoever. And that was really traumatizing to me. But it was a reality also. And when I went into athletics, I had success. I ended up going to college for it. So it's a small college, all that other stuff. But still, somebody recognized my athletic abilities, But yeah, the pop locking was done. And that was that was the summer, my freshman year, from going to the summer, I was done, man. I was done. And I always got jealous of the kids at the pep assemblies that would still get up there and pop lock and be skinny and looking good in their new clothes and stuff with they slacks and all that, but they was real skinny and with their polos on, pop locking. And I'm sitting up there and I used to be jealous of them cats, man. I was like, man, that could be me up there. That could be me up there. But I'm.
Well, you can go to Australia though, man. I mean, if there's any hope, man, you can actually go to Australia and join the Australian pop lock team. And get to the Olympics.
Or you can just try and see.
You don't know how self-conscious I am. I don't care where I am. I'm not doing it because I'm so self-conscious of that one incident, dude. Man, that one incident shattered it. It shattered it, dude. I do it for fun and people laugh every now and then. But, dude, I'm not going to try to be serious, because we still got dudes that I grew up with that were pop lockers back then, and they still kind of skinny, and they still do it as a gimmick, but they still do it. I can't do it, man. I mean, I'm still sizable, but, man, it was embarrassing, man. And just think, you're in a field. We're in a school field, and I'm from a city, so I come from a big school where everybody just congregated out in either the parking lot or the field, and you hear the music and everything, and everybody's out there doing their pop locking routines. And that chick said that to me, dude, shattered me, man. And I graduated with her, and whenever I see her, I kind of just have this look. I was like, it's just this look. I remember you did that, but she's cool. But at the same time, I remember she said that. And every time I kind of see her, I'm like, hey, what's been going on? How you doing? And she don't even think about it. She don't even remember that. But I do. I remember it.
Did she like you or something?
Me. No. She's cool. Her husband is cool. I mean, real cool. She doesn't realize that she traumatized me. She didn't realize that. So we see each other at little alumni get-togethers and stuff. And she, hey, how you doing? And hug. She didn't realize that really. I never told her. I said, hey, when you said that back then, that really messed me up, messed my head up for a while. I don't say that. I just leave it alone. I think you should go tell her. No, I'm not gonna tell her. I just leave it at it. Cool people. We just seen each other because we had the state championship. I just saw her. Sweet. She's sweet.
If you're watching, man,
she ain't watching. She ain't watching.
Even though you ruined his whole life.
We're Facebook friends. I mean, she's cool people. Cool. I always had a good sense of humor. But she said that to me and shattered me, man. I used to watch Breaking, B Street, all those pop locking movies with inspiration. Like, man, I could be doing that, thinking I'll be a part of some dance routine crew and we're gonna get all the fame. She shattered all of that shit, bro.
But you know, Ivan, but here goes the thing, Ivan. How many famous pop blockers do we have now? I can't name one. So maybe,
man, they got a whole Olympics. It's in the Olympics now. It's in the Olympics.
I mean, this one time, I think after this year,
it's only about 10 of them, man.
It's gonna be back, but it got to the point. Now we have content. They have world contest with doing.
But what if you never made it to the big leagues? You just ended up a 50-year-old man for no reason.
But you know what? There's still that journey that comes with it. Yeah, I didn't make big money and all that, but that's still that journey of doing it and going through all of that.
Yeah.
You know, I can only talk about it from like 8th grade to my freshman year because that's when it happened. Freshman year. So after that, I have no stories. But it's other guys that know me from back then that see me like, yeah, man, they went on to be in local contests and win local contests. We had the pep assemblies. Remember, that was freshman year. You have sophomore, junior, senior. These guys were still performing at the pep assemblies. And then when the teeny bopper clubs kicked off, every weekend, then the teeny bopper clubs doing their routines, getting all this fame. Them people at the teeny bopper club don't know that I play football for my local school and all this other stuff.
But isn't it possible? But isn't it possible that you could have been pop blocking, didn't make it, turned into smoking crack, and been a crackhead that was pop blocking? Because there's a lot of crackheads who pop block.
But those were bums anyway. They were bums anyway. They weren't going, yeah. And that's why there's some of them skinny because they smoke crack. But no, most of the dudes that I know, they work for the post office.
Said, you sucked at it. Based on what that chick said, you kind of sucked at it too, man. So like, there is a possibility you ended up a crackhead in the streets if you stayed a pop blocker. He does have a point.
You know what? It wouldn't have happened. My mind was straight. I had a good background and good people around me. So, and much support. When I was good, when I was little and slim and popping and they was loving it, people was like, man, y'all, yeah, come over, man. Y'all come over and do it. They turn on the jam box. We go down to the neighborhood park and we be pop locking. And I always was one of the top ones at that point, like from, 4th grade all the way up to that point. I was one of the top, and I was in the same group with the top dude. Now he did start smoking crack. He did smoke.
See, dude, you were one guy off from
we had televised contests. They was having contests at the Martin Luther King Center, the local DJ. I don't know if you know Russ Parr. They were calling the pop locking. Yeah, when he was here DJing, they threw those contests at Martin Luther King, man, and those guys were on there, the Rockets, the Boppers, the Star-Studded Strutters. They was on there doing them contests, man, and they were still doing it. I'm talking about to like when I was even a junior and senior in high school, they were televising those pop locking contests. You had the I forgot those two dudes. One dude's name was Snake and Ant. Man, them dudes was cold, man. I'm about to graduate, and they having contests, local contests on TV.
Well, I couldn't be in them. Unique with the $5 super chat. She says, so you were traumatized by a couple of words and you were almost an adult male. Imagine how much worse it is to do that to a child. Go ahead.
What are you talking about, Unique? Yeah, you're talking about two different things. This is two different things. Nobody wants to grow up to be a career pop locker. Yeah, they do it, but it's a side thing. Yeah. You don't see nobody doing that. So it's recreational. It's something you got famous for in your neighborhood locally. But then you got some guys who ended up being mailmen. Some guys ended up going to the military. All kinds of life. That was recreational. Everybody that's in that knows that they're not going to be big and famous and get big money from that. They know that. So they know they have to pursue other things, real lives. That's just the recreational stuff. So I don't know what you're talking about, Uniquely Stunning. Yeah. Even astronauts. If a brother grew up and he became a famous astronaut, if he still can do it, he still come back to the hood and pop lock if he's still looking for it. So what you talking about, Uniquely Stunning?
That's the give back part. Yeah, you have the astronaut come back to the hood to pop lock.
Come back to the hood. Looking for the perfect beat. Man, I remember pop locking. My favorite song was a song called Numbers by Kraftwerk. And I was still little and can do it. And I mean, we like, boom, boy, we used to kill it, boy. We used to kill it, but reality hit me sooner than the others. And I'm cool with that. I'm cool with it now, every once in a while, but I'm cool with it. I don't care what year it is, Uniquely Stunning. I don't care. I'm still traumatized by that. That was a part of who I was. It wasn't like this big career move, but it was a part of who I was. And
pop blocking.
Yeah, like people in my neighborhood, like, man, I remember you used to pop lock to this song. You used to do this bird dance. Yeah, I remember. Dude, they still say that.
Sharing,
huh?
I feel like this is one of those moments where thanks for sharing is the required response.
Whatever, But yeah, that was a very. I'm just saying, it's just like you in math when you came to the realization that you're not going to get a math degree.
Yeah.
I realized that I'm not going to be a popular pop lock dancer in my community.
Which do you think
that part of me was shattered, cut.
Which was more traumatizing for CT, when he realized he couldn't be a math whiz, or when he realized he could never be in the NBA?
Oh, he wanted to be in the NBA?
Yeah, when I was 11.
Huh?
Yeah, when I was 11.
Muggsy Bogues would tower over CT.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, Moses, when I was 11, I used to, go out to the backyard and just play basketball for hours, with my friends or by myself. And one day my dad was like, well, you're not going to make it to the NBA. And, you're wasting more time out here playing basketball than you should be studying. And he was right.
Yeah.
He was right.
But see, your dad is Nigerian. Nigerians, no sugarcoating. They're going to tell you right then, boom. And he did you justice. Just think, dude. Number one, I'm sure I can tell you don't have the movements, man. You can't cross nobody up. No, really, you can't cross nobody up, bro. You ain't got no shot. No. Was you in the league? Because like these kids your age, they're playing in leagues. Like I got a niece.
I wasn't. No, I didn't play AAU. Southern James, thank you so much for the $10 super sticker.
Yeah, before we had AAU here, we had church leagues, and people could tell which kids had the potential. We had kids actually today in the NBA that started out in the youth church leagues, and then AAU came later. But you could tell, like, that kid can play. And that some of those kids ended up being state championship high school players, and some of them are in the NBA.
Yeah.
The dude that plays for Detroit, Cade, I forget his name. He's one of those
Cunningham.
kids. Cade Cunningham. Yeah, he's from here. He started out in one of them little leagues, and man, that kid there was good when he was little. The kid that plays for Seattle, the receiver, Jackson Smith and Jigba. They went to Ohio State. You should know this. They went to Ohio State, who just got crushed by Miami. Y'all just got crushed by Miami Hurricanes. Jackson Smith and Jigba is from here. That kid was good at 7, 8 years old in Little League. Literally, I'm serious. We coached against him. He tore our team up every year as a youth player in Rockwall, Texas. That kid was good from flag football, and he's still good playing for the Seattle Seahawks. You see it. Some of these kids, you see it. And you can tell. So your situation.
Yeah.
You said you was 11?
Yeah.
You weren't playing in no leagues. Your dad wasn't. Your dad. See, this is the first thing. your parents have to take you out to the leagues, the local leagues. So your parents didn't even bother to take you out there to the local leagues. So they already knew. So your dad just said what already was reality. He said, we're not going to be paying money for you to play for leagues. You shorter than everybody else. You don't have a jump shot. You can't cross nobody up. We're not going to be buying new sneakers for you to just sit on the bench. Just come on in the house and read these books.
Yeah.
And go for that. And go for that Afro-American study. I land my plane. How long have I been talking?
Moses,
30 minutes?
No, but Moses, this is the truth, man. I mean, nobody's up here saying, "Oh, CT, what your dad did was horrible." Nobody said that, and he was right. There's only 300 NBA players in the league right now. It's hard. It's like, go ahead, Moses. Go ahead.
When I was coaching Little League football, dude, you just don't know the countless amount of kids that came for tryouts and their parents took them home the same day and never brought them back. Never brought them back. I'm serious, and I coached for a while, and it never changed. I'm talking about countless kids who still see me today and remember me. Hey, coach, Coach Hack. Hey, what's up, Coach Hack? And they'll see me today, and their mom see me today.
Yeah.
And I'm serious. They didn't make it through the first tryouts. We sign kids up, they come out. Kids come out, and they start crying during flag. We're flag football. I'm talking about flag where we're not even tackling. And they're just out there, and we're running little drills, and they just in line crying. I'm like, what's going on? We ain't even doing what's going on here. And next thing you know, they mama or they daddy come and get them. Usually it's the mama. Dad is, every once in a while. But the moms will come and get them, and you would never see them again because their mom is like, we're not finna pay $120, $150 for him to play, and he just sits out here and cries all day. And this was flag football. So just think, I'm going up the levels, flag, 8U, 10U, 12U, and even 12U. We talking about kids that were going into middle school that parents bring them out there and they put them pads on. Woo. Boy, we start them hidden drills.
Think about this, bro. Nobody in the chat has said, CT, what your dad did was horrible. Convenient, right? Hold on, Gimpy, hold on. Nobody in the chat is saying anything. And I think what my dad did was great. I used to be out there for hours just wasting time, telling myself, oh, I'm in the NBA. And my dad was like, you're not going to go to the NBA. Could you imagine if he not done that? I'll be 30 years old, still out on the park.
Probably an alcoholic. Probably alcoholic because your hoop dreams didn't, kind of like Dante, his hoop dreams didn't work out for him. Oh, okay. Oh, no. Yeah. But your hoop dreams didn't work out for you,
Well, even with your sister's friend, man, could you imagine somebody telling her, sweetheart, you're smart, but you're not medical doctor smart?
Man.
That would have changed her life, man.
And you know what?
Yeah.
And you know what? She was such a good person. She wasn't like she was such a good person to have inspiration. She was always positive, always got that smile. And to end up like that, sometimes when I think about it, I really get sad because I'm like, man, this is a good person and life shouldn't have done her like that. It really saddens me. And I didn't know what was going on until I called my sister. I said, yeah, I just seen Sylvia. She was say, yeah, she's not good. She had a nervous breakdown. And I saw her. She came and she was saying all these conspiracy theories like people was out to get her and stuff. And it was so sad that they found her. She had passed away and they found her still homeless out there on them streets, man. That really just, when it happened, when I found out about it, I was sad then because she was always sweet. She always saw us and me and my little brother, we run up and down the street and she was so sweet to us. And that was like, when we was little, that was like my sister's best friend.
Yeah.
I mean, best friend. She would be in our house watching TV and stuff. She was like a part of the family at that time. So for that to happen to her, man, I really felt a real bad way about that. And
Listen.
I know I talk about it now, and we kind of laugh about it a little bit, but man, it still kind of tugs at my heart that happened to her because she wasn't a bad person.
Look at a guy like an Afro Nerd, right? Or even a guy like Linwood.
Why are you bringing up them bums?
Hold on. Bro, nobody ever told them 30 years ago, hey man, give up on that black stupid stuff with these books, man. They be in the library with these books. and here goes Afro Nerd. He's sending me slave torture porn at 1:00 in the morning. He doesn't realize how absurd that is as a 40-something-year-old man. And this is what I'm saying, man. When you like I get it. When you first started reading those books, I had the same thing. I thought I was gonna save the black race. I thought I was gonna be like Elijah Muhammad. Man, you ain't about to be no Elijah Muhammad. You're not about to be no Elijah Muhammad.
I was in ground zero. of that black consciousness stuff because that kicked off when I had just got home. I didn't want to go back to the college I went to, so I started going to a local community college, and it was downtown. And that was ground zero. Number one, because the rap music was conscious. You had Public Enemy, Poor Righteous Teachers, Brand Nubian, X-Clan. You had all these conscious groups. Everybody was wearing the dashikis and the X and the African medallions, and the X medallions wearing the X hats. Everybody was reading the autobiography of Malcolm X. Real talk. And then the Nation of Islam just really kicked it into high gear. Everybody was converting to Nation of Islam. They had the little local mosque in South Dallas. They had the fish house selling the fish sandwiches. And I mean, the black consciousness, it was ground zero. And that community college I went to is still there. I think it's called Dallas College. It was called El Centro College. And a lot of black, like I said before, it was ground zero for all that stuff. Khalid Muhammad came down there. The guy from the Black Panthers, he came and spoke. They started this black group called the Black Student Society or some Black Student Union or something like that. And dude, the same information, the same pictures, the same rhetoric that they kicked off in 91 and 92. As a matter of fact, Farrakhan, it's on YouTube. Go to Farrakhan Comes to Dallas, Channel 8, WFAA did a report on Farrakhan coming to speak at Dallas. I went. He was at the Dallas Convention Center. I went to it because, like I said, it grabbed everybody. I was one of those people reading the autobiography of Malcolm X, thinking about joining the Nation of Islam, going to the Black Images Book Bazaar, doing all that stuff. That's what it was. Going to the Keith's Bazaar, getting wearing a African medallion and an X hat. I was one of those guys. Because that was the atmosphere of hip hop. That was the main thing. That was the atmosphere of hip hop. And it culminated with the Spike Lee Malcolm X movie. Remember that? Spike Lee did the X movie X. It culminated with that. I remember going to that movie and some Muslim guy gets up and starts screaming the Allah Akbar, and some nigga told him, man, sit your ass down. I remember that. Dude, I'm serious. We was at the Redbird Cinema and went to go see X, and that dude got up, he started singing Allah Akbar, this black dude, Allah Akbar. And some dude said, man, sit your ass down. And dude, the same information, the same rhetoric, the same slave porn that he sent you, I guarantee you it was the same stuff that we was hearing back in the early 90s. It's the same. It doesn't change. It's the same stuff I've seen on other channels, these other black channels that's really into the black stuff. It hasn't changed. It never changed. It was dudes downtown selling incense and all this other stuff. It was crazy. Looking back at it, it was crazy. And they didn't like me. The Black Student Union didn't like me because I was light-skinned. That was the main thing. I was light-skinned. I was in the Black Student Union. They didn't like me because a couple of girls that they were trying to holler at was liking me. So whenever they would refer to me, they would say my first name and try to because my name is Ivan. So yeah, Irie. They say something stupid like that, but that didn't stop them girls from liking me. So I just kind of faded away from them Negroes because a lot of them was trying to just holler at the girls in the little group. So it wasn't for me because I can get them regardless. But it's the same rhetoric. It hasn't changed. That Ivan Van Sertima, Nation of Islam, it hasn't changed. It hasn't. So I don't know why people still gravitate to that. I don't know.
It's because nobody told them how absurd it was early on in their lives. I wish people that told me how absurd it was, man. You know, and this is what I say even about the whole astronaut thing. Man, you gotta, man, some kid come around talking about they want to be an astronaut. That's absurd. Hey, man, stop, man. You go to Mary Bethune Cookman Elementary School. You ain't about to be an astronaut.
When I heard young guys spitting that, saying that, I'm like, man, that's the same stuff we was hearing back in the 90s. They're still doing that.
Right.
They're still susceptible to listening to that rhetoric and getting, dude, the Black Hebrew Israelites, they were around then. They were there. They was out in front of the McDonald's downtown, right from the community college. The same Hebrew Israelites that exist now. They were down there in 91, 92. The same rhetoric, the same guys. You had the Black
Unique,
Hebrew
why don't you
Israelites.
just call in, Unique? Just call in, Unique, if you want to talk to Ivan. Just call in. Logic, what do you think about what Ivan is saying? Go ahead.
Man, yeah, I got my views on the whole thing, man. I call it communism because that's what it was. It was just like this push of certain ideology on particularly Black folks, because they figure Black folks are the most gullible. In this in this era, and it's just saying you want something to identify with, something to aspire to, because the basics aren't good enough, right? Just taking care of your family, working hard, being able to fix your own sink is not good enough. You need to aspire to be more or do something else. And to me, I think it took advantage of a lot of Black folks to get this kind of dream big. And don't get me wrong, like I think we should aspire to do things. We live in the land of opportunity. This is America the Great, but it takes a process to get there. And man, but that's crazy, man. You're right, man. The same stuff they've been talking about for years and years, and it seems like we can never realize this. We fall for the okey doke every generation, and it seems like there's nothing passed down. There's nothing. We were conned last generation. Let's why don't we do something different this generation? It seems like we just follow the same con over and over and over, the same scam over and over. Yeah, that's what I got.
It hasn't changed. The rhetoric hasn't changed.
Did you get confirmation that the guys in those Black organizations they didn't like you because you were light skinned, or is that what you just believe?
No, it was their behavior. Like it was me and my partner. We were both down at the dude. I said we was in the same pop lock group. He's one of my best friends growing up, so we were down there too. He's light skinned too. They would never tell us about gatherings or meetings they would have. They wouldn't tell us. We'd find out when we were in the student center, and there was a basement where they would meet. There was this little meeting room in a basement, and we would be on the first level in the little room, a little space where everybody congregated. They would come up from having a meeting in the basement, and we'd see them like all before the meeting. They would never tell us about the meetings. We would find out later, and I didn't care. But my little partner JB, he would say, "Man, y'all had a meeting." It's like, "Yeah, man, where was y'all at, man? They Black smoking. Yeah, man, where was y'all at, man? Y'all didn't." I'm like, "Man, y'all didn't even tell us about the meeting." But the reason they wouldn't is because, like I said, there was some little bad chicks. They wanted to be down with the cause, but they liked it up. They liked us. They liked me and JB. And they were like the baddest ones. And these guys was like, they weren't They weren't, even for dark-skinned dudes, they wasn't nothing handsome about them. The only thing they had was that group. They didn't have the physicality or that. They weren't handsome. So that's what they used to get at these women. They didn't push any policy, nothing changed with them. It was just them getting together and blaming white folks. It was just talking about victimization. It's all. They bring up something that's happening at the little school, and nobody would see it. They just be sitting there arguing the first few meetings we went to. But that's what it was. But their main thing was hollering at all the nice, pretty chicks that came into the group that wanted to be down. And they didn't want any handsome, light-skinned guys in the group. And we were like the last ones that stuck around because we were like from the neighborhood. We was like, we the brothers. We from the hood, man. Come on, man. But then, they weren't. They were trying to holler at them girls, and them girls liked us. And yeah, we were light-skinned and all that, but I don't know if that had anything to do with it. But I'm sure that was their mentality. It was their mentality. Because I was gonna win regardless. As a matter of fact, I did. So yeah, whether you tried to keep us away or whatever, you didn't stop nothing. Play is what a play is. We just have. But it was real funny that they always alienated the few light-skinned guys that was in the group. They did that. We saw it. I knew what it was.
So you saying everybody in the group was ugly though?
I'm not gonna say that. But the guys that led the group, they were dark and short, and I don't think they were attracted. The females weren't gravitating towards them, but they kept a real strong grip on the organization. I think they did something where they dissolved the group. Something they did. Something happened in Waco or another small town in Texas. I think this is the time where the guy got dragged down the street or dragged down the road in this little town on the truck.
Yeah.
So I think that happened or something. I think that was Jasper, Texas.
It was Jasper, yeah.
Okay, it was Jasper. I think that was around that time, or was something before that. Something had happened in Waco. And this guy that was real militant, he was real militant, but he was older. He was an older guy at the community college. He was like in his 30s, and he was at the community college. And he was in that group. And the funny thing about it is that he was light-skinned, but he wore the dashiki and the kufis and all of that stuff. And he's one of the guys that was selling incense in these little papers. So he got up on stage and said, we should grab some rifles and go down there. That's what he said. And when he did that, the group dissolved because he was like, I guess, one of the loudest speakers in the group, but he was older. And when he did that, the administrator that allowed the group, he dissolved the group. That's what ended that group. But yeah, other than that, I don't know. But it didn't stop nothing that we was doing. We was around there being players anyway. So when that group dissolved, you would still see them dudes, but they didn't have jack going on. They didn't have jack. We riding down there parking. We got Mustangs and Maximas, and they getting off the bus. You think we ain't gonna win? You think we ain't gonna win? Shoot, please. Went like a mug. So that was all they had. And yeah, they were short, dark, and they really weren't that attractive. So to answer your question, Logic, no, they weren't.
How did you get darker over the years?
What do you mean darker?
Well,
are you trying to insult me? I mean, the lights are low here, but don't even try it, homie. Shoot. The only time I get dark is like during the summer months when I'm outside, because I go outside and I get on the track, I walk, I run on the track. And when I do that, then I'll get a little I'll get dark. Or when I used to coach, because we started coaching in the hot months. So we be outside, like even in, it's Texas, so it's hot all day. So we starting, the sun is still up. So man, yeah. So I would get a little tan. Sometimes my skin would actually peel because I get sunburn. Yeah. But no, it's not a normal thing. The darkness. No, it's not.
Speaking of astronauts, why have the astronauts typically been darker skinned blacks that have been astronauts?
Where are they from?
Are they from? Well, they're not from here, are they? They're like,
where are they from?
They're from America. They're American blacks. Joanne Higginbotham, Macy Jameson, Buford. And I think the majority of them have been dark. Why are the darker complected blacks the astronauts?
Two words.
What's that?
Words. What? Affirmative action.
Nah, I don't know about that, man. You gotta be somebody to be an astronaut.
There was one lady had no business in this one, and I hate to talk down because that was the one that blew up. I think that was the
Challenger.
I think it was. It blew up.
Challenger had Robert McNair on it.
Was that a black guy?
Yeah, man, he was a black man. It wasn't a black woman on that ship.
Well, it was one with the black woman. Oh, so
McNair
with him blew up.
Killed.
But it was a lady on there.
There have been two black astronauts killed. It was one, and he actually never went to space. He was supposed to go, but he was a dark-skinned guy. He was a young guy. He was like in his early 20s. He died in an experiment, like an accident, not an experiment, but an accident in the 60s. He was actually supposed to go to the moon, if I'm not mistaken. And he was a dark-skinned guy. Then there was another one, McNair. Yeah, he was supposed to go to the moon, bro.
Yeah, the guy, the spaceship that blew up, the rocket that blew up.
McNair, yeah, McNair.
The black guy with the gray, he kind of had the gray hair. He was old, so they said he didn't. Okay, because I was thinking they said, well, he's old. Let's just send him on up there. But
he was 35.
But it was one with a black chick on there, and I think she qualified.
Yeah, here we go.
Some way, and I'm like, there's no way that woman has no business being on that rocket. Not at that time. She knew nothing. None of her studies was about it. I don't know why she was on there. Pull up the one with the black lady that went up.
What are you talking about?
I think they just did that as like she was something else, but she was on there too.
Did they go to space or just to go to where did they go?
I think they went into space, or it was a project. They went into space. The black lady.
It wasn't that whole that Tesla. What was the one that went up?
This was way back. This was before Tesla or SpaceX was even. This was I'm serious. Look it up. CT, it was a black woman that went up. Is that her name? When did she go up?
She was the first black female to went into outer space.
Was that her? What year was that?
89 or 90.
89 or 90. That might be her. How did she get on there? She had no business being on there.
Are you talking about Macy Jameson, bro?
Pull up the picture of all of them. They got a picture and she's on that picture with him. I was like, how did she? Is that her? Yeah, how did she go up?
Dude, she has a master's degree from Cornell University, bro. You know Cornell.
Yeah, I know Cornell. Yeah, Ithaca, New York. I know Ithaca. Yeah, but what was her specialty? She
had a medical degree.
Okay, see, why is a woman now? I'm not knocking the medical degree for the black lady, but how did that parlay into her going up into space with everybody else?
Oh, I never knew she had a BA in African American Studies. Oh. Hold on for a second. Hold on, but she was a dual major because she had a bachelor's or dual degree. She had a bachelor's of science in chemical engineering.
Okay, and what?
She choreographed a musical too. It looks like,
and she got a bachelor.
She choreographed a musical. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why was she going into outer space? What was her purpose for being there?
She was a specialist.
A specialist of what? Going into outer space? A specialist at what?
I don't know.
What about her specialization qualified her to go into space?
Let's see.
Was she an astronaut? Was she an astronaut?
Well, she applied. Let me see. She was on the shuttle Endeavour. She began communications on her shift with a salute hailing frequencies open.
What are you talking?
She might have been in affirmative action. Damn, I didn't even know that. She might have been in affirmative action.
Thank you. I just said 2 words: affirmative action. She had no purpose on that ship, because when I saw her along with everybody else on the news, it was just like, yeah, she's the first black woman. Yeah, and they were all laughing. Oh, I'm honored, and all this other stuff. But I'm like, what is her purpose? And I don't want to knock her. But
what about her doctor?
If you're sending people out into outer space, they have to have a purpose. They're going to try to connect with a something that's already up there, a communication system, a satellite or something. It's something that they're doing. Was this just a goodwill outer space trip?
Wait a minute. Here goes Joanne Higginbotham. Let's see. She's the third black woman to go into space. She's a Delta.
She's an electrical engineer.
Master's in management science and space systems. Yeah, I think you are right, man. This is some affirmative action bullshit, man.
Yeah.
I think she has an actual degree in something important.
Space career. Okay. Who is she?
Let's see. So she has a bachelor's degree in engineering science.
Knock them. You know,
so she has a master's in aerospace engineering.
Okay, there you go. There you go. So there's some qualification there. There's some qualification. So was it just because she just happened to have that degree, or did she have an actual purpose with the crew that went up there? And I'm not trying to knock because she's black, but I'm like, come on now, just women, period. I'm not trying to be sexist, but when a woman goes up there, period, there's an extra chance that's taken. So are we doing this out of equality? Or are we doing it because they can actually be effective up there? That's what I'm saying.
Damn, you know what? I didn't really look at their degrees prior to this. Yeah.
You have an Afro-American degree. You think you could go in outer space? You think you could be an astronaut?
Yeah.
Be honest with yourself. You're honest with the 10-year-olds. Be honest with yourself. No, you know you can't. So Americans minor, Afro-American basket weaving degree minor, and she's a medical doctor. What was her purpose? Well, I guess just in case some of the other crew members get sick or something like that, then there's a purpose there. I can understand that. If that was her primary purpose, cool. I can dig that. But if they were about to tie her onto a line and send her out in space to connect,
not qualified for spacewalks. Yeah,
exactly.
So here goes. So this was the chick that was. She was in space for like 2 years straight. They had to go get her down. What's her degree? So she has military experience. So she was so what was her last rank? Ivan, you might be onto something here, man. Oh, she was a captain in the U.S. Navy. Okay. Engineering management.
Oh, engineering management?
But management, oh man.
So I'm sure she had a applied engineering degree. So okay. So
a physical science.
We have to ask these questions, man. When these women go up, is it simply because of affirmative action? Not just black women, but women, period. Because women, period, benefit from affirmative action.
Yeah.
So when they go up, is it a part of affirmative action? Because I remember they made a big deal about that black woman going up.
Bro, you might be onto something here, man. No, I think she has qualifications. Yvonne Cagle. She was pretty when she was young. Let's see. So she has a bachelor's in biochemistry. She has a medical degree.
Another medical degree. So maybe she was like, you know.
So here goes. She was a colonel in the Air Force, so she's qualified.
Well, there's plenty of colonels in the Air Force. A lot of those female colonels are office administrator colonel. They get their. All you have to do to be an officer in the Air Force is to have a college degree.
Correct.
You could be a major, a lieutenant, or whatnot. That doesn't equate to you being qualified to go up in space. you have officers, commissioned officers in the Air Force, you know, that are just over the office work, you know. They're office administrators. They just happen to have rank because they graduated from college. You know, that doesn't necessarily mean you're qualified to go into space. What qualifies her?
No, she's qualified right here. She has a PhD in aerospace engineering.
Okay, all right.
She has a bachelor in science and physics.
Okay, I can do that too. But still, when you go up in space, there's a purpose. It ain't just to send people out into space in projectiles. It's a purpose there. They're either trying to update a communication system. They're trying to take some pictures maybe of the Earth atmosphere to see what's going on, something like that. So these people you're saying, most of them have medical degrees. That means they're probably on the medical team. So somebody got sick or they got infected with some kind of alien virus or something like that. Okay, they can help. Just like on the movie Alien, they had med people there to help just in case, you know. But what is their real purpose there? And are they okay? Yeah, they're qualified medically to help medically. But other than that, you know, and I think when it comes to that, I think it should still be men that go. I'm not trying to be sexist. I'm just saying, hey, because when something goes down, who moves faster?
Men have the ability to rally.
Yeah, who thinks faster?
Give me 2 minutes, guys. I'll be right back.
Who's willing to take the chance that does not require emotion?
Man,
who's willing to take that chance?
Women don't. We know the answer to that.
Exactly, we know the answer to that. So why is this? Just for good PR? I think it's called PR, public relations, or affirmative action. That's it. I don't know why, and I don't know. And yeah, you could be a woman in the program, but why would you want to put yourself through that just to say, hey, you know, I went up, I'm the first woman to go up in space. I'm a woman that went up in space. Why? When honestly, there are far more men that out-qualify you. There are far more men that can actually serve a purpose.
Mm-hmm. Man, it's feminism, man. That's I mean, that's a big part of it because it's the marketing of the accomplishment, right? Or just the ability to say I do what men do, right? You know, it's there's that element of it.
So logic. Let's do this.
Mm-hmm.
Let's compare the amount of women that have went up in Russian space flights compared to the women that have went up in American space flights. I guarantee you, far less women, if any women have went up in a Russian space flight on a Sputnik or anything like that. There's far, if any, send me the amount of women that have went up on a space flight on a Sputnik or whatever those Russians send up. And they have no chance. Hey, we may have sent one up, but we ain't trying to do it.
Yep.
We're the ones that's doing that. Yeah. So I want Chaotic to look that up. If you're looking and you're Googling, ask how many Russian women have went up in Russian space flights. You may not see a lot. You may see one or two, but they ain't trying to set no record. We've sent up what looks like what Chaotic was. We sent up about 4 black women and a couple of white ones and an Indian woman. I'm like, golly.
So there's a Wikipedia page of women spacefarers or women astronauts. I'm gonna put the link in the chat, but can't share my screen. But
there's been a couple.
There's been a couple.
A couple, far less than what we've sent up. We send one up every, not to mention SpaceX and Blue Space. Yeah, we send far more. Why?
So the Soviet Union was the first to do it. Valentina Tereshkova.
The Soviet Union did?
Soviet Union, yeah. first woman in space, only woman to make a solo space flight, and that was in June of 1963. And another one from the Soviet Union.
What is uniquely stunning? I mean, society lets women use their imaginations. Y'all are the ones going on and on about shutting down young boys' dreams. Okay, you need to use your imagination. So what? So what, uniquely? Won't you come up and address this? This uniquely, what did you want to be when did you want to be an astronaut? Whatever. Huh?
But Russia,
imagination, knock it off.
Russia has sent one. I've only seen one. Two from Russia. Hold on. 3 from Russia. 4. Now this is a pretty long list. 5 from Russia.
Now let's do this. 5 from Russia, right?
So far that I've gotten down the list. But
so if you said 5 from Russia, you might as well say those are just 5 extra guys.
So
those Russian women are rough.
This is out of 119. So out of the 119 women astronauts, 5 were from Russia. The United States definitely dominates the list.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, and I guarantee you, because it's Russia and everybody in Russia looks the same, these were not affirmative action. These were actually women rough and ready to go up into space. They were not like us, not PR, PR campaigns.
One of them was, I mean, usually they have, like you said, they have a purpose. There's like Yulia. So Julia.
Sounds rough, don't it?
Parasilde, she's the first actress in space, filming footage for the 2023 film The Challenger. So she was in. Yeah. She went up to space to film.
Okay, so that's a PR stunt. Okay, all right, I can dig that. There's a purpose there, and I'm sure it's not all imagination. It ain't all of that, So what are we talking about here? I guarantee you. Is that failed electrician, Dante? Now he's changing the argument. What argument am I changing, Dante? I'm just saying, all Russians are Russian. They all look a certain way. They're all a certain color, aren't they? Hey, Logic, show me the black Russian women that have went up in space. Can you do that for me there, buddy? Show me some black Russian women for Dante here, since I'm changing my argument.
Yeah, I don't see any, bro.
Yeah, none, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And yet he can't produce an up-to-date electrician card to show that he's licensed and bonded. But that's neither here nor there. But maybe that's in his imagination, right? Uniquely stunning.
The Russians actually sent up the first black man.
Nah.
The black man?
He was a Cuban.
That don't make him black. That makes him a dark-skinned Cuban. Knock it off. Knock it off, bro. Quit trying to equate other dark-skinned people from other countries and continents with black. Those people don't consider themselves black. No. Only American black people consider themselves as black. And it's a social class, not a tonal thing. That's the problem. That's the main problem.
So, Ivan, remember that movie, Hidden Figures?
Oh, my God. Oh man, I got dragged. I got dragged to that movie.
Do you know? I used to get into arguments with people. They say if it wasn't for 4 black women, we would have never went to the moon. I'm like, do y'all not know that those women were a part of a team of thousands of people? That's an affirmative action movie. People don't understand that it wasn't 4 black women who charted the trajectory to the moon.
I got dragged to that movie by a Ross girl type. She wanted to, it's about the sisters and all this black stuff. And I was like, you want to go to this movie? I was like, nah. I said, nah, why not? As soon as I said, nah, I'm not really into something like that. Why not? So just to appease this woman, I went to this movie, and I'm serious. I dozed off so many times, it wasn't even funny how many times I dozed off. But yeah, it's one of them Ross girl types, It's got to be some kind of liberating moment. And I'm like, it's kind of like Black Panther, right? It's kind of like, remember Black Panther movie, and all these black folks thought that Wakanda was a real place in Africa. So they were actually at the movie theaters doing African dance routines. Do you remember that? How embarrassing is that? How embarrassing is that? Come on, Kiati. Even the people that live in Africa was laughing at the Black Americans for doing that. All these videos with them doing them fake African dance routines, and they're not even African. In the lobby of the movie theaters. How embarrassing is that? Not to mention the dudes, the obliviously dumb dudes that thought that Wakanda was a real place in Africa. How low can you steep?
You know, it's funny. Black people know more about Africa than Africans. I've learned that recently.
Exactly. They know more about Kemet. You know?
Yeah, they know.
They tell you about Kemet, even though they won't get on a plane. There's a Negro that has a whole channel about Kemet and all this other, and he won't even get on a plane and go to Africa. He said, "I ain't getting on no plane," but you know more about Africa than the actual people that live there. Man, and if you go over there, they're trying to live modern lives. They're not trying to live all this mysticism and African. They're not trying to do that. They're trying to live modern lives. Yep. They're trying their best to live capitalist in a capitalistic society, even though they are emerging economies. And you want to take your black power self over there, they're gonna look at you as some kind of circus freak. It's crazy.
What I realized that do you guys Karen Hunter? Have you seen her show, Karen Hunter show?
Nah.
Oh man. So she had Frank Zandu on her show recently. He was telling about the history of like Benin and some of those West African areas. And then she was like, I'm no historian, but she brought another college professor, black liberation studies type professor on, and he's going down the list of what happened in Africa, and she's like, no, that's not true. Let's ask this historian, this professor from Spelman or whatever college that he worked at. But it's just interesting that black people here know more about Africa than people who are from Africa. I'm telling you.
They're watching a PBS special and think they can tell you more about Africa than people that are there every day.
No,
every day. I'm like, man, y'all are I remember saying that watching the dude Sonetta, cool, very entertaining, but man, very I don't want to say crazy, but it's crazy how some of these dudes that just sitting up in these little efficiency apartments with all these African masks and all this stuff they done got from some flea market, trying, and this is from the hoodoo people of this territory. No, it's not. No, it's not. Stop lying. Stop doing that, man. I'm like, man. And I remember when it was a Nigerian concert up in New York. It was a club, and they had a famous Nigerian singer, like an Afrobeat singer. And they went there, and them African people was like, what the what are y'all, why y'all asking us these questions? We're here to enjoy this concert, and you guys are asking us these questions about our culture and stuff that you don't even understand. It was crazy, dude. And I'm like, why are you guys even there? You're like killing these guys' enjoyment. People from Africa, the ones that I've met, I know they're over here to enjoy and make money. And believe me, they send it home because, boy, if you go in Walmart, they fill up the Western Union line at Walmart. That Western Union line at Walmart be long with them Africans sending money back to Nigeria and wherever else they come from. But that's all they're here for. They want to enjoy life just like American people do. They don't get into all that other stuff, man. And it's crazy because they're actually, like we used to complain about Koreans and other people coming into the black community and opening up stores and stuff. The Nigerians are coming into the community, and they're opening up home health businesses. They're opening up tax offices, and they're opening up insurance offices. If you want to get car insurance, 9 times out of 10, you're going to go and see a Nigerian before you see an American black guy. I'm serious. And they'll sit, man, my barber is from Liberia. I'm serious. And there's a big difference. When I go to his barbershop, it's other Africans. They're from South Africa. They're from Nigeria. They're from everywhere. And they conversate. They talk about their country, respectively. They talk about what's going on in their country. And I've had conversations. I think I put up a video. You might have seen it, CT, on my channel. You've seen me with my barber, man. Dude, it is one of the most pleasant experiences when I go get my hair cut. I don't have to deal with dudes smoking weed, smelling weed coming in from outside. I don't have to worry about dudes shooting dice. I don't have to worry about dudes pulling up in the parking lot with a beef with some other dude. It never happens, man. It'd be some of the most pleasant, from the kids to the older guys, and they be from different countries in Africa, Nigeria, Liberia, Ghana. They be from, and it's one of the most pleasant experiences. So I don't know what the big schism is. You know, I don't have trouble with them, but it seems like people do, you know, but they mind their business. They mind their business. They're about their money. And I can appreciate that. Yeah. We're the only ones that's confused about everything. And we've been over here, what, 400 years? We've been here 400 years and we're still confused about everything. They're just coming over here, boom, boom, boom. And they're on it. They're living American lives, not African-American lives. They're living American lives. And we just don't get it. And I say we because I am a part of that population, but I'm light-skinned.
Do you identify with it though?
No, I'm light-skinned, so I'm removed. They you know, I'm cool, and I wish light-skinned people get this. I'm cool, I'm tolerated. That's the thing. You're tolerated. You're not fully accepted. Sooner or later, they're gonna go off on their own little circles, and you're light-skinned, so they're gonna look at you different. For real. I'm not, who said this? Dante, I'm not confused or nothing. I've lived this life a while, and I've seen when I'm tolerated, because maybe I grew up in the neighborhood, or maybe I'm light-skinned. But you don't hit that threshold. There's another threshold that you have to hit to be considered fully black. And I don't hit that threshold. It's like, yeah, what's up, man? Yeah. But when the extra black stuff is happening, nah, I'm not included in that. And I'm cool with, and here's the thing, I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it because I don't want it anyway. Because it usually has some type of degeneracy involved in it.
Black
so
Moses.
like, yeah,
Afro Nerd is darker than me. He has a bell pepper. He has a bell pepper nose.
Is that even possible? Like, I thought Wesley Snipes.
I noticed when he speaks of black achievements or people who clearly aren't black, people like Lena Horne, he's always talking about lighter complected people or racially ambiguous. Why do a lot of clearly dark complected people do this? Like he tries so hard to convince himself that Lena Horne is a black woman. Why is that, buddy? Go ahead.
Well, just like all the time, just like they tried to accept Elijah Muhammad, Malcolm X, now Louis Farrakhan. Have you noticed that all the leaders of the Nation of Islam are highly light-skinned guys? Have you noticed that? You noticed that? Yeah. You haven't?
Aren't they mixed?
Yeah, I think Farrakhan is mixed. A lot of them are mixed. A lot of them are mixed, or they're one shade off from mixture. But here's the thing, man. They want to put us in front when it comes to social issues. But when it comes to things like, but let's say they want to let's say they want to put us in front of social issues. But when the check comes, like new programs and all this stuff, because of us, Then when the programs come in and the funding comes in, they want us to get to the back. This for the black people. You ain't really that black. Like when and I don't like to use Barack Obama, but I remember that comedian Donnell Rawlings when they said, well, Barack Obama's the first black president. They said, well, he ain't really black. He light skinned. It's always that. And it's not us that's doing them because we want to be accepted as black people, but we've been getting told. I know I've been hearing little snides here and there when I reflect. Like, yeah, you black, but you ain't really black. That's always there.
So what does that mean to be black?
When a situation comes up, who do they want to put out there?
I never really asked you this question, but if white people overnight would start classifying the mulattoes as white, would you start classifying as a white person?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Just like Mexicans, Hispanics, they're considered white with Hispanic origin, but they're still considered white. So, and if you go to South Africa, they have white, colored, and then black. And America used to do that, but they got away from it because of all this, these social revolutions and civil rights and all this other stuff. But it was there, it existed, especially in the South, and dark-skinned blacks, they make the difference. They caused it like they've done all the time. They make that distinction. They do. And light-skinned people have always wanted to be accepted, but there's always this, yeah, you black, but yeah, not all the way black. Here's the contradiction. The darkest man will always seek out the lightest woman in black society. For real. They always will. What did you think? Yeah, man, I got me a badass red bone. I got me a badass yellow bone. Where do you think that comes from? Huh? Where do you think that comes from? That comes from the darker version of ourselves. This is the truth. You may not want to accept it, but one day when you just step outside and look around, or maybe you're in a social situation, you may find yourself thinking that way. That's the problem. Either you're going to fully accept us or you're not, because we don't have a problem completely separating, So your Black American Party, does that include the light-skinned people?
Yes.
No, it doesn't. See, you had to think about that. You had to think about it. It's just like what I told you when we was the Black Student Union at the community college. You had a bunch of dark-skinned brothers, little short, bullfrog-looking dudes. Yeah, man, you're gonna do this. Then when we come around, they be looking at us like this upside our head and stuff. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, they do that, man. You all make the distinction, not us. We have that belief that we're just as black or fully black, all that. But you make that distinction. You do. So if you're gonna make that distinction, I'm gonna carry it through. I'm gonna carry it through. If there are some advantages that I've noticed that I've been getting that you ain't been getting, I'm gonna 10x them. I'm gonna 10x them. Yeah. You can get as mad as you want to, but I'm gonna triple down on it, and you all should too. Any light-skinned person that has been getting the snide comments, like the light-skinned women that are getting jumped on by your darker skinned counterparts, which has happened throughout time. You didn't know why? You didn't know why you were the little light-skinned girl that got beat up by 3 or 4 black chicks, dark-skinned girls? You don't know why? You thought they were your friends? You thought y'all was cool? And then some little boy in the school liked you and didn't like none of them? Oh, it's a problem. It's a problem. It is a problem. And it's the truth. Mulattoes have created, Dante, mulattoes have created their own. Okay, yeah. But it's something called the hate that hate made. That's what it's called. You created this situation. But when Barack Obama became president, oh man, y'all was doing the electric slide on the White House lawn. And these were dark-skinned people doing this. Oh, y'all want to claim, oh, you're first black president. And then a few was like, you ain't really black. It's there. It's been there. It's not going anywhere. I accept it. Was it T? Because T just holds the black flag up. Oh, I'm black. I love dark skin. I love melanated people. Okay, T. After getting beat up, pushed down in the mud, people mad at you because the boys liked you more than them. Yeah, no. It is a forced love that you have. It's a reality that you hadn't waken up to. But I know it. I've seen enough of it. So I'm usually around the people that like those things, that like the ones that like you. And that's cool. But there's always going to be a distinction there. There's always going to be a situation, a social situation that creates the distinction. I know it. I live in that reality and I'm cool with it. Because usually it's going to work to my benefit if it's a social situation. Yeah, it's going to work to my benefit. Now, if we down in the hood at the hole in the wall and all this other stuff, it may work for you. It's always going to be more than you. But at the same time, I could just leave. And go back to my cozy little surroundings where I'm better. Yeah. Like I said before, we don't make the distinction. You do. Tell me I'm wrong. The little light-skinned boys and little light-skinned girls that went around the dark-skinned people end up getting beat up, face all marked up and stuff, just because they wanted to hang out and have fun. They get looked at weird. There's always one or two little dark-skinned. It's always happened. It always is.
Man, I grew up around white people, man. So I don't know if
Good for you.
I don't know. It's like, and everybody in my family was light skinned. So
yeah.
I think my brother was the darkest one, but yeah, everybody was light skinned around me.
Yeah. Fortunate for you. So you were in the company of people that were worthy and carried themselves in a respectful manner. Oh, but just try to be amongst a bunch of the darkies. And I hate to say it like that. The whole thing changes. It changes, and I had to learn that later in years. I remember me and a buddy, it was two buddies. One was Baldwin, rest in peace, Baldwin. He's like 6'2", he played basketball. He was like 6'2", 6'3", green eyes, green grayish eyes, light skin. Oh man, the girls loved him. They loved him. And then it was me. And then we had a shorter, darker buddy. So we all went out, we was hanging out, and we came across these females. And we was all talking, but it was like four of them. And we was all talking. They was all receptive to everybody. But then me and Baldwin ended up leaving with two of them. And we asked the other guy, said, "Say, man, why you didn't come?" You know what he said? He said, I seen two dark-skinned chicks and two light-skinned ends, and I just left. I just got out of the way. That's what he said. he automatically disqualified himself. Automatically. So was it because he was short? Because he's still like 5'5", 5'6", you know. He's still dark skinned. That ain't changing.
Mm-hmm.
You know. Did he automatically disqualify himself? Did he automatically have to disqualify himself? But that's what he said. I said, say, man, why you leave, man? I seen two dark skinned chicks and 2 light skinned N-words, and I just got out the way. That's what he said. Cool, brother. But he made that distinction. And that's just a minor level. A minor level. You hear this enough to where when you reflect, you was like, man, I didn't know they were making that distinction, but they were always making that distinction. That's one of the contradictions and hypocrisies amongst the African Americans, if you want to say it. I don't like that term, but just for reference. But there's always been a stigma there.
Some say that's a result of the house Negro, field Negro.
That's cliche. That's cliche. That's cliche. There were more dark-skinned Negroes in the house. Now, the lighter-skinned Negroes were created by the dark-skinned Negroes and the white people in the house. They weren't there at first. You gotta think, how did these people, these lighter-skinned versions come about? How? Now, if you talk to some of these hotel people, they'll say that the white man was going around raping them.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as me knowing women, regardless of what color you are, all women are attracted to power. So if you got this white slave owner, he's got young sons, and they own this big plantation, and they got your men that came over with you in chains. They got you out there in the field working while they're sipping on sweet tea on the porch, and they're winking their eyes at you. What do you think? Some of them women out there wanted to come in the house and stay in the house, and they were dark skinned. How you think them little light skinned babies came up out of nowhere? It sure was a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, it's still true too, man.
They just sprang up out of nowhere, especially in like Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee, in the South. They just sprung up out of nowhere? No, that's because there was already dark-skinned Negroes in the house. They were already there. So
that's still true, man. When you look at like interracial relationships now, it's the ones they show on TV now are these black women with white men.
Yeah, it's a cliche. And see, this is the bad thing about that. See, because Malcolm X said that. And I don't know why he said that, because he was a light skin. Well, I guess he was reflecting on his own light skin. I think that's what brought it in. And he used that. But he didn't go back and to think all the Negroes in the house or all the Negroes on the plantation in the beginning were dark skinned. You didn't see not one light skinned African get off any of them boats. They won't show it to you. Remember Key and Peele did that act where they was doing the slave auction and they were the 2 light skinned slaves on the auction block and none of the slave masters would take them.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of rings true. It kind of rings true because slave masters, from what I know, they wanted the guys that look like they can actually do the work. These guys were putting shoes on horses. They were cattle rustling. They were, man, what do you mean? They was doing work. They didn't want some light-skinned looking guys out there that look kind of like them, look like indentured servants instead of slaves. Who all was in those plantation houses? It was mainly black women. It might have been one black man in there, but mostly that was in that house were dark-skinned black African women. They had big butts, big breasts, big legs, and them white men on them plantations, them sons and all that, they was pulling them to the side, winking at them, and getting in them and creating light-skinned babies.
So when did they switch to liking pancake butts now?
What? Pancake butts? What's pancake butt?
the white men now, they don't like no booty no more. I don't know. Like,
You know, that's
Hey,
always been
Angel.
around, though. It's
They just
always
want
been
that-
around. It's always been around because, like, growing up, when I was growing up, the sex symbols were Pamela Anderson, Farrah Fawcett. What was the girl on Three's Company?
You ever seen a
Suzanne
butt?
Summers.
You ever seen a butt?
Yeah, they all were flat.
Yeah, it's like
They all were flat, but they had big breasts. You know, they had big breasts. You know, it's always been there. Because I be on like Instagram and stuff like, and I be seeing some fine black women like Delicious and the girl from Ghana, all these women. And here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. They're put it on air because if you go into these women's comments, it's mostly European men and Middle Eastern men that are coming at them. You might see a black guy here and there, but it's mainly European and Middle Eastern men, other men outside of black races or dark-skinned races that are coming at them. They know these. They see these women are fine. Yeah, the flat booty, please. That might be some American stuff, but no. Like go on Bigo. You ever heard of Bigo?
Mm-mm.
Go on BIGO and look at all these fine ass Nigerian women and South African women. Look who's in their comments. Look who's leaving those chats. It's Italian men, French men, German men, men from the UK. It's mostly white men from other countries that are saying, oh, you're so beautiful, you're so sexy, you know, trying to court them, trying to hit them up for privates and stuff like that. It's the African men in there can't really afford them. They can't. Man, I remember kicking it with this man, is bad African. I'm serious. This bad chick. I think she's from Nigeria. Bad, man, bad. And you know what she told me one night when we was out? Because we had just started seeing each other. So we weren't like in a relationship or nothing. You know what she told me? She told me she wanted an Italian man. That's what she preferred. And she was from Nigeria. Heavy accent. It's like she had just got in the States. She told me she preferred Italian men. And I guarantee you go over there to Nigeria, most of those women want, if they're very, very strict customary, but if they're not very strict customary, they want Italian men, French men, German men. They want white men from those other countries. I don't think a lot of them really care too much for American men, but they like European men. They don't look at the color scheme of it. They're not looking at color scheme. They're looking at the men themselves. And that's what's attractive to them. And that she told me, I prefer Italian men. And this was a bad African chick. And I was like, what? And I looked at her like, what? Because I'm thinking like, you don't want a black man? You know, I'm thinking that I'm dark skinned. So, I'm thinking my dark skin thought, you don't want a black man? No, she ain't thinking like that. She's from Nigeria. She's a citizen of the world. So she wants what she thinks is the best looking men in the world. And to her, that's Italian men. I couldn't hate. I mean, later on, I smashed, but I couldn't hate.
Hey, Ivan, there's a lot of proof to that. Ducky thought her sister, they're supermodels. They only talk to whites. There was a model I used to follow back in the day named Nasiana Ajumo, or I forgot her. She was a Kenyan woman. She married a white guy. So there's a lot of these real beautiful African women. Yeah, they don't really rock with those black dudes over there. You are correct.
They don't. Beverly Johnson, who did she marry? David Bowie.
But didn't she marry a basketball player first, or was that Iman?
Maybe that was probably Iman. What was it? Iman with David Bowie or Beverly Johnson?
No, that was Iman who married the black guy first, and then she married a white guy.
Okay, yeah. It's only us that are in this isolated structure that are thinking like that. Oh, you black, you don't want a black man? No, them people over in Africa, them African countries, those are world people. Have you noticed in music, you have pop music that only fits the fabric of American white music, and then you have world music that fits everybody else. So if there's an African guy, the Afrobeats artist, but he's very big in the UK or Germany with the whites over there, They won't call it pop music. They'll call it world music. Yeah, you notice that's the contradiction in itself. Yeah. I'm just giving up knowledge. I'm just giving up knowledge. You got to notice these things.
Do you think they view their men as ugly?
It just depends. It's a world competition. It's a world competition. So you have women that are customary and they're told, hey, if you're with this tribe, you can only marry this type of man. No, I take that back. That's amongst the Africans. So if you're Igbo, you can't marry a Yoruba or a Hausa guy, right? But if it's a white guy from Italy or the UK, all bets are off. All bets are off. They know he's not a part of any tribe, but you can still marry him. You can still marry him because it becomes a different dynamic now. That's the contradiction amongst Africans, or especially in those Nigerian tribes. Yeah, here these Igbo men, they got this real fine Igbo woman walking around switching and stuff, and they think they can have her because they're part of the same tribe. Then this guy gets off a plane from Italy, sweet talker, and now her father, who might be the tribal chief, is telling all the dark-skinned guys, "Get out of here! Get out of here! She's gonna be with this white man. She's gonna be with this white man. He's gonna take her to Italy. Yeah, they're gonna have children. The children are gonna go to school. Yeah, all bets are off. All bets are off. That's the contradiction. Just dark-skinned people worldwide. We all have our contradictions, man. Over here, it's the colorism. Over there, it's the same thing. It's a different kind of colorism. Yeah. So this Yoruba guy can't marry an Igbo woman, but this Italian white man can marry her? What was that? What is that about? And they say, they'll just tell you, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Am I right or wrong, Chaotic? Am I right or wrong?
No, you're definitely correct.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a different set of contradictions. Yeah. And she's happy too. Look at her. And she's happy too. She's way more happy. Who is that anyway?
That's Ducky Thought.
She's a model?
Yeah, she's a Sudanese model.
Smiling. She's so black you can only see her teeth. She's so black. That's all you can see. Smiling with that mixed baby. Look at her. Look at there.
Did you guys hear what Frank Zanu said about white supremacy?
What did he say about it?
He said yes, whites are supreme.
Well, I said that. Yeah.
No, but I'm just saying
it's bad though. I'm agreeing. But they're saying she's bad, she's beautiful. She is. That's a bad black woman.
But it makes sense though why, Africans or a lot of other countries, these other continents will be wanting to have, want to be with the white people, white man or whatever. Because they do see them as more powerful, more smarter, have more resources. But I thought Frank Zanu that Frank Zanu point was interesting because he wasn't saying it as other people are lesser. I mean, he kind of was, but he was just saying the white man showed up in the country. He had medicine. He had he builds buildings and he does all these things. He pretty much saving me, saving the blacks there. And he's like, yeah, he is supreme. So it makes sense to have,
be right back.
These darker skinned women wanting, that power or wanting to be around that. So, I don't know. Just a thought.
Do you think Ivan is a coon?
Man, that word gets thrown around. I don't think so. I can't say that he is, but
he's called me a blackie on several occasions. So I just wanted to.
And what's I guess what is that derogatory?
I don't know. I don't take offense to it, but he thinks it's offensive.
So he's called you
Blackie.
a blackie. I don't know. I don't know what these words mean anymore. Because coon, to me now, is a badge of honor.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Depends on what he means by it, I guess.
I guess I could wait until he comes back. But yeah, he's called me a coon several times.
Yeah.
Who else? Unique. Why don't you call in? I'm about to wrap it up, so you don't have to get on camera. Wrap it up in a minute. Thank you so much, Logic, for coming through, buddy.
Man, you've been on here 10 hours, bro. 11 hours now.
Yeah, 11.
Like, do you get a lunch break, or like, what do you do?
I'm AI, man. I don't need a lunch break.
The robots, man, they don't quit.
Yeah, no, man. This is what I want to do, man. And people come here for different reasons. So, yeah.
Do you do an AI summary of every video? Because I mean, there's got to be a lesson in every live stream. No. Should I? I don't know. I mean, I think there's an interesting piece of content. I mean, even if it's just maybe one conversation throughout the day that was insightful, that you learn, because I'm pretty sure you glean a lot of information from these.
It's not a bad idea.
These live streams.
That's not a bad idea.
I mean, I've learned a lot, even though it's kind of active, passive learning, so to speak. It's not like classroom. We're learning this topic. It's like you learn around the topic based on the conversation. You know what I mean? It's just an idea, man.
A YouTuber, not. I like that. I was telling Logic that you've called me Blackie on several occasions, hundreds of occasions. What do you mean when you call me Blackie, sir?
He doesn't have his headphones in.
He's an alcoholic. I gotta give him some chance. Okay, I don't know what he's doing.
You got to put his headphones in so he can hear you.
Okay, where did we leave off at? I had to.
Now I was telling Logic that you referred to me as Blackie.
Yeah, at one time, yeah, Blackie. That was before I knew your name.
Because you tell. Could you tell him what you mean by that?
Well, Blackie, it's kind of self-evident. I mean, how much explaining do I have to do, man? Come on, dude.
Let me say, is it a term of endearment or is it a derogatory term?
It's kind of a term of endearment, I think. It's not derogatory, but yeah, that's all it is, man. It ain't like I'm trying to, put you down, man. I'm not trying to bring you down. You're a bruh. You have an intelligence, Now,
why do you have the cup inside the cup?
Oh, because I didn't want to get I went and got another cup. I should have took this cup and just refilled it, but I went and got a new cup. So I said, because of the spacing here, I said, you know what, just to save space so I don't have two cups knocking over two cups, I said, let me just put one in one, and that'll save space on this little table I'm working on here.
Smart.
But you know what? Look, I just wanted to say something. We were talking about dark-skinned women in Africa. You know what would save the economies in some of these, what do you call them, emerging economies in these African countries? If you just opened up huge houses of prostitution, that would save these African countries' economy. It would actually speed them ahead, because I'm serious. You haven't seen it's some women, African women, Nigerian women that are amazing. Like I said, I go to this app called Bigo, and you can pick whatever region or country you want to look. And if you go to Nigeria and South Africa, and I think it's Ghana, you will see some of the most amazing. Now, one thing, they put the filter on their face. I don't know why they do that, because their bodies alone are tens. And they sit there and they move and they dance, and they're very enticing. And like I said, most of the guys that are in those chats are European guys and Middle Eastern guys. You know, you'll see a black guy, or African guy coming in and say, "Oh, my queen." I don't know, why do these African guys do that? You're not gonna win. These women are looking for prizes and guys to send them money and cash and all this other. They're looking for that. And I'm serious, dude. The guys that be actually giving them the most are European and Middle Eastern guys that have money.
Do you have to reset your phone a lot, man?
Huh?
Do you have to reset your phone a lot? Yeah.
No, I'm not on my phone. I'm on the laptop.
I mean, but you don't get no viruses going to these sites?
No, because I have a VPN.
Okay.
I have VPNs on my phone. So, yeah.
I mean, that doesn't stop the downloads.
No, hey, those VPNs on my phone, not at all. I put those VPNs on my phone at Nord. And plus, I have what's called a dedicated IP. So I have the initial IP, then a dedicated IP. So if you really have to try to get through in order to hack mine, you have to be a superstar.
A dedicated IP is not good though.
Well, guys, the shelter's closing down the lights pretty soon, so I got to get up out of here. Any last words? Get up out of here.
Nah, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. And I'm telling you, man, you got to get your feet, you hit the pavement with that new political party. It's not going to happen on YouTube, you know. And you're popular on YouTube, dude. You're pop. People know you. You've gone viral. And
Yeah, a
lot. You know, I don't really like saying that because I don't know why I meant. It's kind of like a vanity thing for men to say, "Oh, I went viral. I went viral." I'm like, come on, man. You know, that sounds like a vanity-driven thing. That's kind of like a female thing. Oh, I'm viral. You know, but to each his own. You got to hit that pavement, man. I would really like to see your political movement really take off. I'm serious. You have the qualifications. You have the degree. Let's go, man. Let's go. Don't rely on these bums on YouTube, especially these people in the chat. These people don't have lives. Shoot. They probably in between jobs. So what are they doing? They're between jobs, you know. They just got let off at Popeyes. Now they trying to get an application at the local QT. Knock it off, dude. Come on. You got something going on. Parlay it into a political movement. I think it worked, man. I think you'd be bigger than Tyreek Nasheed, if that's saying something. You know, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I'm out, man. Salute, man. I'll be back tomorrow, guys.
Salute. All right, Logic. Good to meet you, Logic. I don't think we've ever been on here. Good to meet you, man.
Likewise, man. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. And much love, peace, prosperity, and happiness.
Thank you so much. Have a good one, guys. Thank you so much, Logic. All right, guys. Well, this one could stay on public. This was actually a very peaceful show today. All right, guys. I will be back tomorrow, guys. Peace.